Channel 1 as we unpack elections 2022 with a panel of various stakeholders. Make informed electoral decisions. Top sports attractions on KBC Channel 1. In July, Kenya Morans face off against the DRC, Egypt and Senegal in the FIBA Basketball World Cup African qualifiers in Alexandria, Egypt from 1st to 3rd of July 2022. Also in July, Kenya plays South Africa in Rugby League test matches in Nairobi with a return fixtures set for October. Still in July, watch the World Athletic Championships from 15th to 24th July live from Oregon, USA as Kenyan athletes seek glory. Followed by the 22nd Commonwealth Games from 28th July to 8th August live from Birmingham, England. In August, join our coverage of the World Athletics Under-20 Championships from the 1st to 6th of August 2022 from Cali, Colombia. Then, in November, catch the World Half Marathon Championships on 13th November from Yangzhou, China. Now that's what sets us apart as KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
Whatever it is you want to discuss, tutaongea baadaye. Sasa hii akili yangu imechoka. I just want to clear.
Kwa wakati huu wa mankuli, mimi hasira zangu zote humzimalizia hapa kwa mankuli. Sitaki kukuona. Kama unaingia ndani, atajilamu mwenyewe kwa sababu hayo alijitakia mwenyewe.
Haijalishi mtoto anaponelea paja, huoshwa halikatwi.
It's exactly 6:30, 21st day of June 2021. Glad you're up and early with us. This is Good Morning Kenya, and the channel of your choice is KBC Channel 1. My name is Victor Lo. This comes at a time when IBC says that over 22 million people have so far been verified to be the registered voters in the latest audit. That is happening while CS Kagwe says that you must now mask up. The surge on COVID-19 is still on, and then now you must be in a position now to have your masks in confined places like churches, markets, and so much more. That was happening. What was happening in our courts? Sonko's appeal was dismissed, and therefore he'll not be able to run for the gubernatorial seat in Mombasa County. We will be discussing this and more later on in the program, but before then, the team is up and early, starting with Doreen Arange Okelo. Mohana, Bushere.
Bushere mno.
Aha.
Hey, I'm doing good. There was a time, Regina.
I got it right?
Ah, you got it right.
Good.
At least I'm learning here and there. Every day is a learning process.
Oh, so.
Anyway, you know, when you talked about the masks, it just reminds me, are we back to where we were, even as the ministry announced of this sixth wave? Imagine, they just said that 252 tested positive in the last 24 hours. So clearly when they tell people to mask up is because we are perhaps getting to where we were when they say that for those that didn't get the vaccine, then they should go and get, in fact, the CS said it's now a must for those that already got the vaccines. He says that it's now time to get the booster shot. So at the end of the day, it's just to keep you protected, you and I. Nonetheless, we are here, ready and up to keep you abreast with what is happening, of course, in Kenya and beyond. On the roads this morning, our focus will be on Eastleigh, First Avenue. Remember that even as the NMS was trying to ensure that they at least put up non-motorized transport system in some designated areas, that also came with cleanup in some of the streets that would oftentimes lead to gridlock. And this was one of those roads that got to benefit from that. I'm talking about the Eastleigh, First Avenue and 2nd Avenue. That will be a focus today on the roads. In addition to that, on Matters Health, we explore yoga exercise for good health. Many thanks for making time. I am Doreen Arange Okelo. Ray.
Good morning indeed. You're watching In the Headlines right here on Good Morning Kenya. I'm Regina Manyara and we welcome your feedback there. You can get us on Twitter on KBC Channel 1. We have so much lined up for you in as far as news is concerned, and just looking at what Kenya is doing in as far as matters of security. Now, President Uhuru Kenyatta met at least 6 heads of states yesterday, and they approved a peace force in Congo. There have been developments here and there, with DRC Congo blaming Rwanda for supporting the M23 rebels. Will now Kenya's intervention, being a member of the Security Council, change the tide for those in DRC Congo? That we are yet to see. Back home, it's time to mask up. The COVID-19 positivity rate shoots to 10.74% as far as yesterday is concerned. So you need to mask up, and not just mask up, but mask up properly. Do not put it under your chin or on your forehead, but just between your nose and your mouth. Social distance where you can. Use soap and water where necessary, and carry a hand sanitizer. We are not out of the woods yet. Remember, this is not an issue that is only tailor-made for Kenya, but this is an issue, a pandemic that took the globe by storm in 2020, and we are yet to establish a cure. So be your brother's keeper, and also the virus doesn't move by itself. You and I move it. I'm sure you have interacted with a person in the last 1 or 2 weeks who has a cold. It might just not be a cold, so be a bit careful. With under 2 months to go to the next general elections, are you ready? Are you registered as a voter? And the question now about the youth being the next forefront when we talk about, votes. Well, now it revealed that only 8 million youths aged between 18 and 34 are registered to vote in the August 9th polls. This is a drop of 5.27% from the numbers that were recorded in 2017. I'm sure that's a question that Victor is going to be addressing with his panel as we talk about matters politics. Why are we having this particular drop among youth? Is it a matter of voter apathy? Well, that will be put into question. Just to remind you that you can also participate in this particular conversation. Our Twitter handle remains at KBC Channel 1, and mine is at Ray Manyara. Without further ado, let us have a quick breather and we'll be back with the news. Good morning, we're tuning in. I'm Regina Manyara, and this is Good Morning Kenya. You're just in time for In the Headlines, where we bring you up to speed with those stories that have been making headlines in the last 24 hours. Now we start off with matters of health, where the Ministry of Health has reintroduced mandatory wearing of masks in enclosed spaces, including offices, places of worship, and public service vehicles, following an upsurge of COVID-19 infections in the country. Health Cabinet Secretary Mutahi Kagwe says that the COVID-19 overall positivity rate has risen from a weekly average of 0.6% at the beginning of May 2022 to a weekly average of 10.74% in the week ending 19th June. This is according to Kagwe, and it has been highly attributed to laxity, especially during the campaign season.
With the electioneering period taking shape, the Ministry of Health is concerned over the laxity being displayed by a section of the political class and those attending campaign rallies.
Kuna watu ambao wana shout, unamwangalia unaona sasa anafanya kelele mingi. Amefungua kila kitu. Na sasa ule mwingine pia anafanya hivyo hivyo. Sasa hiyo virusi inaruka kutoka huyu. Huwezi kusema si kwa sababu wewe ni wauda. Huwezi kupata virusi kutoka mtu wa Azimio, ama mtu wa Azimio hawezi kupata kutoka UDA. Hii kitu haina chama ya kisiasa.
Health Cabinet Secretary Mutahi Kagwe noting that the country has been facing an upsurge in the number of COVID-19 infections, with the overall positivity rate rising from a weekly average of 0.6% at the beginning of May 2022 to a weekly average of 10.74% in the week ending 19th of June 2022.
Most of the functions I attend these days, people talk about when COVID was here. You know, they talk about in the past tense. Wakati wa COVID. Kama wakati wa COVID uliisha. Wakati wa COVID ni sasa. Wakati wa COVID iko hapa saa hii.
The CS saying that it was time the country went back to the basics, such as wearing masks in enclosed spaces such as passenger vehicles, churches, among others.
That we must once again take our steps to prevent the slide into a crisis like the one we experienced in 2020 and 2021 when we lost many lives and resources.
If you have flu-like symptoms, please stay at home. Don't go to work and expose other people, because flu, common cold, COVID, like other respiratory tract infections, are highly transmissible.
Kagwe noting that the ministry was still concerned over the low number of people taking the COVID-19 vaccine, with only that 1.5% of the adults being fully vaccinated.
The slow uptick of vaccination rates that we have are from over 300,000 per day down to about 12,000 per day, and now likely dropping to about 5,000 per day.
This coming as the country recorded 252 new COVID-19 cases out of 1,993 samples tested in the last 24 hours. This representing a 12.6% positivity rate. No death was reported, with 75 patients currently admitted to hospital. Out of this number, 1 patient is in the intensive care unit, with another 3,081 receiving treatment at home. With the recent rise in the COVID-19 positivity rate, the Ministry of Health has maintained that one of the ways to beat the virus is to get vaccinated, even as it urged members of the public to continue adhering to the set containment measures.
Now, away from matters health, just to remind you that you need to mask up properly, is that the IEBC has made public the numbers of registered voters ahead of the August 9th poll. So we stand at 22,120,458 persons that have registered to vote in the next elections that are just but less than 2 months away. Among that, when you look at the numbers there, the youth account for 39.84% of that bulk, tabulating to around 8 million youth. This is information that is going to come in handy, because we have been seeing on the campaign trail, you know, various leaders appealing to the youth to come to the ballot ahead of the August 9th vote. And when you talk about, you know, the women voters, there's a drop in the registered female voters ahead of the August 9th polls by 7.7%, while also there's been a drop in youth voters by 2.89%. You're going to be giving the numbers in full as we have that particular report, but if you can get to our website, that is indeed a detailed report that you're likely to come across. Now, talking about matters of elections, 2 petitioners have moved to the High Court challenging the clearance of Malindi Member of Parliament Aisha Jumwa to vie for the Kilifi gubernatorial seat. The petitioners are seeking a judicial review on Jumwa's academic papers. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission yesterday concluded the hearing of complaints by dissatisfied aspirants.
Malindi Member of Parliament Aisha Jumwa is not out of the woods yet in her Kilifi gubernatorial bid. This is after 2 petitioners, Rajab Menza Shikara and Daniel Chengo Kahinde, moved to the High Court to seek judicial review on academic qualifications. The duo argue that according to the documents in their possession, Jumwa was a Form 2 dropout, raising questions on the validity of her university degree certificate. They now seek to stop the Malindi constituency Member of Parliament from being gazetted to be on the ballot paper for the August 9th polls.
Nataka ukweli ubainike. Kama kweli amesoma tujue. Manake itakuwa ni aibu, hata itakuwa pia inatoa morali kwa watu kusoma. Manake kama mtu anaweza kupata degree na hakusoma, hiyo ni mambo ya kuhuzunisha.
Meanwhile, the IEBC Dispute Resolution Committee has dismissed a complaint filed by artist Ruben Kigame, who was disqualified from vying for presidency. Kigame had been denied clearance for failing to meet the 2,000 signatures required in at least 24 counties. The committee said there was no waiver on compliance for the 2,000 signatures for persons living with disability, and Kigame ought to have complied, noting there was no legal instrument placed mandating the IEBC to waive other requirements to favor persons living with disability.
The ruling of the PPDT having been stayed, the complainant cannot be deemed to be the duly nominated candidate. On account of the fact that the judgment of the PPDT barring the forwarding of the name of the first respondent to IEBC remains in force, the decision of the third respondent to clear the first respondent to bar did not take into account the PPDT judgment and can only be revoked.
This comes as another presidential aspirant, Mwaure, opted to go to the High Court to challenge the IEBC decision not to clear him. The IEBC had noted that Wairia had submitted signatures from 9 counties instead of the requisite signatures from 24 counties. Finally, Mombasa gubernatorial aspirant Mike Sonko's fate hangs in the balance as the committee is set to deliver its determination on his clearance.
Now, while we were coming to press with that particular story covered by Serafina Robi, there was that question of what way forward for Mike Sonko. Now, the IEBC Dispute Resolution Committee upheld the decision by the IEBC to bar Mike Sonko from running for the Mombasa governor seat, and the committee issued the ruling at the Milimani courts, and this was on its last day of hearing and determining complaints filed by aspirants. Further details are available on our website. Now we're talking about matters of regional peace, where leaders have called for an immediate ceasefire in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The 7 members of the East African Community have directed the regional force to move with speed to restore peace in DRC, especially the restive North and South Kivu, as well as Ituri provinces. President Uhuru Kenyatta has directed the regional security force to cooperate in the implementation of the disarmament and demobilization process.
During the meeting attended by heads of states from Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, DR Congo and Uganda have instructed the regional force to stabilize and secure peace in the disturbed regions of northern DR Congo. The meeting that was chaired by President Uhuru Kenyatta at State House here in Nairobi has further directed an immediate ceasefire to be enforced and cessation of hostilities to commence immediately.
As well as
the meeting has also called for the withdrawal from recently taken positions in the region. President Kenyatta has also directed the political process to be intensified by all parties in order to allow the citizens of the DRC to feel safe and secure and be able to pick up and continue their respective social, cultural and economic activities. The meeting has also called for all offensive language, hate speech, threats or genocide and other politically inciting languages to be ceased and be discouraged by all parties. The concave meeting comes as heavy fighting revives decades-old rivalry between DRC and Rwanda, with the mineral-rich DRC struggling to contain several armed groups in the east of the nation.
Now, in an update in regard to what is happening in Congo, is that the DRC is opposed to Rwanda being part of the proposed regional force and has suspended bilateral relations with Kigali. We're going to be keeping tabs on that as we look at those stories that are making headlines across the African continent. Now, talking about matters of education, the Cabinet Secretary, Professor George Magoha, says the current discussions on fake degrees, especially among those seeking elective positions, should not be politicized. Professor Magoha said relevant agencies should be allowed to follow the matter without undue influence. He said the debate is making a mockery of the country's education sector.
while touring and inspecting Moi Educational Center in Nairobi to assess its preparedness to implement CBC Junior Secondary School, Professor Magoha said so much energy is being wasted in courts as individuals try to prove whether their degrees are genuine or fake, something he said does not need days to prove if the relevant bodies are allowed to do their job.
It is just very shameful that we are spending so much energy in the courts or the people who are supposed to be doing election. It is a very simple matter. You have either done a degree and graduated or you have not. A judge cannot give you a degree. That's what I used to say, that it doesn't matter whether a judge pronounces himself, he cannot give you a degree.
He said this discussion is in itself sending a wrong example to children who are working hard to be leaders in future.
There is no harm in asking. For example, if you say you are a surgeon, we usually check and confirm whether you actually trained as a surgeon. How many hours did you train? It is not politics. Forget about politics. It's about life and death. Are we together here?
At the same time, Magoha called on private schools to hasten the construction of classes for junior secondary school level. He said out of the targeted 5,000 classrooms by private schools, only 1,296 are ready.
We have a few spots like in Bungoma where I'm going to be most of this week to ensure that we complete, and one or two other counties in the Rift Valley. Everybody else has completed. So we have 0.5% of the classrooms, but there's no 0.5% of a child. We want to be sure that all classrooms are built.
Professor Magoha putting on notice contractors who have not delivered their mandates, saying their contracts will be cancelled.
Fake degrees, a conversation that has been running rife for the last 2 weeks or so. Now, the United Democratic Alliance Nairobi gubernatorial candidate Johnson Sakaja says, his woes over the authenticity of his degree certificate are politically instigated. Now, Sakaja, who appeared before the Directorate of Criminal Investigation on Monday, said the move will not deter him from his bid to become the Nairobi governor.
On Monday, the embattled United Democratic Alliance Nairobi gubernatorial candidate Johnson Sakaja was the guest at the Directorate of Criminal Investigation headquarters along Kiambu Road. The Nairobi senator was here to prove the authenticity of his bachelor's degree certificate acquired from Team University in Uganda. Sakaja arrived at DCI headquarters at 3:55 p.m. He was required to produce a number of documents that will justify that indeed he was a student at the university. The probe will take almost 4 hours. And when he emerged, Sakaja blamed his predicament on politics.
So this is a summons by the law. From CUE, I think it was in media, we have not received anything formal. Once they send it, we are ready to abide by each and every process. We have nothing whatsoever to hide. We have nothing to keep away. We presented the documents like every other aspirant presented. With a degree certificate, it was presented. If it was a transcript, it was presented. And so we stick to what the law demands from us.
He said no intimidation will deter him from achieving his goal of becoming the Nairobi governor after the August general election.
As we stated severally, as law-abiding citizens, we had received summons to the DCI, industry sectors in Nairobi, and so we keep focused on that.
Sakaja, alongside his Machakos gubernatorial counterpart Wavinya Ndeti, was summoned by the DCI over the authenticity of their degree certificates. Even as the Embatic Alliance Nairobi gubernatorial candidate Johnson Sakaja continues to fight hard to prove the authenticity of the degree certificate acquired from Team University in Uganda, the Nairobi senator now says he will not be intimidated, cowed, moved or swayed to drop the ball, saying he will be in the ballot in the August 9th poll to square it out with other candidates, exuding an air of confidence of emerging the winner to become the Capital County boss. Timothy Kipnusu, Nairobi.
Well, that may as it is, well, we wait and see, the final call, the authorities that are charged with that. Now, still keeping up with matters politics, Deputy President William Ruto says the forthcoming elections must be devoid of violence and intimidation. He further called on the political elite in the country to be mindful of how they conduct their campaigns, and some utterances as well as actions risk polarizing the country.
The Kenya Kwanza captain was in Njoro, Nakuru County, for a town hall meeting with residents drawn from Njoro and Molo constituencies. With the area always being mapped by the National Cohesion and Integration Commission as a possible hotspot, Ruto pleaded with area residents to shun leaders keen on incitement while conducting their campaigns.
Watu wa Nakuru County, hapa ndipo tulianzisha ile safari ya kuunganisha Kenya na kuondoa siasa ya chuki na ukabila na mambo ya kugawanya watu. Mimi nataka niwaambie, juu ya hiyo msingi tutajenga mambo ya maendeleo ya taifa letu la Kenya. Wale wanawauzia uoga hapa Nakuru ni kwa sababu hawana sera, hawana mpango, hawana maono. Ndio unaona wanakuja hapa wanauzia sisi kama watu wa Rift Valley ati kutatokea hii, kutatokea hii, kutatokea hili. Sisi tunataka tuwaambie shetani alishindwa zamani.
The Deputy President also warned politicians against polarizing the country.
Of course, against the background of what happened yesterday, people legitimately get concerned when they see organized chaos and violence by certain leaders.
Ruto says if elected president, his administration will jealously guard the peaceful coexistence of communities living in cosmopolitan areas.
I want to assure the people of Kenya that our supporters will be peaceful. We want a peaceful election. We want the people of Kenya to make a decision in an environment free of blackmail, intimidation, threats, conflict, or violence. We want the people of Kenya to make choices out of the manifesto that we have, the plan that we have, and the agenda that we have for the country.
Sentiments echoed by his Kenya Kwanza partners, led by ANC leader Musalia Mudavadi, who called for action against those who sponsored the violence that rocked their rally at Jacaranda grounds in Nairobi on Sunday.
The significance of us, pahali Muriithi alipigwa mawe na sisi tukachapa na mawe, the significance of going there was to send a message to the people of Kenya that musiogope, Kenya Kwanza will march forward, will soldier on, and we shall win on the 9th of August.
Still on the campaign trail, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition presidential candidate Raila Odinga says the dragon of corruption will be slain under his tenure if he is elected president in the August polls. He further called on Kenyans to shun politicians who are offering what he termed as false pledges.
Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga says his government will put an end to the theft of public resources. Odinga, who spoke during Azimio campaigns in Kajiado County, claimed the country has lost billions of shillings under the reign of selfish leaders, whom he said will be held solely responsible under the Azimio government.
Adui yetu mkubwa kama Wakenya ni ufisadi. Ufisadi. Wanatoa ahadi mingi sana. 2013 waliambia vijana ati kila mtoto ndani ya miezi 6 atakuwa na laptop kila shule. Hiyo laptop mliona? Mliona hiyo laptop?
Odinga, who urged Rongai, Kware, Kiserian and Ngong residents to support his bid, also pledged to lower the cost of living and ensure affordable health care to all Kenyans.
Na wale maskini, jamii maskini ambaye hawana mapato yoyote, sio kwa kuchagua kwao, lakini kwa sababu ya hali ya maisha. Saa ingine bala njaa imezuka, tunaleta mpango inaitwa Social Protection Program, kama vile unafanyika kule Marekani, kule bara ya Ulaya.
Those accompanying Odinga urging Kajiado residents to avoid being hoodwinked by their opponents, whom they accused of offering false promises.
Ikiwa wapinzani wetu wamekuja kuahidi mabilioni hapa na pale bila kusimama na kuapa kupambana na ufisadi, ujue hiyo ni ahadi ya mdomo peke yake. Mimi nimesimama nyuma ya baba.
Tushikilie baba mkono, tumshikilie baba na mama, tupo hapa team.
The Azimio leaders also urged the region to fully support Azimio leaders and ensure a solid victory come the August 9th.
With 48 days to the August 9th polls, the Registrar of Political Parties, Nderito, is urging leaders to tame their supporters and caution them against engaging in acts of violence during the ongoing political campaigns. And she was speaking after flagging off a peace caravan in Nairobi. Nderito went further to warn party leaders who failed to tame their supporters and candidates affiliated with their parties that they risk having their outfits deregistered.
The Registrar of Political Parties is now reading a riot act to political parties to tame their supporters and save the country from anarchy, or they be kicked out from taking part in the 9th August general election. Nderito saying her office will not watch as politicians tear the country apart and that leaders have the responsibility to ensure their campaigns are conducted in a peaceful atmosphere.
We know what happened to this country 2007. We must learn from that. We should not have a repeat of that. We must maintain tolerance for different opinions that are coming from different political players. Listen to them and then make your choice.
The registrar challenging party leaders to take charge of their supporters by openly condemning any act of violence and urge them to observe peace and harmony during the electioneering period.
At the highest level, they must take responsibility by condemning intolerance and violence. It is not sanctioned by the parties. Probably they are individuals within political parties, but political parties must take responsibility in terms of condemning it and control of their supporters.
And we expect that the 4 presidential candidates will be present and sign for the peace pledge, so that now the 4 of them are under our radar. I wouldn't say it's number 1, number 2, number 3. So all the 4 are under our radar. So anybody causing violence, anybody perpetrating violence will be brought to book.
NCIC Chairperson Reverend Samuel Kobia, who attended the peace caravan, launched call on security agencies to investigate and prosecute those behind Sunday's attempted disruption of Kenya Kwanza rally in Nairobi.
Cannot tolerate the kind of violence that happened yesterday at Jacaranda. We in NCIC, therefore, are working with the other stakeholders at what we call the multi-sectoral forum, because it's only by working together. There is no one single commission or one single state office that can succeed in singly. Therefore, we must work together, and that is the significance of what has happened today in launching this caravan.
Well, we are down to 48 days to the August 9th polls, and the register, as far as IBC data is concerned, 22,120,458 persons are eligible by voting, to vote actually by registering as per that particular database, what we refer to the IBC register. Further details in regarding to news are coming up in not too long. For now, a quick breather.
intensify for the upcoming general election. What does all this mean for you, the voter? What do the candidates have to offer? How prepared are agencies charged with the election process? Join John Kuria and Safina Chieng on Kenya Decides. This and every Tuesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 as we unpack elections 2022 with a panel of various stakeholders. Make informed electoral decisions.
Whatever it is you want to discuss, tutaongea baadaye. Sasa hii akili yangu imechoka. I just want to clear.
Kwa wakati huu wa mankuli, mimi hasira zangu zote humzimalizia hapa kwa mankuli. Sitaki kukuona. Kama unaingia ndani, atajilamu mwenyewe kwa sababu hayo alijitakia mwenyewe.
Haijalishi mtoto anaponelea paja, huoshwa halikatwi.
Big up the farmer them for acres and acres. And me I tell you we don't left the creator. Mama, don't you cry. Big man, dry your eye.
Ooh, teach your son if it's not destroy well. Hapo zama kwa tatizo ocha. Ngori na bala haziwezi kwa reality. Tide is high but I'm holding on. I'm gonna be your number one.
Good morning. You're watching In the Headlines right here on Good Morning Kenya. Now, after the decision to bar Mike Sonko from running in as far as the gubernatorial seat for Mombasa County is concerned, so what next for Wiper Party? Now, that particular declaration is that now Wiper Party has a right to nominate another candidate not later than 72 hours from yesterday, given that's when the decision was made. We'll be looking keenly at what decision Wiper takes in regard to this particular matter. Your feedback is welcome. You can get us on Twitter on KBC Channel 1. Now, over to matters business. The National Construction Authority plans to introduce the use of drones to map and monitor compliance in the construction industry. NCA Executive Director Engineer Maurice Ekech says the use of technology will be critical in reducing cases of malpractices in the sector that has seen more than 200 Kenyans lose their lives due to collapsing buildings. The authority has also said the shortage of building inspectors is hampering the inspection of buildings in the country.
According to research conducted by the National Construction Authority on the collapse of buildings, Kenya has recorded more than 100 building collapses in the last decade. In 2021 alone, more than 10 buildings collapsed in various parts of the country, killing more than 20 people. To this end, the National Construction Authority plans to employ technology to monitor construction sites. This will see the agency use drones for site mapping and inspection. NCA Executive Director Engineer Maurice Ekech says the agency has prosecuted 18 people for disregarding NCA warnings and continuing construction and has so far suspended the licenses of 26 contractors. Ekech says the reduced manpower at the agency has made it cumbersome for NCA inspectors to inspect the over 300,000 buildings under development in the country. He further blames the rise in collapsed buildings to lack of coordination among players in the construction sector, adding that regulation is not a singular task and NCA plays a coordinating role, working with other agencies to ensure free flow of information, optimization of resource and knowledge sharing.
Of course, we may think we know why buildings are collapsing. Of course we know. But scientifically, we need to analyze and find out. And we came up with 6 strong points why we are collapsing, and those are some of the things we are working on. Coordination came out to be a very strong thing, which is part of our mandate. Then, I think the main important thing is just ensuring that we have 100% compliance and zero tolerance to non-compliance. Once we do that, we are good to go.
Incompetent professionals in the counties, national government and key regulators in the building sector are also contributing factors. Akech is urging players to adhere to the building code and adopt the best practices in the industry.
Now, still keeping up with matters business, 400 workers of Keroche Breweries are facing the sack this week if the dispute between the brewer and the Kenya Revenue Authority is not resolved. The Naivasha-based brewer has said the closure of its operations last month by KRA has paralyzed its operations, drying its financial inflows. The company is embroiled in a tax battle with KRA over the non-remittance of taxes.
For the second time this year, the Kenya Revenue Authority has sealed the operation of Keroche Breweries, halting the production of its products. The country's second biggest brewer was reopened in April this year after KRA closed its operations in March. The tax agency accuses Keroche of failing to remit billions of shillings in withholding and pay-as-you-earn taxes. However, Keroche has blamed a tough operating environment for its financial woes, pleading with KRA for more time to settle the pending taxes. Last month, the Kenya Revenue Authority descended on the brewer's premises in Naivasha, accusing it of reneging on its promise to pay 400 million shillings every month to clear the tax backlog. Keroche Breweries Chief Executive Tabitha Karanda has said she is seeking audience with KRA for more time to repay its tax debt. She says if KRA fails to reopen its premises, it will be forced to sack its 400 workers since it cannot pay them. The ensuing tax feud with KRA has crippled the financial position of the fledgling brewer.
To sports, where the National Olympic Committee yesterday presented the training kit to the athletes currently camping at the Kasarani Stadium in preparation for the Birmingham 2022 Commonwealth Games. The event was presided over by National Olympic Committee Vice President Shadrach Maluki, who encouraged the athletes to keep working hard on their training. With 38 days to go, the team is expected to head into the bubble camp in a bid to ensure safety of the athletes and officials in camp. Speaking during the kit presentation, General Team Manager Evans Bosire put emphasis on the importance of maintaining COVID-19 protocols and ensuring athletes are of good health as they continue with their training for the Games. Kenya is expected to send a contingent of 123 athletes to the club games, expected to begin on the 28th through July, 20th of July to the August of July, to the August of this year in UK.
Alafu mkaribiani kidogo. Alafu mwangalie kamera. One last one.
Today it's going to be a bubble camp, no going out, no coming in, and there are no visitors who have no business of being here. This is just to protect our athletes. We are ensuring that athletes are protected because those are the reasons as to why we are here. So our athletes come first. And we thank government for taking these measures because we all know there is cost implications. And the government of our republic, through the minister, CS Ambassador Mina Mohammed, and the PSG Kudo, have done everything possible to ensure our goals and objectives are well achieved and protection of our athletes comes first. So
from today, we're going to have a purple camp, a camp that will ensure that we don't have unnecessary people in the camp, and we'll be able to be very, very strict so that we can protect the athletes who are going to perform for the country.
Well, that effectively puts the matters in the headlines to a wrap. Remember, further details are available on our website. And just to touch on sports as we wind that up, is that Malkia striker setter Jane Washo has signed off from the team to pave way for youngsters. All these details on our website. Victor.
All Right, thank you, Regina. Now let's take a look at what's on the front page of local dailies. Let me start with the Star newspaper. Ruto calls crisis talks to reconcile feuding partners. Ruto calls crisis talks to reconcile feuding partners. Kuria, Kabogo and Kiunjuri kick off storm in Kenya Kwanza, say that DP's UDA bullies affiliates and term Gachagua a dictator. That's what's on the front page of the Star. And according to Mudhama, he says that talks could take place as early as today. Let's wait for the outcome. Sakaja insists to DCI he went to Uganda's Team University. He appeared before the DCI yesterday, sometimes past 4 p.m. and later said that he went to Team University. DP will win in round 1 by 51% according to the poll. Mask up, CS orders as virus infection rises. Still on the front page, finally, audit unearths serious tampering with voters' rolls in 10 counties. Let me give you the counties in question here. We have got among the counties where audit unearthed serious tampering of voters include Nairobi, Wajir, Garissa and Nyeri counties, among some of the electoral areas where the vice was rampant. And that's according to the IEBC, Wafula Chebukati, who said that a total of 246,265 dead voters were removed from the register, which was being audited by KPMG. And up to that point, 22,120,458 people were cited in the register, with 46,232 polling stations will be gazetted. According to IBC, that will be done tomorrow. DP Ruto will win in round 1 by 51% according to poll. It also suggests that some 3.8% remain undecided. That was a poll which was conducted, opinion poll which was conducted by Intel Research Solutions, which shows that at least 51.2% of Kenyans and voters, largely the youth and low-income earners, say that Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua ticket is their preferred presidential pick. Sakaja tells cops that he went to Team University and ignores CUE. Senator was driven in a Range Rover Sport with running mate James Mushiri. There is a complete story there. You can take a look on page 3 of the Star newspaper. Ruto convenes crisis talks as Kenya Kwanza parties feud escalate. It's a full page here. Actually, the DP was in Njoro yesterday, and he also called on the DPP to investigate the chaos that rocked his campaigns at Jacaranda grounds. Back my bid for better Kenya, Raila urges voters in Kajiado. He says that his team will provide affordable healthcare and introduce social protection plan. Story that is also covered there extensively for you. And matters business to speak. Tension as KEMSA start firing workers after hiring new CEO. All the 900 employees have been given a month's dismissal notice. This is after the newly appointed Chief Executive Officer Terry Ramadhani confirmed the redundancy letters have already been emailed or physically sent to all staff. She said that this will happen and all the employees will be required to reapply. The time lapses on July 6th. And finally, on the sports, Naivasha comes alive as this weekend, all roads lead there for the WRC in Naivasha. That is what's on the Star newspaper. I'll be back with the Daily Nation. Doreen.
Okay, face masks are back as COVID-19 cases rise sharply. Your bet is as good as mine that we will definitely be having this story on all our dailies, given that presser by the ministry yesterday. And this comes after, at least in the last 24 hours, 252 people have tested positive for the disease. This, actually, the ministry says that largely what has informed this decision is the steady rise in the number of new cases, but also they have clarified that the wearing of face mask as it stands is particularly to confined places, but also when it comes to open public places, at least for now, it still remains optional. So that is the latest as it pertains to the issue of COVID-19 and wearing of face masks, as was announced by the ministry yesterday through the CS, that is CS Mutahi Kagwe. Also, IEBC cleans up list says that 22 million voters are now cleared to vote. This is in the August 9th upcoming general election. And this even as the commission is finalizing and the investigation into the illegal transfer of voters that affected thousands of voters in at least 10 counties across the country. Remember that there was this issue of the transfer of voters whereby one has registered in a particular polling station, and then when they come to check in terms of verifying, they find themselves in a different polling station. So this is just some of the issues that also IEBC were trying to address and navigate through. And again, remember that also largely what came through when it comes to the the cleanup exercise, also part of what they were trying to do away with is the dead voters, those with duplicate details, those that had also registered with ID that are not theirs. That is also part of what informed the cleanup exercise. In addition to that, also the issue of illegal or the unlawfully transfer of voters. And detectives now grill Senator Sakaja for hours over degree fraud claims, and as it turns out he is not out of the woods yet. He has also been asked by CUE to bring his admission letter, a photo of him in his graduation gown on the graduation day. He has also been asked to present a copy of the school ID. And remember that actually in some institutions, by the time you graduate, you return this school IDs. He has also been asked to present a list of his credits. And now the question that is coming up from a majority of just Kenyans is that, is this too much of a ask in terms of the list that he is being asked to bring forth by the CUE, what the other candidates asked to bring this, or it's just only him? So this is even as yesterday he was at the DCI on the probe that took hours, and again he was supposed to present himself to the CUE, but he didn't, that citing the fact that he only got the news on media and that the CUE did not officially invite him, and that is why he did not present himself there. So even as that is happening, IEBC now tells Haji to probe the Jacaranda chaos which happened on Sunday during the Kenya Kwanza rally. Also in this particular chaos, you've seen the two presidential candidates throwing words of mouth against each other. This is actually via the social media platform on Twitter specifically, where the UDA candidate Ruto says that Mr. Kitendawili has done it again, hired innocent, desperate and jobless young people, victims of his sabotage of the Big Four job plan, to shed innocent blood in his eternal quest for power. And in response to this, Raila Odinga says that, Mr. 6 months, for how long will you blame everyone for everything that befalls you? This country is slowly overcoming fraudsters and shortcuts that defied your politics. Maliza Uwende. So this is what the two main presidential candidates were just throwing words at each other after the chaos that happened in Jacaranda. But now, as it turns out, IEBC does not have the mandate to probe into these issues much as they had been asked to do that. This is because of the ruling by the High Court that declared Electoral Code of Conduct Enforcement Committee, which is within the IEBC, unconstitutional. So this is why IEBC is now asking the DPP to probe into this matter, because within their mandate they cannot be able to do that. And then lastly, to some business matters now, Ardasa now unveils plan to equip youth in a program that is dubbed Ready to Work Employability Initiative, which seeks to help train and equip young people for the world of work. Remember, this also comes at a time whereby at least 5.3 million youth out of the possible 13 million are currently jobless, and so this plan just is in place to enable them to know how to be able to navigate the job market and also how to position themselves for employability. Ray.
Quick sneak peek into what we have on the front page of this particular daily. With just 48 days to go to the August polls, it's all about matters politics, with a keen interest to the IEBC voter register that was made public yesterday. Now, 22,120,458 persons have registered to take part in the August 9 polls. We have seen political campaigns and political parties actually target the youth, saying that this is where the votes lie. Well, according to this data and the statistics that was made yesterday by the So where does this leave the 13 million? Well, the 13 million of the rest of the voters are above the age of 35. Will this require a change in tact and strategy when it comes to the political campaigns? This is something that we're likely to see from today as, political parties continue on the vote hunt there. Now, political parties have raised massive resources, and this is according to this particular issue of the Standard. But now the records, as I've mentioned to you, it indicates that the majority of voters are above 35. If we were to give a rough statistic, a person who is at the age of 35 maybe has a family or not. This is someone who is already currently working or is already employed. This targets actually, this majority of voters are within the middle class. And what does the middle class want at this point in time? Top of my mind, I'm thinking about better healthcare. Because if we are healthy, then we are productive. I'm also looking at the issue of the cost of living at the time when Kenyans have been asked, or rather required, either in verbatim or compulsory, to tighten their belt. And there's been a conversation around the high cost of living with a question that was posed in this particular issue. Is the government justified in scrapping the fuel subsidy? And the people who took part in this particular survey have given a resounding no, and two reasons have come up. Is that the cost of living is already way high for the common Kenyan, Wanjiko that is, and also it is government's prerogative to ensure that its people can meet their basic needs. That's the conversation there. Those are the numbers that we have on the IEBC register. Will we see a change in strategy when it comes to political parties with just 48 days to go to the polls there? What is also a glaring fact in regard to the IEBC voter register is that there's been a reduction in the numbers of people who have registered to vote. Let me just take you through the numbers there. So in 2017, actually in general though, there's been an uptick in as far as those who have registered to vote. We had 19,611,423 persons registered to vote in 2017. In 2022, we have 22,120,458. The number of polling stations is 46,232. This is an increase from 40,883 polling stations. Number of eligible voters. You know that those who were eligible to vote, and then there are those who have registered to vote. So the number of eligible voters in the country is at 27,857,598 against, in 2017, we had 25,212,096 persons who were eligible to vote. So it means roughly around 5 million Kenyans did not register to take part in the August polls. That's a statistic that we need to interrogate. Then the persons with IDs, yes, this was a requirement for you actually to register as a voter, yeah, or even to be eligible to vote according to the laws of the land, stands at 29,566,678 against a total of 25,212,096 as was in the 2017 polls. That's a figure that has been replicated because the number of eligible voters in 2017 was 25,212,096, and it was also the number of those with IDs then. The numbers tally. There's been a drop in female youth voters of 7.75%, and a drop in male voters as far as 2017 statistics are concerned by 2.89. So now the key issues are the percentage of 151,834 and 12,435 records with invalid IDs and passports, respectively, that remains unresolved. Also, in clearing this particular register, and if I can take you back to the ghost of, the repeat polls, there's been a talk of, dead persons voting. In the report that was made public yesterday by IEBC, it indicates that 246,465 dead persons have been removed from the register to try and mitigate, or rather make it as transparent and accountable to avoid the ghost of past. So 41% of the 4,757 that had registered more than once, so we had people who had registered to vote more than once, have been cleared and will be investigated further. However, 172,929 out of the 226,143 records still do not match with the National Registration Bureau and the Department of Immigration Services. There's been a conversation about the diaspora vote that has been happening every time we have an election. And the numbers there in the diaspora voters, those who have registered to vote, amount to 10,444. Yes, 10,444, which is an increase from the 4,223 voters that had registered in 2017. You want to interrogate the IEBC voter register further? Well, you can do so. These deeds are available on our various social media platforms, including our website there. That was just the main read that has been captured in this particular issue of the Standard, and I was just giving you some details that are not on the front page, but yeah, fleshed out for you in this particular paper. We've already talked about the COVID-19 situation. You need to mask up. Victor.
All right. And on to the front page of the Daily Nation, their pain points. A Nation Newsplex analysis reveals where William Ruto and Raila Odinga have pitched camp in the last 6 months as the vote hunt in the State House race enters the home stretch. Let me give you the figures here briefly. It says that Honorable Raila Odinga, let me just get it right. Yes, regions most visited by Ruto and Raila as August elections near. We have got Ruto has visited Western Kenya 22 times, Raila 14. Nyanza, Ruto has gone there 7 times, Raila 7 times. Rift Valley, Ruto 21, Raila 15. Mount Kenya, Ruto 36. Mount Kenya, Raila 15. Northeastern, Ruto 5, Raila 1. Coast region, Ruto 22 rounds. Raila has gone there 10 times. Ukambani, Ruto 14, Raila 2 times. And lastly, Nairobi, 13 to Ruto and 10 to Raila Odinga. It's a complete page here of the outlook on how the two gentlemen have been crisscrossing the country in search of votes. Bailers out. Magoha asked private schools over junior high school. He said that he asked parents in private primary schools that they should not actually, they should keep their kids there and contribute in the development of those schools when the grade 7 rolls out in January. Uhuru host high-level talks to end the war in DRC. During that high-level meeting, different heads of state, including, let me just give you that figure briefly. The heads of state who attended that briefing yesterday at State House Nairobi includes President Yoweri Museveni of Uganda, Paul Kagame of Rwanda, Evariste Ndayishimiye of Burundi, Felix Tshisekedi of DRC, and Salva Kiir Mayardit of South Sudan. Tanzania's President Samia Suluhu was, however, represented by the country's envoy to Kenya High Commissioner John Stephen Simbachamewe. Okay, did I get it right? Excuse me for that. Simbachawene. I got it right. All right. So they okayed the deployment of regional peacekeeping force with immediate effect. On to the next story here, Mascap, that has been covered extensively there. Now you have that order by the Ministry of Health. Probe chaos at Jacaranda rally, Chebukati urges DPP, but IEB says that he laments that he has no powers to investigate and punish perpetrators of violence. That is the work of the DPP and the police to carry out. Okay, now we take a break on that, but before then, senators again will today vote on the 10 trillion debt ceiling plan at the Senate, and increasing debt cap will be good news to Treasury that seeks to bring 846 billion shillings gap. How that is going to pan out in the Senate is again a matter of wait and see. All right, let's take a break on that note. When we come back, we still have got much more lined up for you after this break.
You just agreed with me, and now you do not. I'm willing to die alongside her. You'll be wed to Betsy of Green Hill. After Bulgar and I pick a date, you and Lady Betsy shall unite our two great families and the heavenly kingdom with Green Hill.
Top sports attractions on KBC Channel 1. In July, Kenya Morans face off against the DRC, Egypt and Senegal in the FIBA Basketball World Cup African qualifiers in Alexandria, Egypt from 1st to 3rd of July 2022. Also in July, Kenya plays South Africa in Rugby League test matches in Nairobi with the return fixtures set for October. Still in July, watch the World Athletic Championships from 15th to 24th July live from Oregon, USA as Kenyan athletes seek glory. Followed by the 22nd Commonwealth Games from 28th July to 8th August live from Birmingham, England. In August, join our coverage of the World Athletics Under-20 Championships from the 1st to 6th of August 2022 from Cali, Colombia. Then in November, catch the World Half Marathon Championships on 13th November from Yangzhou, China. Now that's what sets us apart as KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
Perfect. Now let's shift gears and talk about matters politics today. And I'm joined by Hamisi Boga, joined me via Zoom. From Nairobi today, he's not in Mombasa. Hamisi, you should have come here in studio. I don't know where you are. Good morning, Hamisi.
Good morning, Hamisi. Good morning to you, Vic.
Great. I think let's start where we should. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission gave their register report, the audited report yesterday, and a total of 22 million, slightly over 22 million registered voters are now registered in that register for the IBC. But some of the questions that are still being raised are the irregularities and the transfer of voters in different counties. Is this something that should worry Kenyans?
Victor, yes, yes, because you know the experience that we had in 2017 and earlier. It worries everybody about the register, about those people who are in the register. So some people went to the polling station, they didn't see their name there. So how do we confirm? How do we reconfirm? Because some people are going to reconfirm. This is important that we reconfirming again that your number, your name, and you need the physical register for cross purposes, even if we are going to use it, but let it be there because people miss from either. So cross-check. If it's not the electoral register, and we must prove that.
All right. Okay, we'll get to Missy shortly, but that as that was happening, IBC said that it has sealed the final roll of people who will be eligible to take part in the poll, and the register will be gazetted by yesterday in the government gazette. The electoral agency also yesterday said that pressed to give assurance that its move to abandon the use of physical register and instead use the digital solely identifies the electronic voter system will not disenfranchise some of the voters. That was according to IBC Wafula Chebukati, who explained that the move to ditch the physical register for a digital one was geared towards against malpractice witnessed in the 2017 general election. Remember, some of these are some of the issues that Honorable Raila Odinga raised a while back, a week or so ago, during the clearance process at the Bomas of Kenya. And now IBC says that this is the way to go. The physical register will not be used. But some people also raised the concern about the use of digital platform or register during the election. That what about there is a technical hitch? What happens there? And IBC said that they are ready for the poll. Now, the numbers stand at 22,120,458 total number of voters in the August 9th general election, with 46,232 polling stations, up from 40,883 in 2017. 246,465 are the total number of dead voters removed from the roll. 172,922 of those numbers of voters out of 226, 143 flagged with IDs and passports that do not match records. And the figures continue down there. So the electoral body said that the electoral agency has 58,100 kits ready for the use in the 46,232 polling stations that will be used in the August general election. Further, they will also use SIM cards connected to mobile networks through GSM rather, and are easy to replace in case of any failure, and the lost time compensated for. So IBC said that they are ready for the poll, much as many questions were being raised. I don't know now, we are ready with Hamisi? All right. So that, as far as that is concerned, remember IBC... Okay. So according to Chebukati, the number of youth aged between 18 and 34 years old actually constituted 39.84%, but represented a decline of 5.2% compared to 2017. And this would actually raise many questions why a majority of these people did not take their voters' cards, or they were not feeling a bit motivated to register as voters. And this is going to affect the voter turnout in the August 9th polls. So, Amisi, with all those numbers, and IBC still insists that they are ready to go. Let me just ask you, are they still ready for the polls?
They are ready, but we want to see that they are ready. Two things can be done. One, the political parties and those people who are taking part should be able to access the register, physical register, just in case to be able to check whether some of the names, or most of the names, or all of the names are in the register. The electronic register is good because it is faster. The moment you go there, you show your ID card and then your name comes out, instead of a big register where you open pages. But then we need the hardcover, the hard copy, just next to it, because some people, like what you said earlier, the machine can break, the gadgets can be able to be small. But if you have a physical register and an electronic register, and then you move faster. Some of the things that we saw in the other elections, you stay in the line so long, some people decide even they get tired to walk out. The numbers are big, so the faster the registers are cleared and
yeah.
As they say, so they should involve a meeting. They should call a meeting. They must do another demonstration so that people get a bit happier that things will work out. There is a challenge if they don't do that, because we always suspect that they are not doing it. Have they corrected all the mistakes that were highlighted by the court 2017? These are some of the things that we want to see. What were the mistakes?
Yeah. Yes, but I would imagine that IBC would want to make the mistakes they made in 2017.
Yes, but how can they prove to us that they're not making those mistakes? These are some of the worries that would call for a quick meeting, a quick demonstration, a quick brief, and every time they should brief us as we go along. Because if they wait and the people are getting scared, they say, oh, something is being happened. You know, in Kenya, if anything small happens, the people are to steal the votes or something like that. You have to clear that mindset that actually they're doing it, and they're doing it well, and people are trusting that whatever they do, the results will be what the people have decided. Yes.
Yeah, because during the 2017 Supreme Court, the malpractice and the nullification of the presidential election was largely blamed on the process of that election. And the big question is IBC ready to completely avert such kind of a malpractice and a repeat of what happened in 2017? Because at the end of the day, it was rather expensive. But here, IBC said that they are ready for any eventuality that may arise from the forthcoming polls. Now, IBC boss added that the commission will make available by pasting the hard copy of the register of in each of the polling stations 7 days before August general election for purposes of verification by voters. Now, this is the norm by IBC, so that you go to every polling station and verify if you're a registered voter and if your name appears on that list. With all the 46,232 polling stations across the country, it's going to be a tedious work, but IBC said that they're up to task and they're working on timelines ahead of that poll. Now, Hamisi, as you are putting it, there is a serious decline if you look at the number of registered voters in 2017 as compared to 2022. What could be some of the reasons?
Maybe some of the reasons that people did not go to either check their voters' status, or they did not go to register, especially the new ones. If they didn't go to register as many as what was expected, and I don't know, how did they calculate to say in 2017 we had this and in 2022 we shall have this? So the process of doing the estimates, are you sure those estimates were correct? Otherwise, we have a good figure. If you have 22 million registered, and if 50 or 80% of them vote, then we have a credible election. My worry would not be that much in terms of the numbers going down, because maybe people did not go to register. People were discouraged because of what happened in 2017. But if they do correct it, then 2027, then we shall be better. But my worry is that the presidential votes, in fact, it was not so much so for the MCA vote, for the governor's vote, because it was physical and people were there. They were, especially in terms of counting and confirming. But the presidential votes, what happens this year? We want to hear what happens this year from the polling station immediately after the polling. What happens to the presidential votes? Are they going to be electronic like they said? I know they have said we wait for confirmation. Or are they going to be physically somebody moving from one county to the central tallying station? Will they wait until everybody has brought all those results before they announce final verdict? So those are some of the questions that are going around, and we are seeing they should come very clear and show a demonstration of what can happen to a vote of Hamisi from Mombasa all the way to be counted at the national polling, national counting station, because that will demonstrate that my vote will count. So there are so many worries that are there, and IBC have a big job to do to convince us that these elections will be fine, fair, and credible.
And we hear that there was some malpractice which were conducted in some regions like Nairobi, Wajir, Marsabit, etc., or even Nyeri. And 3 officers at that commission right now are being investigated. Could this jeopardize the outcome of the polls?
No, this would be improved, but we want to see and we want to know who are these officers. Let them be prosecuted openly so that we see, oh, so-and-so, and then maybe we find why were they doing it? Because I think we should go beyond malpractices. Who is organizing? Who is benefiting from these malpractices? And how do we close those gaps, those holes that are leaking some of these things? I think it should be credible so that an example can be done. The problem of the Kenyan situation is somebody steals and is not taken to court, and if he's taken to court, he's not prosecuted properly and he is set free. So people say, no, it won't be, even if they've done it. If they did it, or if they're doing it now, what will stop them doing it from the 9th of August? That's a worry.
Yeah. But when you look at whatever is happening, this really confirms what Honorable Raila Odinga said, that 1 million, voters were being tampered with, and Deputy President William Ruto, on the other hand, said that a total number of around 800,000 voters had, being transferred from one region to another. Now, these are two top politicians in the country, and whatever they say, whatever even the numbers that IBC came up with confirms that much as the numbers are not matching, there is some sense of truth in the tampering of the voters' register.
What, Victor? What would be the objective of transferring Hamis's voting from station from Mombasa Central from Mombasa to maybe Laikipia? Is it making him not to vote so that you can win, or is it going to be used to put his vote in somebody else? That is really a big worry. Can we ensure that is not happening? What were the numbers? What were the people that were transferred? Because that can give you an insight. Or was somebody transferring a group of people so that they don't vote where they are voting? Or were people going to re-register at home? We need to all this come out so that we know if they did they consent to do that? If they didn't, who is doing this? Who is doing? Let's put somebody on the paper so that we know so and so is doing this and for what reasons. And it's too late to be able to do that because people are concentrating on campaigning for 9. But I think they should do a good job to be able to prosecute people earlier so that people have some confidence in the IEBC.
Okay, let's talk about numbers here for briefly. 49.12% of the total registered voters are women, and on that, 50.88% are men. What is the reason why some of the number, there's a disparity in numbers? Yet on the population aspect, it said that women are comprised of the highest in our country. What about now when it comes to registering as a voter?
Victor, because some of us have done some little work, there are some factors that may lead to that one. One, some of the political undertones, the political wave, is men and young men that are so active on the ground, and also when there is some violence, the women really suffer. So I think there is that safety issue. Will I be safe if I go and register? Will I be safe if I go and vote? And what is the environment to do that? So the women, in terms of the numbers, may be many, but those who register may be not so many because of some of these factors. The movement from where they are to the voting station, or moving during the voting, their security issues, and also maybe we are reaching a time where everybody must be given an opportunity to vote wherever they are, so that it becomes easier. Then the civic education, was it done properly? Political education, was it done properly? Or we still have a whole month? Can we be able to mobilize everybody who has been registered to go and vote? Because that can raise the ratio and the figure. Even 49 is not very bad if they all vote, and it will be reflected.
Yeah. But this will also affect the rate of representation. 49, 50%. That will also affect the representation in different levels of governance.
Yes, and also when a party is looking for this representation, whether it's 2/3, whether it's half, that will bring a challenge. Because if there are not enough numbers to be able to select credible people to be able to fill those places, then we are in trouble. So really, we still have a month and 20 and a few days to mobilize our people to go and vote, so that the ratio can come, so that the selection by the parties, in terms of who is going to be nominated, and beyond the voting, now who is going to be nominated to be able to fill the 2/3 gender. I have had some parties, they're saying it's half-half. let's see this happening so that we get improved. And that will also encourage the women folk that we register, we shall be part of the process, and we shall be in either in parliament or in the county assembly.
But again, Hamisi, we can all argue that it's either just about lethargy, or women just feel disenfranchised or motivated because of the chaos that actually rock this particular country when election time comes. Could that be some of the reasons why as well?
There is a new wave. I don't know whether, Victor, you are seeing the new wave of Martha Karua, if I have to name names, that
yes,
the women folk are coming to say, now we are recognized, now we are going to be on the table. Now, I think that factor will improve the women voting pattern, and we should exploit that one so that we can say it's not only Honorable Martha, but many of you can or should be, so that we can be able to encourage some women to mobilize others. By the way, Victor, if you look at the NGOs, if you look at the groups, if you look at the association, women are the ones who are easily organized by themselves. If you go to any community, you say, I want the church women, they're all there. The men disappear. So because they have that upper aspect of networking, of calling each other. If we mobilize them, if we sensitize them, if we motivate them, I think they shall come out in good numbers and in big numbers.
But again, could these numbers necessarily reflect the outcome of the election? Because there's a difference between having these numbers on the register, and there's a complete difference now with the numbers that will come out of the total number of votes that will be cast.
The formula now is to encourage people to vote. Let them, you know how many have been registered. So we know we need to motivate all of them, or most of them, to come out and vote. And therefore, if they come out and vote properly, these numbers will reflect. The numbers never cheat. If they vote, we shall see how many people have voted in this county in terms of gender, and that will give us a good reflection for those who are doing analysis. They should be able to say what happens in 2017 and what is happening now, and then what strategies should we use to be able to encourage more people to vote. Recently, we have had some youth complaining that I will not vote because I don't see what is happening. You see, this concept of politics is you show people hope that if this happens, this will happen. If there's no hope, even that lethargy will be able to not allow people to go and vote. Let's motivate them. Let's have a good team say, let's vote because this time we shall do it the right way. So the political parties have a role. The political parties have a role. Candidates have a role, and I know they're trying their level best, but all of us have a role, because voting is a responsibility for those people who wanted to be voted in, but also for those people who are voting. Because if you don't make noise when these bad decisions are made by the people who you didn't vote for, that concept must be there. And also, if it didn't work out last time, why don't we do it now so that it can work out now? I'll give you one example of the law allows us.
And of course, voter apathy is something that most of the politicians are almost afraid of, because the voter turnout determines on how the whole electoral cycle will turn out, because all the presidential candidates would want to have that wide margin at the ballot, and that in case of anything, or a runoff, or a clear win, then number 1 and 2 will have a clear picture to argue out their case. But now, let me ask you this: how can IBC get it right this time around?
IBC should be able to make sure that there are so many factors. They must make sure that the software is rechecked and is working. The hardware is possibly has been rechecked again. the staff, the human resource that is supposed to be used during the voting should be really trained, because some of them, it's a huge number of people coming to a place. You very, very professional people to deal with human resource. You need motivation. Voting will attract old and young people. You need so many officers to be able to handle, because sometimes the voting can be affected by how the voting process at a polling station is done. We saw it 2017. Up to 6:30, the queues were still long. Even in Nairobi, if you saw it, how can we activate so that 6 sharp people start voting and the movement is faster? And then you move as fast as possible so that you can finish in good time. Because we expect by 5 in the evening, you should have had a big number of people who have voted. But some people, I think 2017, could not vote because the line was still long and maybe they have to travel to their homes. So the process must be speeded up. They should check whether they have enough human resource, they have equipment, properly transportation. We saw some voting stations starting very late. Why should voting start late if we are prepared for a whole year to be able to do the voting on that day? Okay? Why do the ballot papers get to the place late and all those things? And our environment, sometimes during voting, the climate is not our brother sometimes. How have we taken care of the transporting system if it rains? If it, all those factors should be taken into consideration before the day. But I insist, if we can be able to start at 6 and move as fast as possible, by 5, a big number of the Kenyans will have taken part in the voting, and they will have taken part in the decision that will shape their lives in the future.
All right. Amishi, because we're running out of time, let me just ask you this question quickly. IBC the tribunal made some of the declarations yesterday, one of them being Governor Sonko, who was seeking that position of being a governor of Mombasa, but the case has been dismissed. Can he go to the High Court to appeal? And what will be the outcome?
Yes, because from what he was saying and what his people were saying, they're going to go to the High Court. But there are 2 factors here. How fast will that process be done? You can't stop the whole IBC process because of one candidate. That's a challenge. I don't know whether IBC will publish those names today or tomorrow. How quick will they be able to do that? So I think my brother Sonko is in a jam, but freedom and democracy requires that he takes all the steps to ensure that he has satisfied that he has been treated equally and fairly and in a democratic manner. But it's a challenge. I can see a challenge. He may or he may not, depending on what the next court says about him. Can the court stop the whole process of IBC? Because if it does that, many people will come out and the election will not be done on the 9th.
Absolutely. Amishi, let's stop it at that particular point. Thank you so much for your insight there. That has been Hamisi Boga, who is a governance expert, and we've just been talking about matters IBC, matters concerning the voters register and plans ahead towards the general election. All right, let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll be crossing direct to Radio Taifa, where Rashid Monkondo and Majuma will be hosting David Mwaure Wahiga, who is running for the top seat, the president. They'll be having a discussion there that you don't want to miss. But before then, let's take a break, and after that, straight to Radio Taifa.
As campaign intensifies for the upcoming general election, what does all this mean for you, the voter? What do the candidates have to offer? How prepared are agencies charged with the election process? Join John Kuria and Safina Chieng on Kenya Decides. This and every Tuesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 as we unpack elections 2022 with a panel of various stakeholders. Make informed electoral decisions.
Whatever it is you want to discuss, tutaongea baadaye. Sasa hii akili yangu imechoka. I just want to clear.
Kwa wakati huu wa mankuli, mimi hasira zangu zote humzimalizia hapa kwa mankuli. Sitaki kukuona. Kama unaingia ndani, atajilaumu mwenyewe kwa sababu hayo alijitakia mwenyewe.
Haijalishi mtoto anaponelea paja, huoshwa halikatwi.
You just agreed with me, and now you do not.
I'm willing to die alongside her.
You'll be wed to Betsy of Green Hill. After Bulgar and I pick a date, you and Lady Betsy shall unite our two great families and the heavenly kingdom with Green Hill.
Jamaica, Jamaica, big up the farmer them for acres and acres. And me I tell you we don't left the creator. Mama, don't you cry. Big man, dry your eye. Ooh, ooh, teach your son if it's not destroy well.
Makwata tizo ocha, ngori na bala haziwezi kwa reality. Tide is high, but I'm holding on. I'm gonna be your number one.
Bila shaka mtazamaji, mahali popote ulipo, ni asubuhi njema tunapokutana tena, ikiwa leo ni siku ya Jumanne tarehe 21 mwezi Juni mwaka wa 2022. Msikilizaji, karibu basi kwenye sehemu yetu ya Gumzo Pevo, na kwa mara nyingine tena kipindi hiki mtazamaji kinakujia kupitia kipindi Good Morning Kenya kwenye runinga yako ya KBC Channel 1, na wakati huo huo pia kinakujia kupitia KBC Radio Taifa Sauti ya Mkenya. Kipindi hewani ni Zinga, ukiwa nasi watangazaji wako. Jina langu naitwa Rashid Momkondo.
Na msikilizaji, kama alivyotangulia kusema mwenzangu, ni kwamba zimekatika dakika 10 baada ya saa 2, na asubuhi ya leo tunafurahi kwamba ndani ya studio zetu za KBC Radio Taifa, ndani ya studio zetu za Good Morning Kenya, yani KBC Channel 1, tunaweza tukawa na rais wa 5 wa Kenya. Tukimzungumzia bwana, tuko na mheshimiwa David Mwaure wa Ihiga ndani ya nyumba. Anasema ya kwamba yeye ndiye ambaye atamaliza ufisadi, ama muungano wake ndio ambao utaweza kumaliza ufisadi Kenya nzima hii. Tutakosa kusikia swala la ufisadi kabisa na litatokomea. Tutataka kujua ni namna gani, manake watu wengi wameshindwa, na wengine wengi tu tumewaalika hapa tukawauliza sasa hili swala la ufisadi imekuaje, lakini wameshindwa kulijibu, na wakasema kwamba ufisadi hapa Kenya ni tatizo kubwa sana, lakini yeye akona hiyo confidence ya kusema ya kwamba itaisha. Sasa itakuwaje msikilizaji? Yote hayo utayapata hapa ndani ya KBC Radio Taifa.
Bila shaka mtazamaji, kumbuka ni kipindi ambacho tumekuambia kinakujia pia kwenye runinga yetu ya KBC Channel 1. Na kama una swali lolote kwake, nenda katika ukurasa wetu wa Facebook KBC Radio Taifa Sauti ya Mkenya, kwenye Twitter @RadioTaifaFM, @Momkondo, @Mwajumachozi, na tunayemzungumzia hapa ni Senior Counsel David Mwaure wa Ihiga, ambaye ni wakili mtajika, ametekeleza kazi kwa zaidi ya miongo mitatu. Kumbuka alimaliza shahada yake ya sheria mwaka wa 1981. Wengi wetu watatu juu kama mayai alikuwa yako tayari.
Hata tujulikani kama tutatokea duniani.
Kutoka chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, msikilizaji, na labda unajiuliza ni nini kimempa mwasho wa kuwania kiti cha urais humu nchini. Kumbuka walikuwa wagombeaji 59 chozi. Wamebakia 4 na miongoni mwa waliobakia wakili ni mmoja wapo. Karibu sana ndani ya studio zetu.
Asante sana ndugu yangu Mwamkondo, dada yangu Mwajuma, nashukuru. Wasikilizaji wote wa Good Morning Kenya, sauti ya Kenya, karibuni tuongee pamoja. Tuko katika wakati wa kuongea na ni muhimu, na wapenda na wajali nitawaambia maneno yangu ni vipi.
Labda tumesema mawili matatu kukuhusu, lakini hebu tuambie Senior Counsel David Mwaure wa Higa ni nani? Tupatie historia fupi tu yako.
Asante kama vile umesema, yao ndio majina. Mimi ni wakili, senior lawyer, and pia na nimefanya kama vile umesema zaidi ya miaka 35 kazi ya wakili. Mimi pia ni mediator, mimi ni arbitrator, yale yote. Mimi hata nimeenda interview ya kuwa Chief Justice, judge wa Supreme Court nyakati hizo, na hii ndio safari yangu ya pili ya kutangaza na kuingia katika kinyang'anyiro cha urais. Mara ya kwanza ilikuwa mwaka wa 2010 ambao nilitangaza ya kwamba 2013 nitagombea hiki kiti. Mimi ni bwana, niko na mke, niko na watoto, na mimi ni Mkenya ambaye anapenda nchi yetu. Mkenya ambaye anaamini kuna tumaini, there is hope for Kenya, na ndio sababu nikaingia hapa. Sasa mimi jina langu mpya ni Bwana Badilisha, kwa sababu nasema mimi ndiye nitabadilisha kabisa. So mimi ndiye yule, nimekuwa pia katika nyanja hizi za uongozi. Mimi huita siasa uongozi, sio kerere, sio matusi, ni uongozi, na uongozi unatoka kwa Mungu na wananchi. Ni mimi ndiye huyo.
Bila shaka.
Tia party leader ningesema hiyo wa chama cha Agano Party. Tumekuwa huku kwa miaka 16, pole. Na sasa tuko hapa, tuko na presidential candidate.
Okay. Labda pia nasikia kwamba kuna masters in leadership, na katika mambo ya dini wewe uko mstari wa mbele, unapenda dini sana.
Ndio hiyo dada. Bona pia mimi nimesomea shahada ya uongozi, masters in leadership. Na isitoshe mimi pia ni lay pastor minister. Nimewekelewa wakifu Jumapili, ndugu yangu. Mimi nahubiri kuambia watu ya kwamba ni lazima tuwe na uhusiano na Mungu. Naweza kukubatiza, naweza kukuunganisha kwa nini, na hata Mungu akinijalia labda nipe neema, naweza kumwambia Mungu mkamfufua ama umponye dada.
Labda mheshimiwa, tukija kwenye hilo swala la dini, utawezana na siasa? Maana unajua siasa zinataka kuongezewa chumvi, zinataka uongo, zinataka vitu kama hivyo. Sasa na dini na siasa vipi kwa vipi?
Unajua hii ni yale ambayo tumeifanya siasa kuwa. Na nikwambia hata viongozi wa dini ambao tunafuata kama ya Mkristo, tunasema mambo ya Yesu ama Isa ama Yeshua, kama ya Muislamu, hata viongozi wetu walikuwa viongozi. Siasa ni uongozi, na huwezi kuingia kwa uongozi bila kupitia kwa siasa. Lazima ujiseme, inategemea vile unajisema. Nikasoma kwingine kama mtu ambao ni mdini Mkristo kabisa, tunasema kwa kanisa yangu ambaye ameokoka, ya kwamba uongozi kama vitu vingine vizuri ulitoka kwa Mungu. Na kwa hivyo si kitu kimbaya, ni watu wanafanya kitu kimbaya, na sio lazima ni watusi watu, lakini ni dhahiri niseme ukweli. Kama mtu ni mwizi, ameimba pesa za wananchi, pesa za maskini, unasema amefanya hivyo, unajua. So mimi nakimbia mbio yangu, mimi hufanya siasa yangu ya kuambia Wakenya hii ndio njia, hivyo ndivyo tunatakiwa kupitia, na si wote wanatusiana. Hata hiyo mambo ya kutusiana kwa siasa imebaki huku kwetu tu, but hiyo ni ile tunaita kwa kimombo the old order. Mimi nataka kubadilisha kubadilisha, because nasema miaka 59 baada ya uhuru kupatiano lazima tuwe na new order. Kitu kipya tubadilishe, na tubadilishe kabisa. Na ndio sababu mimi sasa nimekuja kama bwana badilisha.
Bila shaka mtazamaji, studioni tuko naye mheshimiwa bwana badilisha ambaye ni David Mwaure, mgombaniaji wa kiti cha urais kwa chama cha Agano Party. Na kama tulivyokuambia ni kwamba kipindi hiki kinakujia moja kwa moja kupitia KBC Radio Taifa Sauti ya Mkenya, na vile vile pia kwenye runinga yako unaipenda ya KBC Channel 1 kwenye kipindi Good Morning Kenya. Labda nikirudi kwako mheshimiwa, mbona uonekane ukifanya kampeni huko mashinani? Tunaona tu wale wengine. Iko shida?
Na wewe ndugu Mwamkondo nikuulize, unaangalia wapi? Macho.
Msafara tuioni.
Ni msafara
ule msafara ule tukuone kwamba leo uko wapi, leo uko wapi, tukuchungulie, tuone umekusanya watu wangapi.
Naelewa na najua wananchi wanauliza hivyo. na leo kwanza nashukuru iko katika msafara wa KBC. Na huu msafara wa KBC umevuma. Kama ungekuwa pamoja na mimi kwa studio ungeona ile kazi ya ndugu zetu wanafanya. Hongera kwa KBC na viongozi wote. Sisi mnajua hii election campaign rasmi ilianza kama majuma matatu yamekwisha. Tulikuwa 59 na ukasema ukweli. Na mimi nashukuru Mungu sana, members wa chama changu, marafiki na Wakenya wengi ambao walinipea signatures na hata wakanipea vyeti vya copies za ID zao, na nikaingia kuwa wanne kutoka kwa watu 59. Huo ni muujiza, ni kuonyesha Wakenya wanataka kubadilisha. Dada yangu, wacha niseme kama vile mgombea mweza ataingia, najua mtaniuliza ni nani, atakuja, hata yeye atakuwa na siku yake alisema. Baada ya kuingia katika campaign rasmi, tumekuwa tukikaza magari. Tuna mipangilio kutoka wiki ya kwanza ya Julai, ya pili tutaingia huku na baada ya kutoa manifesto. Lakini unajua hii mambo wananchi kile wanapenda ni kusikia unasimamia nini. Hii wezangu ambao napigana na hawa, tunagombana na hawa, tunafanya competition, walianza siasa samani sana badala ya kuzingatia mambo mengine. Isitoshe hata mimi najiuliza, kwa sababu hii kitu inahitaji fedha nyingi, walitoa wapi? Hiyo mimi nasema hiyo wananchi muangalie, ilikuwa sarakasi. Sasa ndio wakati wa kusikiza. Na sasa ndio kampeni rasmi kisheria. Hata wengine afadhali wangefungiwa. So niko hapa kwa KBC. Baada Julai ya kwanza tutakuwa kwa debate, mtasikiza. Isitoshe wananchi hawajapiga kura. So kuna muda, na siku moja kwa siasa unaweza kuona maajabu, na utaona maajabu kwa sababu Wakenya wanataka kubadilisha kabisa. Waone wanataka new.
Labda tu kabla kumpisha mwenzangu chozi la almasi, je, umezuru maeneo gani ya nchi hadi kufikia sasa kuzungumza na Wakenya, kwa sababu tumebakisha siku 49 tu tuende kwenye debe?
Ukweli wa mambo sijafika makaunti kwa hili jambo. Tumefanya kwamba tutakuwa na countrywide campaign kutoka tarehe 4 tutaizindua. Na niseme ukweli, mimi ni dhihirisho ya kwamba dada Mwajuma, ya kwamba hata wewe ambao unanisikiza, kama yule dada yetu Repeater alivyosema, hata wewe your dream is valid. Mimi niko katika hiki kinyang'anyiro kuonyesha ya kwamba lazima tuonyeshe ya kwamba to demystify uongozi. Uongozi umefanywa kama uungu, mtu anajifanya kama kamungu kidogo. Ya pili, nataka isemekane unaweza kuwa raisi bila kutumia bilioni kama wenzangu. Ukiniuliza sasa, hawa jamaa ndugu zangu, na mimi nimekuja hapa kuongeza sera zangu, hata karibu wametumia mabilioni 50 kwenda huko juu. Karibu sasa wengine wanadai kama wengine walianza miaka 4 ilikwisha, karibu billions 100. Mimi mnaniona hapa hata nikifikia sasa bilioni 5 6, hapana milioni, hata sio bilioni, milioni. Tulikuwa tunafanya hesabu, sijafikia, lakini nimeendelea kujisemesha. Nataka kuonyesha ya kwamba unaweza kuwa uraisi inategemea ni nini unasimamia. Hawa kazi yao ya kwanza wakiingia Na ndio sababu nasema hawa hawawezi kuendesha Kenya mahali itaenda. Itakuwa wengine wao kuanza kurudisha yale mabilioni yametumia. So sijaenda hivi mwenyewe, lakini nimekuwa nikiongea na wananchi, na wananchi, chama changu tuko na network nationally, ndio walinipa ID zao, ndio sababu niko hapa, na mimi nasikia mwenye unyenyekevu. Najua ya kwamba sahi wa Kenya wanataka kwenda mbele, na ni mtu mpya, kifagio kipya, bwana badilisha ambaye ataendesha hawa mbele.
Na msikilizaji, zikiwa ziwe katika dakika 22 baada ya saa 2, kumbukia kwamba uko ndani ya Good Morning Kenya, vile vile uko ndani ya KBC Radio Taifa, na tuko na Chozi na Rashida hapa ndani ya nyumba, na vile vile tuko na mheshimiwa David Mwaure ambaye ndiye anatuelezea kuhusu sera zake. Lakini hivi unatoa wapi ujasiri huu wa kutaka kujiunga na msafara wa kuwania urais? Tunajua kwamba kuna hawa vigogo ambao wamewekwa pale mbele, kwamba kuna kiongozi Raila Odinga na vile vile naibu rais William Ruto ambao ndo watu kabisa wameweka macho pale, lakini bado kuna ujasiri wa kusema kwamba nitashindana nao na kwamba naamini naweza nikachukua urais katika mwaka huu. Inakuwaje, unautoa wapi ujasiri?
Dada, swali nyeti. Swali hata vile naona hata wewe naona ungekuwa hapa mahali nimeketi. Mimi nikwambieni ukweli, niko hapa kusimamia Wakenya wale wengine. Nimetoa huu ujasiri kutoka kwa Wakenya na mimi binafsi. Mimi kama Wakenya wengine nimekuwa na hasira, lakini ni ile tunaita karibu, ile sio hasira ile ya kuwapiga watu ngumi, hasira ya mambo haiwezi kaendelea vile imekuwa. Things can't continue the way they have been. We have to change. Na mimi nikasikia vile wanalia, na mimi nikawa pamoja na kulia. Bei ya juu ya maisha, ya chakula, kukosa ajira kwa vijana, ufisadi hata ikasemekana kama umeingia kwa damu, kuiba pesa zetu. Pia kuna lingine nasema watu wakamachukua pesa kutoka kwa hizi kashfa wakasiweka katika nchi za nje. Hapo ndio nimepata usajili. Na unajua imesemekana normally tunapata bad rulers because good people wanakataa kuingia huko ndani. Good people, watu wazuri, wanakataa kujiingiza. Nataka kuwapongeza wale wote ambao wameingia, hata kama ni kuwa MCA, hata kama ni chairman wa shule, kwa sababu ulikasirishwa na ya kwamba wale wamekuwa hapo hawaongezi vizuri. So ya pili ile ningesema imenifanya na kunipa ujasiri ni kwa sababu uchaguzi wa mwaka huu ni wa kitofauti kabisa. Rais wetu Uhuru anaenda nyumbani. Miaka ni 59. Sasa tunaingia katika vizazi zingine. Ule tutachagua itakuwa ni muhimu kwa sababu tumefika kiwango lazima tubadilishe, twende mbele. Kenya haijawahi kuwa na deni kama vile ilivyo. Pesa hazijawahi kuporwa kama vile zimeporwa. Na sio tu katika muhuri huu wa Jubilee, kutoka hapo, you know. Na wale wamekuwa huku ndio tu wanasema wanataka kufanya ile tunaita kwa Kiingereza recycling. Mimi nikasema la, kwa sababu nina maono, nina nia, na wananchi najua wako pamoja na mimi. Ujasiri umetoka huko ndani. Pia najari nchi yetu. Najua tunaweza tukawa kama Singapore, South Korea, Rwanda. Sasa kijana wangu wa pili, mtoto ametoka Rwanda juzi, ameniambia baba, unajua Rwanda hata alikuja jana juzi. Akaniambia hata ukiangusha simu yako kwa barabara, the following day, siku ijayo unaweza kuikuta hapo. Hata watu wanaangushaga pesa alafu unakuta watu wakirisana hii pesa ni ya nani. Impunity imetolewa kabisa, na impunity ni kutokufuata sheria, kutokuwa na maadili mema, kukosa ungwana. Na mimi najua ndani ya Wakenya kuna ungwana. He told me wiki hii, alirudi juzi, akaniambia dad, you know, lakini nikamwambia mbona wengine wanasema ya kwamba rais wetu ni dictator? Akaniambia ni wageni wa kutoka huko nje, kwa sababu hata hawa wanakemea. Wengine ndio wamefinyiria hata ingawa nilikuwa nimejua, mimi mwenyewe nimetembelea Rwanda. That's what I am saying. There are also vijana. Vijana wanataka ajira, wanataka skills, wamechoka. Mimi ndio sababu nimeingia. Nikwambia swali ni nyeti, ningeendelea mpaka tumalize.
Okay.
Lakini nimekelea lingine. That's why I am here. Na nimekatalia huku. Na mimi nitarundana na hawa. Na mimi najua wananchi wataniunga mkono. Asante KBC.
Wewe na mgombea mwenza wako Ruth Mutua, mnajiita team badilisha.
Ndio hawa.
Hebu pengine tuambie mnamaanisha nini na team badilisha, na kwa nini huyu Mkenya awe na imani kwamba wewe unaweza ukafanya vizuri kuliko wale wengine?
Ni kama ukitusikiza zote, mimi na wale wenzangu watatu, ni kama tunakubali safari hii. Na hilo ni maneno ambayo tunatumia sasa sana, lazima tubadilishe. Safari hii lazima tugonge kwa chuma ile kubwa, ile ya kule kupiga mawe. Huyu nyoka wa ufisadi, wa impunity, kutokutii sheria, ya upotezaji wa fedha zetu zote. Unatasikiza hizo jina likitumika, hata ingawa hiyo ndio ilikuwa clarion call ya Agano Party 16 years ago. Clarion call ilikuwa badilisha. Ilikuwa tutasema wananchi hivyo, badilisha tena, badilisha kabisa, ingali katika maandishi yetu ya mwanzo. Lakini vile tunasema na mgombea mwenza, na siku moja atawatembeleeni, ni eti wenzangu hawawezi wakabadilisha, kwa sababu wamekuwa katika yale mambo ambayo yametufanya tuwe na deni ya 8.2 trillion. Sasa inaenda 6 trillion, inaenda 10 trillion. Tena hawa wanajua ni nani wamejihusika, na wengine wao hata majina yao ikatajwa kama mmoja wao, ya kwamba ndio wamehusika katika kashfa zile nyingi sana hapa. Zingine zinahusu pesa za maskini, zingine zinahusu pesa za wagonjwa, kama mambo ya KEMSA tuseme kwa mfano. KEMSA, ole wangu jamaneni, hizo zilikuwa pesa za maskini na wagonjwa. Na unajua kwa watu ambao hawakupata vifaa vya matibabu, COVID imerudi, hata mimi niko na maski yangu hapo. So tena nikiwaangalia naona ni kama tunawarudisha tu, ile tunaita recycling. Nikiwaangalia ni kama wameshikwa pamoja hapa kwa kiuno. Kuna mahali hawawezi penya. Mimi sijakuwa hapo, mimi sijahusika kwa kashfa na mgombea mwenza. Sitaki kusema mimi ni mtakatifu, niko katika nchi ambayo labda nilisema neno kwa mtu ambaye najua hata hiyo ni baya, but mimi mkipenda I am clean. Ya mwisho nakuja na ile tunaita resolve. Kitu mkimakosa, na wengine wanasema in Kenya, is goodwill from the top, is determination. Kama yule rais wa Singapore aliwashika wenzao, wacha tuwaite kapenguri ya 6 wale walikuwa wamepigania uhuru na hawa. Historia ni ile, musome historia vijana. Wale walikuwa, kwa sababu wakati waliingia walianza kupora, akaweweka ndani, akapatiana message. Wakenya hawataki ufisadi, hawataki impunity. Wastage 500 billion unaccounted government expenditure, bilioni 5. Money illegally stashed abroad 6 trillion. Mimi nataka kufuata hizo pesa zirudi, zilete bei ya maisha, bei ya chakula, mafuta, pesa za hospitali zipatikane, free legal education. Pesa siku na sisi siko hapa, lakini hakuna mtu kufuatilia. Nataka kuwa huyo Daudi.
Na msikilizaji, mazungumzo yamekuwa matamu zaidi, ikiwa zimekatika nusu saa baada ya saa 2. Tunataka kwenda kwenye mapumziko mafupi, alafu tutakaporudi, Rashid, mimi bado nina swala la ufisadi. Huu ufisadi huu ni kwamba Mheshimiwa David Mwaure amesema ya kwamba ufisadi utatokomea Kenya hii. Je, utatokomea kivipi? Kumbuka kwamba unatupata live kupitia KBC Radio Taifa na vile vile KBC Channel 1, ambapo ni TV ya kwetu. Msikilizaji, wapo unataka kutuona live, basi fungulia TV yako, utakuwa unatupata pale, na vile vile kwenye redio zetu. Msikilizaji, utakaporudi tutakozidi kusema zaidi na Mheshimiwa David Mwaure. Kumbuka kwamba uko na sisi watangazaji wako ni Techuzi ama Mwajuma Ali.
Gumzo pevu. Mjadala. Top sports attractions on KBC Channel 1. In July, Kenya Morans face off against the DRC, Egypt and Senegal in the FIBA Basketball World Cup African qualifiers in Alexandria, Egypt from 1st to 3rd of July 2022. Also in July, Kenya plays South Africa in Rugby League test matches in Nairobi with the return fixtures set for October. Still in July, watch the World Athletic Championships from 15th to 24th July live from Oregon, USA as Kenyan athletes seek glory. Followed by the 22nd Commonwealth Games from 28th July to 8th August live from Birmingham, England. In August, join our coverage of the World Athletics Under-20 Championships from the 1st to 6th of August 2022 from Cali, Colombia. Then in November, catch the World Half Marathon Championships on 13th November from Yangzhou, China. Now that's what sets us apart as KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
Whatever it is you want to discuss, tutaongea baadaye. Sasa hii akili yangu imechoka. I just want to clear.
Kwa wakati huu wa mankuli, mimi hasira zangu zote humzimalizia hapa kwa mankuli. Sitaki kukuona. Kama unaingia ndani, atajilaumu mwenyewe kwa sababu hayo alijitakia mwenyewe.
Haijalishi mtoto anaponelea paja, huoshwa halikatwi.
You just agreed with me, and now you do not.
I'm willing to die alongside her.
You'll be wed to Betsy of Green Hill. After Bulgar and I pick a date, you and Lady Betsy shall unite our two great families and the heavenly kingdom with Green Hill.
Shaka mtazamaji, kibao kitamu sana Super Mazembe Kasongo. Na muona mheshimiwa David Mwaure pia anazikwenda, anasema Rashid, kidogo tunaweza acha kipindi tukadance, tuambie mheshimiwa mos. Ikiwa ni saa 2 na dakika 35, mtazamaji mahali popote ulipo, kumbuka unatazama kipindi hichi kupitia KBC Channel 1 Good Morning Kenya, na vile vile pia upande wa pili ni Zinga Radio Taifa. Kumbuka siku zote sisi ndo tuko. Mimi naitwa Rashid Mumkondo.
Mimi niite Mwajuma Ali, ukipenda niite Chozi la Almasi, msikilizaji. Na kama alivyotangulia kusema mwenzangu ni kwamba ndani ya nyumba leo hii tunaye mheshimiwa David Mwaure wa Ihiga, ambaye ni mwaniaji urais wa mwaka huu 2022 kutoka Agano Party, na ana uhakika ya kwamba yeye ndiye, kama vile ambapo tunasema sisi ndio tuko, hata yeye anasema kwamba mimi ndio niko. Haya, karibu sana.
Asante.
Labda
dada,
bado mimi niko kwenye yani ufisadi, mimi unaniwasha sana. Utaangamiza vipi?
Hata mimi nimeona umekuwasha. Kuangalia hivi naona Unajua, wacha niingie kwa basics na nianze hapo na nikimbie mbio ili nijibu maswali yote. Ya kwanza, mimi nataka kuingia ndani kwa kiini cha ufisadi. Kwanza nionyeshe Mkenya ambaye alizaliwa mfisadi ama binadamu. Hakuna. Pia isitoshe hata dunia yote hakuna. Na hasa sana hata katika Kenya. Mimi nitapiga kwa njia hii, kwanza kwa kielelezo, kwa sababu sitakuwa mfisadi. Lakini hata kabla ya mimi kuingia kutoka baada ya tarehe 9, mimi nimesema yafuatayo. Siku ya pili baada ya mimi kuapishwa, nitaitisha faili zote kuongoza kwa mfano.
Siku ya pili.
I want all the files za KEMSA, NIOS, Anglo leasing hapo. Nijue ni nani hawa waliimba pesa zetu. Yani, first thing I'll go for the big fish. For the big fish. Na mimi sina na wale ambao wamefanya hiyo mambo. Kwa sababu ufisadi haujakuwa ukipiganwa nao vilivyo. Pili, kwa ufisadi hakuja kuwa goodwill. Na hata ingawa rais amejaribu, niliona ICC kutoka nianze kuongelea hili jambo wiki hii amefanya makubwa. Hata vile nimesema msikoje mpaka tuingie. Between now siku 48 there are things tunaweza fanya. Hata bei ya juu inaweza rudi chini, ni kuitisha tu zile pesa ziko nje. Sisiko Uingereza, sisiko Dubai, sisiko Seychelles na Mauritius. Tuko na bilateral good agreements. Tell them that money iko huko ya Wakenya, rudisheni. Mambo ya meharibika hapa kwetu. So I'll go for the big fish. I want to revisit every ufisadi. Yani kila kashfa, current, future and even the past, and get to the bottom of it. Kwa sababu mpaka sasa hakuna mtu ambaye amefanya hivyo. Isitoshe ya pili, mimi nimetoa warning. Nikaambia kama uko katika serikali ama katika private sector na wewe ndio umekuwa nini ya ufisadi, anza kupack mambo vilago vyako. Kwa sababu tutawapeleka kwa njera, hatutachagua. DCIO na DPP watakuwa na kazi kubwa. Ile 6 trilioni 6 nitaambia hizo nchi mpaka Amerika, kama nyinyi marafiki wa Kenya na mnasemaga Kenya ni corrupt, mkiangalia hata kwa index yetu tuko sana, si nyinyi ndio mna pesa, rudisheni pesa hapa. Ya mwisho nitaleta education. Katika manifesto yangu itasema hii mambo ya ufisadi itakuwa main subject, ya kwamba ufisadi wowote, ukosaji ungwana, maadili mema is not right. We are supposed to live together. There is enough for us. There is kuna ya kutosha kwetu. Ufisadi ni kama kuua kwa njia ingine. Kwa sababu sasa kama wale walichukua pesa za KEMSA jamaneni, COVID, kuna wale ambao hawakupata viobo. Wawezaji. Na juzi nikaona viongozi wawili ambao wamechaguliwa kwa rulinga moja. Mmoja akawaambia si wewe na yule mwingine na nini nyinyi mlipewa pesa ya KEMSA. Naye hakumjibu, naye nafikiria ni kama akamjibu fanyeni utafiti. Ukiniuliza tunaenda huko walikuwa wanadada, so tunakaribia. Yule mwingine si NYS ni nyinyi na nyinyi. Jamaneni, bona viongozi wanataka kuchagua, wamekuwa huko kuchaguliwa, wamefanya hivyo, wanatufanya wafara, ati hatujui vile tunafanya. Wakenya ni wajiga 2002 tulidhihirisha we don't like, we hate, we don't want corruption, ufisadi, wastage, bad administration na impunity ndio imeleta Kenya hapa. Mimi nataka kurainisha wa Kenya, na hakutakuwa na sacred cows, hakutakuwa na big fish. Nyote you are on, ni mtuwapea notice. Lazima turudi mahali babu zetu katika wimbo wa taifa, Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na ulinzi, na tukae na amani. Tukae na ustawi, raha na ustawi. That was the Kenyan dream. Na hata hiyo katika wazilishi wetu wa agano tulisema that's our dream. Na wa Kenya, hiyo haiwezekani tusipobadilisha kabisa. Ni wakati umefika unasema hii koti nimefaa miaka 2 ili niende kiwango kingine, nikiingia kwa mkondo na KBC wanione sasa nitafute ingine. Otherwise utaona hata ile tumesoea tai ni ile tu.
Koti ni lile, tai ni ile.
You need new. Na iko hata iko kwa maandiko, I make all things new. Kitu kipya ni kizuri. Mungu pia ni Mungu wake, na Wakenya anapenda vitu vipya.
Bila shaka hakika mtazamaji, ni sauti yake Mheshimiwa David Mwaure wa Ihiga, mgombeaji wa kiti cha urais katika uchaguzi wa Agosti 9 kupitia chama cha Agano, akiwa moja kwa moja kupitia kipindi cha Good Morning Kenya kwenye runinga yako ya KBC Channel 1, na upande wetu yuko ndani ya Zinga Radio Taifa Sauti ya Mkenya. Lakini kwa sasa, kabla tusonge mbele msikilizaji, pia wewe tunataka kushirikisha, tupigie simu hewani kwa sasa uweze kuzungumza na Mheshimiwa Mwaure, umuulize maswali mawili matatu, kwa sababu huwezi jua Agosti 10 ukiamka huenda akawa ni rais wako. Lile utakalomuuliza kwa njia moja ama nyingine huenda likawa na mshiko. Kwa hiyo nambari zetu za simu chozi la almasi.
Unatupata vizuri kupitia 0700179699, vile vile kwenye mitandao yetu ya Twitter @mwajumachozi, @mwamkondo, @radio taifa, @KBC Channel 1, hashtag ikiwa ni Zinga, na vile vile hashtag Good Morning Kenya, na kwa wale ambao wanatufuatilia kwa ukaribu wa Facebook ni KBC Radio Taifa.
Alright, kwenye ukurasa wetu wa Facebook wa KBC Radio Taifa kuna mmoja hapa anaitwa Silvergate Silver. Anasema kwamba we've seen the presidential aspirants promising Kenyans this and that after they get into the office but they fail to fulfill their promises. What is your view on this? Shikilia hapo hapo Mheshimiwa Radio Taifa Zinga. Hello.
Hello.
Yes sir.
Naongea na Madungu kutoka Kajabangi.
Yes.
Nataka kumuuliza yule mgombea urais kwamba Hello.
Tunakusikia.
Akishinda urais wa Kenya atawafanyia mambo gani mazuri? Hilo ndio zangangu.
Okay, asante. Hello Radio Taifa. 0700176699 ndo nambari zetu za moja kwa moja hewani. Hello Zinga.
Yes brother Rashid.
Yes sir.
Habari ya asubuhi bro.
Mzuri sana.
Bila shaka unabonga na baraza na Mbale.
Baraza kutoka na Mbale, karibu.
Mwenyewe sasa swali langu ni moja tu, nimeweza kusikia huyo rais wetu wa 5. Kwa jina mufti kabisa. Sasa swali langu ni moja tu, amesema atapigana na ufisadi. Ni mbinu gani atatumia?
Okay, asante. Hello Zinga. 0700176699 msikilizaji, njoo hewani, fursa unao ya kuweza kumuuliza swali Mheshimiwa Mwaiga. Hello Radio Taifa.
Radio Taifa.
Aha.
Hello Radio Taifa.
Tunakusikia, endelea.
Ni Pastor kutoka Maimai, unasalimia mgombea rais sana Mwaura pale na mwenzako. Ningependa tu kuuliza swali moja ndugu yangu. Kuna haya masuala ya kuabudu Bwana na kuna masuala ya kanisa. Mimi ni mchungaji, ningependa nijue president wetu ambaye anagombea hapo Mwaura, kanisa atalishughulikia na njia gani na wachungaji atawachukulia njia gani, na kama atakuwa na support makanisa yafunguliwe, kwa sababu kwa wakati huu tunaona serikali haijaweka viwanja ambavyo vinafaa kuwa vinajengwa makanisa. Yeye atakuwa na muda wa kutenga viwanja vya makanisa. Asante. Kama vile viwanja vya mashule huwa zinatengwa na serikali.
Asante. Kwa vile pia yeye ni mchungaji atayajibu. Hizi simu ni nyingi, lakini tukupatie fursa mheshimiwa uweze kujibu baadhi ambazo zimeingia.
Asante sana, asante sana. Nikaulizwa swali, je, nitakuwa rais tofauti? Ni nini itanifanya niwe tofauti? Na wacha niseme mimi nitakuwa tofauti kwa sababu natumia tu msemo nitakuwa nyani tofauti. Lakini ukiangalia wenzangu ni kama ule msemo ya kwamba nyani ni wale tu, ni misitu wa madabadilisha. Si sasa tumtafute tumjaribu nyani mpya? So kwa sababu mimi nitakuwa nyani mpya. Mimi sijahusika. Mimi sina uchafu wao. Mimi nina mpya. Na unajua hiki kitengo, hii jambo ya kuwa rais sio rais ya kirahisi. Ukiwa rais, wewe ndiye unaamua Kenya itaendaje. Ni majukumu na jukumu kubwa sana. Wa Kenya wanapea mtu. Rais si mtu wa kuchezewa. Ndugu yangu wa Kariobangi akaniuliza, sikushika kabisa na sikutaka kukatisha simu nyingine. Alikuwa anauliza kuhusu wale wagombea, wale wafanyikazi wa
anasema kwamba ukiingia wewe ni kitu gani kipi ambacho watarajie kutoka kwako?
Unajua ndugu yangu ya Kariobangi, nikakusikia. Unajua mimi nitalete goodwill. Yani nitakuja na mkazo. Mimi nimeangalia kama Wakenya wengine, nikaona ya kwamba hakuna pahala tunaenda. tumefanya machache, lakini ukweli hiyo imekuwa asilimia kidogo kuhusu na zile hatua tungekuwa tukifanya. Rwanda juzi tu inarudi katika hali ya kuwa na amani. Angalia vile imefanya. Umesikia vile nilisema kijana wangu aliona. Lakini hata mimi nimetembea Rwanda mara nyingi. Na Kenya katika Jumuiya ya Mataifa inajulikana kwa Wakenya vile ni wafanyikazi, Wakenya wameelimishwa. Yani sisi tunaweza kuwa first world kama leo. 1967 tukawa katika kiwango kimoja na Singapore na South Korea. Sasa tunatumia kama mifano, tunaomba pesa. Ni kwa sababu nini? Ugombeaji uliharibika. Mimi ni kama mmekaa chini mkiwa wananchi, mnanituma kuniambia hapa na pale na pale. Mimi ni kama nimekuwa reserve. Sasa ile naona reserve kule kwa kadada akiambio, naona akionjeshwa pale kwenda hapo. Na mara nyingi marisafu akiingia hata ndio wanafanya kadada inaendelea mbele. So I'll be different. Lakini kuhusu hii mambo ya pesa zetu 6 trillion na kadhalika, na wanishike, sisi tuna pesa hata leo, yawezekana na miezi miwili mitatu tunaweza lipa ile deni ya 8.2 trillion ya Uchina. Hizo 6 trillion zikirudishwa, halafu tuzimbe ile mifeleji ambao inatoa ile ya 2 billion. That's already 8 billion. Hata hatuhitaji lingine. Na sasa ile pesa ingeleta bei ya nini chini, si ndio tunaenda kulipa deni. Ndugu yangu Zinga kauliza ufisadi binu gani? Nimeambia ni kushika wale ambao wamehusika, ni kuwa na mfano, na pia ni kuwa na mkazo. Vile nimeonelea hawa, hata wengine nafikiri hata sababu anatafuta hivi viti ili waendelee wasichunguliwe yale yalitendeka, lakini ingine ni kwa sababu wanataka kuendelea kufanya hivyo. Wanatumia pesa wakijua wataendelea, watazirudisha hii mabilioni nilisema. Pastor akaniuliza uhuru wa kuabudu utaendelea na makanisa je? Uhuru wa kuabudu utaendelea, na sio tu makanisa, dini zote. Katiba yetu inaruhusu uhuru. Ukweli wa mambo, nchi ya Kenya imeendelesha yani kanisa na dini zote zimekuwa partners. Mimi nitasifanya partners na serikali, kwa sababu ndio inatuambia hapa hamwendi vizuri, pale hamwendi vizuri. Nchi ambao haisikii wanadini wake, ikiwa ni kwa kanisa, ikiwa ni kwa dini zingine, inapotea kabisa. Na mwisho niseme, hata nahuzunika sana, jana tu sijui juzi, mgombea uchaguzi mwingine mwenzangu aliongea vibaya sana kuhusu kanisa moja. Akaambia hata nyinyi kanisa kuna kazi mnafanya. Kwanza alitaja kanisa ya Katoliki. Nao wamejenga mashule, mahospitali, hata hamjaandika vijana. Wacha hili jambo tusijifanye namna hiyo, tuache matusi. Kutukana dini yoyote ni kama kumtupusi Mungu. Na ningependa kumkemea hilo jambo. Wananchi wanajua ni nani, muangalie kwa mitandao. Okay. Na akasema hata makanisa hatutapea nafasi ya kuendelea. Public land alikuwa anaongea, dini zitapata, makanisa, misikiti, kwa sababu iko kwa sheria. Tuko sote, mimi nitakuwa rais wa wote, hata ingawa mimi ni Mkristo, na mimi nafuatilia dini sote, nasikiza vile wanafanya, na mimi nilikuwa katika katiba, nilihusika kuhakikisha ya kwamba uhuru wa kuabudu unaendelea. Tuko hapa kwa sababu Kenya is a God fearing nation.
Okay, kabla ya kuweza kumpisha mwenzangu Chozi, kuna mmoja hapa anasema, Victor Masiaya akiwa Alego Karapul Siaya County, anasema I do understand agriculture sector utasaidia vipi ili irudi kama main sector hapa nchini Kenya ili ipambane na janga la njaa linalotukabili kwa sasa.
Everything rests and ends na leadership. Kila kitu uongozi. Nambari ya pili, kila kitu kina end na kusimamia na kuwa na fedha. Mimi nitapea wakulima fedha. Tukiwa na fedha Kenya, tukisimamisha ufisadi, wastage, turudishe pesa zetu, kutakuwa fertilizer itaenda chini, bei ya fertilizer, wananchi tutanunua kule kokote, kama ni all industries, hata fishing, mihoga, mahidi, kahawa, mambo yote. Tukifanya ufisadi, tufunge milango, tupeleke watu jera. Unajua hata kule Nigeria kulikuwa rais mmoja anaitwa Abacha. Yeye na wenzao walikuwa wameharibu nchi kabisa. Abacha alipotoka alifuatwa. Siongei ya kwamba tutafuata yeyote, sio, sisi hatuna sio hiyo, lakini tutafuatilia mali ya Wakenya. Bring our money back ili agriculture iendelee, education iendelee, yani elimu, hospitali, tiba ambayo ni free. Tutatoboa na waambieni, kwa sababu kuna nia na uwezo nitakuwa nao. Kile sina ni uwezo, natafuta uwezo nitekeleza haya mambo.
Na msikilizaji, dakika ni 52 zimekatika baada ya saa 2. Tuko ndani ya awamu yetu ya 3 ndani ya Gumzo Pevu, na tuko na mheshimiwa David Mwaure wa Ihiga ambaye ni mwaniaji urais wa mwaka huu wa 2022. Kumbuka kwamba wamebaki wa 4 na huyu ni mmoja wapo, na inawezekana ya kwamba akawa rais wa 5 wa jamhuri hii yetu ya Kenya. Nao elimu, health sector, ujenzi mashinani, maskini wataonekaniwa, Nairobi itabadilika, sijui vitu gani, manifesto zote zinafanana. Yako tofauti yako ni gani tofauti ya manifesto yako?
Tofauti ya yangu na zile zingine, ukweli wa mambo, manifestos zote 60% ama 50%, wacha tuseme nusu, inakuwa kama ni tutaongea mambo ya elimu, tutaongea yale
corruption.
Lakini yangu corruption pia yangu itakuwa tofauti, kwa sababu itakuwa radical sana. Yangu kwanza, jambo la kwanza tutakuwa tukiongelea ni ufisadi, na kwa sababu ufisadi yangu pia itaguzia hiyo mambo nimesema, kurudisha pesa za Kenya, watu haongei. Ya tatu yangu kuna jambo lingine tunataka fanya, na tunaongea hilo, itakuwa kwa katika manifesto yetu, na wale ambao hawajazindua sawa waziimbe hii idea yangu, tawaambia saa hii tu. Wananchi mkisikia hii ni yangu. Sisi hatutaki tu kupeleka pesa mashinani, tunataka peleka serikali na uamuzi mashinani. Ile lowest denominator ya devolution ni village, na vile imekuwa uamuzi umekuwa kwa county, kifanyiwa kule tu kwa county headquarters, ukifanyiwa tu kwa ile ingine mimi nataka sana ukifanyiwa labda kwa ward kwa kijumla. Lakini sasa tunataka, na iko kwa sheria, hata uamuzi ya pesa itatumika. Kwa manifesto yangu tunaweka pesa na tunasema hiki kiwango kiende kwa unit ya village. Wacha nirudie. Yani the lowest unit ya devolution ni village, lakini inategemea vile kule headquarters ya county itasema. Manifesto yetu itasema sasa kutakuwa na kiwango fulani cha pesa ambacho kitaenda kwa village. So mtaa wako na nyumba kubwa na uamuzi wa vile zitatumika ni wale wako katika nyumba 10 na mtaa. Ndugu yangu Mamkondo, serikali yangu nikichaguliwa na nchi, next time utaenda kwa kwenyu kule Gishagi kijiji, hutaamini. Wazee wetu, babu zetu watakuwa wakiamua wenyewe. So sio tu pesa na devolve na serikali kwa county, but sisi nataka hata kudevolve pesa kwa village, waamue wenyewe. Hata na hapo ndio ajira itakuja kwa vijana. Hapo ndio watasema hapa tunahitaji, tulikuwa tunakusa pyrethrum ama mihogo, na tulikuwa hata tuanze ka factory ama ni maidi, na tulikuwa na kitu ya kusiaga, labda sio factory kubwa, kwa sababu kule Uchina si eti wako na viwanda vile tunaona kama industrial area Nairobi. Hapana, wako na cottage industries, small cottage hapa na pale. Serikali inawapea capacity, wanaipea quality, halafu serikali inatupatia soko, inawatafutia soko. Most of them are cottage industries. Hapo nyuma kwa nyumba hapo tu. Hata ingine karibu ungeifanya hapa kwa Nairobi ama Nakuru ama Kisumu, isipokuwa tu kuna mawazo ya kimunicipality. So Hiyo ndio nitafanya. CBC, uliniuliza mambo ya elimu, bali CBC.
Mheshimiwa Odinga, na kuomba uzuie hapo, tupate pumziko fupi, na kwa vile wewe ni mtu wa maana sana na ni mtu mkubwa, hatutaki kuachilia hivi kwa sababu bado wasikilizaji wanapiga simu. Naomba kitu kimoja, tupate mapumziko, tupate taarifa ya habari, alafu turudi. Si namna hiyo mheshimiwa? Namna hiyo, na maswali sasa nitajibu kwa ufupi chap. Very good, very good. Haya. Mtazamaji, kumbuka hii ni KBC Channel 1. Ndani ya studio tuko naye Mheshimiwa Mwaure Wahiga ambaye ni mgombeaji wa kiti cha urais kwa tiketi ya Agano Party. Tunawaregesha upande wa pili wa Good Morning Kenya, lakini punde tu baada taarifa ya habari zinga tutakuwa tunaendelea naye mheshimiwa. Kwa hiyo kama una swali lako liweke hapo. Tutakaporudi tu baada ya taarifa ya habari ya saa 3 tutakuwa tunaungana naye moja kwa moja, lakini kwa sasa tunawarudisha upande wa pili wa runinga ya KBC Channel 1 ambapo kipindi Good Morning Kenya kinaendelea. Mimi naitwa Rashid Momkondo.
Mimi niite Mwajuma Ali Chozi la Almasi.
Saa 3 bado dakika 3, saa 3 kamili John Angare na taarifa ya habari, alafu tutaendelea. Kwa hiyo endeleeni kuangusha maswali yenu kwenye ukurasa wetu wa Facebook KBC Radio Taifa Sauti ya Mkenya, na una simu zangu zinawaka. Nitakaporudi tutampatia nafasi Mheshimiwa David Mwaure Wahiga ambaye ni mwaniaji wa kiti cha urais kwa tiketi ya chama cha Agano. My friend, si mchezo, kutoka watu 59 hadi 4 na yumo. Chozi wewe una degree. Una degree.
As campaign intensified for the upcoming general election, what does all this mean for you, the voter? What do the candidates have to offer? How prepared are agencies charged with the election process? Join John Kuria and Safina Chieng on Kenya Decides. This and every Tuesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 as we unpack elections 2022 with a panel of various stakeholders. Make informed electoral decisions.
You just agreed with me, and now you do not.
I'm willing to die alongside her.
You'll be wed to Betsy of Green Hill. After Bulgar and I pick a date, you and Lady Betsy shall unite our two great families and the heavenly kingdom with Green Hill.
Whatever it is you want to discuss, tutaongea baadaye. Saa hii akili yangu imechoka. I just want to clear.
Kwa wakati huu wa mankuli, mimi hasira zangu zote humzimalizia hapa kwa mankuli. Sitaki kukuona. Kama unaingia ndani, atajilaumu mwenyewe kwa sababu hayo alijitakia mwenyewe.
Haijalishi mtoto anaponelea paja, huoshwa halikatwi.
Welcome back at exactly 9 on the nose. Time for us to have our health conversation this Tuesday morning. Time for us to discuss matters yoga, and particularly yoga exercise for good health. That informs the center of our conversation, even as we try to navigate the International Yoga Day. And my guests are already here. I'm joined by Asim Sharma to my immediate right, who is a yoga instructor. Right next to her is Dr. Seema Sharma, who is a yoga instructor as well as a trainer. She has been doing this for 25 years. In fact, is a mother-daughter duo. All right, and we shall also be joined by the little kids who will be actually performing the poses as at and wow in your house, who will be doing the poses as you continue your pace with this conversation. But now let's just start with understanding the International Yoga Day. In fact, as you're having this conversation off here, we were saying that not quite a good number of Kenyans know that this day actually exists. And it's being commemorated every 21st day of June every year. So I want Mom, Dr. Seema, to just help us understand, why do we have this International Yoga Day, particularly on the 21st of June?
Because it's the longest day of the year. 21st June is the longest day. So that's why they are selected this day to celebrate International Yoga Day. Yeah.
And so this was just set particularly 21st of June every other year. It's being commemorated in that way.
Yeah.
When did this start? Which year was it?
It started in the 2015.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Now it's the 8th International Yoga Day.
So this is the 8th International Yoga Day.
Yeah.
Asim, when you look at it in terms of it being the 8th International Yoga Day, and we can really be just alive to the fact that as much as you're talking about it, not many people know that this day actually exists. When you track the progress of this kind of exercise 8 years later, how would you say in your own analysis this has been?
I think even after 8 years, you're right, not a lot of people are aware. Not just that, I feel like even, this practice in itself, the yoga practice has been there for centuries, and yet people have a lot of myths about it, a lot of misunderstandings and misconceptions about the practice. And I think this International Yoga Day has allowed us to at least scratch the surface of it and break it to people, bust a lot of myths. But if you look at the awareness, I think it's spreading internationally, though here back home it's not that big a deal, just because there's so many misinterpretations or misconceptions about our practice.
I mean, when you say back home the awareness is not as par, well, in your perspective, what would you attribute this to? Why would you say that there's still less awareness in terms of International Yoga Day in our country? Because we keep saying that this is one of the best exercises to do. You can do it even in the house.
Yeah. I think a lot of it is, it's for older people, or it's just for women, or it's just for, a particular sect. Maybe it's a religious practice. So all these things, I think, like I said, they're misunderstandings, misconceptions. Exactly. And I think that is why people can sometimes be reserved about walking into a yoga class or a yoga studio. Which is why with the International Yoga Day helps, because it's still being covered by international media and media here like you are. And I think that really contributes to keep pushing the door a bit more open and letting the light on the subject.
Okay, now let's just also try to understand which kind of exercise yoga is. And I want you, Dr. to just tell us, because you've been doing this for 25 years, training, instructing, and you train and instruct from, beginning from different ages, as toddlers, going up the different ages. So what kind of exercise is yoga?
When we are doing the yoga, so it's prevent and it cures the diseases. So it's work on your whole body workout, and it also work on all the organs of the body. So it cures and prevent. So every age group can do the yoga, maybe the old man and the youngster, and you also can do the body weights with your body. So everything you can, it increase the flexibility of your body, it prevent the diseases, it cure the diseases. So many benefits, increase the flexibility and concentrations, and it's also increase your memories and cures diseases like diabetes, hypertension, Alzheimer's, arthritis. So it is very helpful in any age group.
All right, well said. Asim, I just want you to push your hair back a bit, so we can actually hear what you're telling us as you continue to describe for us what this kind of exercise is. So as Mom says that this is actually a disease that's able to cure, if I can say.
Yeah.
It's an exercise that cuts across.
Right.
It's also good for our health. And even as we continue with the conversation, we'll be exploring that in a more detailed way.
Yes.
But again, when you look at the reception, as we said, hasn't really been as to par, particularly when it comes to Kenya. This is 8 years later, but even at that, not quite there yet in terms of even the reception and the awareness. So in your perspective, do you feel like this should be one of those exercises that also is introduced in schools? Because when we have the PE classes, perhaps, in primary schools, secondary schools, do we need to have this introduced in curriculum?
I think we do, because it's like Mom said, it's not just an exercise where you're working on your mobility, or it's not just a muscular workout. It's also a practice that helps you. We hear benefits of meditation and breathing all the time. I'm sure you have read somewhere, if you're anxious, take 5 deep breaths or 3 deep breaths, or meditate. All these benefits can be introduced to kids at a very young age, especially for kids who come from different backgrounds, from broken homes, or who just have different disorders, which are we're probably not diagnosing or catching them early enough. So breathing exercises, meditations, even poses really help. We have done the same with kids from the slums, and we have always helped. We've always focused on channeling their energy in a more productive way, right? So they come to our classes and they end up doing very difficult poses, which are very energy exhausting, which is good for them because they take it like a game, and they try and show off to each other. Oh, I can do this. I can do a handstand. You can't. So that I think kids really enjoy it, and that's why we have kids here, just to show you that the benefits of yoga. And one thing I would like to add to what Mom said, which is. Yoga allows you to even challenge your genes. Sometimes you may have diabetes or asthma or hypertension running in your genes, right? And from a very young age, when you start doing yoga, you can actually challenge that, because we work from the root of the problem. We work on the organs, and that is a major benefit that we have seen people reap in our practice and teaching of it.
And right now, I just want us to cruise and at least see what the kids will be doing in terms of those poses. But before we get there, do we have different types of yoga, or yoga is just yoga?
We do have different types of yoga, and each type of yoga is geared towards your personal goal. If you want to expand spiritually, there's a particular yoga for that, or you want to expand in your meditation practice, we have Raj Yoga for that. If you want to practice and expand in different poses and advance in different series, I think Mom is more fit to answer that question. We have different types of yogas for that.
Like a Hatha yoga, so you are working on your body, and you can increase the flexibility with the Hatha yoga, and you cleansing the body internally, because there is the only method in I think all over the pathies in the yoga, you can clean the body internally. There is no other method. So we clean the body with the Shat Karma from internally, and we clean the body. In other pathies, there is no cleanliness. Only we are suppressing the symptoms. So in this, we are removing the symptom, eliminate the doshas from the body. So which you create the diseases.
The cause of the disease.
Cause of the disease.
Okay, well said. All right, so then is there a specific form or type of yoga for a different demographic? For instance, like now we're having the kids here. Is there a specific one that they only can do as kids and perhaps grown-ups cannot? Is there one that grown-ups can and kids cannot?
No, it's like we start with the kids, with the beginners like that. Slowly we pick them, and then they have the flexibility, because they don't have the bones, they have mostly the cartilage. So they can they are physically flexible. So only they need the direction. So we give the direction, then we come do everything. And we start from the beginners, slowly, then they can pick.
Well said. They are physically fit, they are flexible, you give direction, then they do it.
They have the energy.
Okay, how about you do that? Give direction, let them do something. Let them show us. All right.
Mom, you can direct them, and then...
Okay, now please stand up.
So
this is where it starts.
So yes, so International Yoga Day has its own protocol as well, protocol of exercises, which is very beginner, very basic. You know, you can very safe to practice even at home as you see us.
Yeah.
So you can practice with us right now. And this is the protocol that comes from Ministry of Ayurveda Yoga. It's called Ayush. It's called Ayush.
Yeah.
It's an abbreviation for Ayurveda Yoga, Unani.
System.
Yeah, so all of that. But here we are just going to show that protocol so that Kenyans can watch us and practice with us.
All right.
Yes.
So as they've stood up, does it start with a warm-up, or how exactly does it start?
Yeah, okay. It starts with the warm-up, and we do the Surya Namaskar. We do the only one round, but you can do 2 rounds, you can do the 108 rounds. It depends on your time, how much you have the time. So 108 Surya Namaskar takes almost 1.5 hours. So do that one. But we are doing only one Surya Namaskar here. Okay?
Then let them show us.
Yeah. They can show. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, now you see it, it's a warm-up exercise in yoga.
So this is just basically the warm-up?
Just basically warm-up, nothing. It's a basically...
The way they are I mean, you really need to be flexible to do this?
Everyone can do it. It's dependent on, if you can't touch it, it's okay. You can do the half pose. Yeah.
There are modifications for
there is
yeah. So you don't, a lot of people say what you've said, I'm not flexible so I can't do yoga. And I say that's exactly why you need to do yoga.
Because what I understand is that actually a lot of this exercise and yoga particularly, you know, your core needs to be at least there, you know, in terms of flexibility, because it entails that a lot. And so the way you're saying is basically what most would say, I'm not flexible enough, I'm not sure if my core can be able to handle this.
Right. No, I disagree, because you know, if you're walking into a group class and it's a very intense and advanced class, and you're a beginner, then that's not the class for you, because I believe that you start from a basic level. You work with the body in front of you as an instructor, and I will gauge your mobility, your flexibility, and build from there. I will not try and say, okay, I can bring my foot to my head, you do it now in your first class. No, I'll say that a year later once I've built you enough, right? So even if you're at home thinking, oh, I can't go to a yoga class because I don't know if I'll be able to perform, I would say go to the class and ask your instructor for modifications of advanced poses. And in more often, instructors will tell you, okay, you can't do this, right? Start from the very basic level, and that's how we build the class. The exercises are the same for all age groups. We just give different levels of the exercise, different variations of the exercise depending on the body we are working with.
Okay, Daktari, so this was just a warm-up. So from this stage, where do we go to? What are they supposed to do next?
Yeah, I will tell you later on. First thing I want to add, because we are also teaching in the senior citizen in Aga Khan, so they can do on the chair. Yeah, we are teaching on the chairs, those who can't sit down. So there is every possibility if you want to do it. So we depend upon the instructor. So step by step he will take you.
You mean you can do yoga while you're seated?
Yes.
Yeah. Everything you can do it. I can teach 2 hours if you are sitting on the chair.
2 hours?
2 hours I can teach.
And we can do something here?
Yeah. On the chair.
All right, before we get there, I just want you now to show us what is next, because they've already done the warm-up. We've seen the various steps there. So what next after the warm-up?
Next we are doing the neck exercise, which is in the protocol.
Okay.
So first inhale, then we go backward. Exhale, come forward. Inhale, go backward. Exhale, come forward. Inhale, come in the center. Now move your chin on the shoulder. Then come in the center. then on the other side. Then come in the center, then on the other side, then in the center, then on other side. Now come in the center. Now the third exercise for the neck, drop your neck on the right side. Try to touch your ear with the shoulder. Then come in the center, then other side. Then in the center, then drop your head on the other side. Then in the center, then other side. Now come in the center, then give the rotation clockwise. First go to the right side, go backward, then come on the left side, come in front, then reverse. Do it slowly. Then come in the center, again go backward, then go backward, reverse. Now relax. Now see, this is a neck exercise, and the children always on the laptop, on the everyone now these days on the laptop, on the mobile. So everyone's suffering from the cervical spondylitis, and they have the problem in the nerves, and the arms are weaker due to the using always the touch mobile. Yeah, so you have to do the neck exercise. Maybe you repeat 3 times a week, 3 times a day, sorry, and after eating you can do it.
So this exercise, the neck one, basically aids and helps with it.
Yeah.
As you've mentioned, this is just for beginners, if you can see. How long does this particular exercise take from the warm-up to even just what Dr. has shown us?
It depends. It depends on how intense your routine is going to be. Let's say if we go straight into deep poses, right? So we want to make sure the warm-up is long enough to, in order to warm up the muscles, so that we prevent injury as well. If you're going into deep poses, which we don't do it with a regular client, right? We usually just start with a 15-minute warm-up, and then we do a 45-minute session of poses and exercise and breathing exercises and meditation. But other than that, 15-minute, 10-minute warm-up is usually sufficient for a general routine.
And then after that, you embark on a 45 minutes exercise with the different poses.
Yes, but again, like it would be neck rotations, arm rotations, leg rotations. We'll warm up the body fully, and then put you into advanced, deeper poses.
This is for beginners,
yes,
particularly.
Yes.
I mean, you have someone who has never done exercises,
right?
And yoga to even be specific,
right?
And you're telling them that they have to warm up for 10 to 15 minutes, and after that an entire 45 minutes of the different poses of yoga exercise. How practical is it, knowing fully well that again this could be someone who they're not flexible, so to speak, their core is not quite there yet, they've never done this exercise? How does this work?
So you see, what a 15-minute warm-up may be for me, it's not the 15-minute warm-up for you, and not a 15-minute warm-up for someone who's never exercised.
All right.
So as an instructor, I work with, let's say, somebody who's never exercised. That is my time to understand the mobility of this person and the ability. So I'll give them a warm-up as per them.
Okay.
Right? My 15-minute warm-up will be very different, and mom, who has been practicing for half her life, will have a very different warm-up. So that is practical, because we're not trying to make you do burpees and jumping jacks and then say run 2 kilometers and then come back. That's not the intensity. The intensity is kept a bit challenging for you.
So again, this depends, and it's tailor-made to someone in a particular client.
Yes.
Right, Dr. We've definitely done the warm-up and the neck poses. So this again is just particularly for beginners, so to speak. Do we have more poses?
Yes, there is so many poses.
Okay.
Can we do?
Of course.
Yeah. Let's we do the triangle pose. First we do the palm tree pose. Inhale. Interlock your fingers. Then stretch your body, stand on toe.
So this pose is very beneficial for, ladies these days. We have ladies who I'm sure you've heard of have varicose veins and your calves hurt. So this pose is very good for that. And what is also good for is increasing your height. So when I was younger, she would make me do it all the time.
Really?
Yeah. So when especially for kids, it's very good to improve your height and then strengthen your legs.
And that's why we said, this kind of exercises need to begin from the beginner stages.
Yes.
Because they say that by the time you hit 18, 19, you're actually done with growing.
Exactly.
So if you really want to increase your height from that toddler age, this is the good kind of poses to do for someone as such.
Yes.
So this poses is basically beneficial for the height bit?
Yes, and very, very beneficial for, strengthening your calves and varicose veins, preventing and curing.
Okay. Yes. After how long then do you achieve flexibility?
I think it depends. You definitely progress with time. With every month you will see a difference in your body. But it also depends on how dedicated you are. Are you practicing daily, or are you just going to a yoga class once a week and then you expect your body to improve? If you're practicing, let's say 5 times a week, and you're doing 30 minutes to 40 minutes on your own or in a yoga class, I think your body really shifts within a month. You see a significant change, and then after that, maybe 6 months, massive change, but you have to keep at it.
So basically now what exactly are they doing?
So now they're doing different, so let's say you've done your warm-up, you've done your mobility, you've warmed up the neck, you've warmed up the arms. Now these are the poses they're doing. So this was the first pose, palm tree. The next pose they'll practice is going to be triangle. Yeah.
So this is now the triangle pose.
Yes. So your body is in a triangle, as you can see.
Yes.
Right.
Now keep your feet apart. Your right foot at 90 degree. Arms at the shoulder level. Breathe out, come down. Your right hand, right foot, look at your left hand.
It's the level of flexibility you need to have to achieve this.
So let's say if you're not flexible enough, right? So Daktari would actually bring her hand to her knee. Let's say she's not flexible.
If you're not, okay.
Right?
Okay.
Then you have to. Yeah, you can do that. Right? It really just, again.
So if you're not flexible enough, it's up until the knee, up until you can actually get to that flexibility. And I think that's why that question was important. After how long do you achieve that flexibility at the end of the day? So this triangular pose, what does it aid in? Because again, also I want us to understand the really implications of the impact it has to our bodies and also our health altogether, because we can keep saying it's important to do this kind of exercise, but if people don't know how it's going to benefit them, then they won't be feeling the need to do that. So this particular one, what does it aid? How does it help?
So triangle pose is very good for the mobility in your legs. As you can see, it's very, you can see the back of their legs. We can see it from here. The back of the legs are stretching, so very good for the mobility in your hamstrings, right? So this also, when you're mobile, you prevent a lot of injuries as well. You can see her right side is opening up really well. So it's again mobility for the shoulder, for the right side rib cage, also for the obliques. But most importantly, where she's going down, she's going down on her left side. You see the contraction on the left side. So now that helps us with the improving digestion and detoxing, because when you go to on the opposite side, you're going down to the side of the liver. And you're activating the liver.
Wow.
Yes.
So this actually helps with that?
Yes.
This is interesting. So again, now they pose a bit, then they go to the next pose. All right. Now, before they continue, the breathing, because I think breathing is also important. Which kind of breathing should one be having while they're doing this kind of exercise? Because 45 minutes is not, it's quite a significant amount of time. So which kind of breathing should you have and should you maintain as you're doing the different poses?
Deep breathing is very important. So we're not focusing on having you pant, or, like you would in a cardio exercise. Here, what we're trying to do is just make sure that you are aware of the movement and you're practicing with awareness and safely. So they're breathing in and out deeply. That's the focus in this. That's the focus on the breath. And then when you're going towards the earth, you breathe out. When you're going towards the sky, you breathe in. That's the main principle. I think Daktari can show us another exercise.
Yes. Can show us another pose.
Ardha Chakrasana. Inhale. Go back.
So very good for the spine. Very good for just, you're always on your laptop.
Which one is this one first?
Ardasa.
Okay.
Right? So this is, the name is in Sanskrit. I don't know the English name.
But let's get the benefits of it.
Yes. So as you can see, it's really opening the front of the body, right?
Okay.
You're on your desk the whole day, you're cooking or you're slouching, or you're sitting. This is really good for just opening the body. Very good for the flexibility of your spine, the strength of your back. You can see her neck is toning, her chest is opening up, the stomach is opening up, the hips are pushing forward, which are very good for just giving you a front body stretch. Yeah.
And again, even as you do these poses, there's a way in which you're supposed to do it.
Yes.
There's a way in which you're supposed to position your body.
Yes.
How is it, how is it, I mean, doing it in the wrong way, what kind of impact does it have? Because, you know, people could actually be doing exercise, you could be trying to do the yoga, but the way in which you're doing it, you don't even get results.
Right. In
fact, instead of helping, it actually becomes, I mean, it brings a negative impact and the negative effects at the end of the day.
Yes. So my recommendation is always to do it under supervision of a trained and certified instructor, because you don't know what you're doing. You know, you might be thinking, like you said, you're doing the right thing, but you might actually end up injuring yourself, and then you blame the practice. But you know, you could be seeing a YouTube video.
Yeah.
A lot of people do that. Yeah, especially during Corona.
I'm actually a victim of that.
Yeah. So people watch on YouTube and they start practicing, but like any other school of movement, even if you're at the gym or any other exercise you're doing, it's very important for you to learn from an instructor or work with an instructor so that they can guide you on how to perform the poses or the exercises correctly.
Then again, how do you balance the breathing with the poses? Because as you've mentioned, you don't want to really have to be pumping as you're doing it, like the cardio or even the intense physical exercises. But also, how do you balance the breathing with the different poses so that you actually have a good midpoint?
Right. So usually, for example, if they're, for example, here they're going to do a forward fold. So when you're stretching, so Mom, could you please just take your arms up? So inhale, everybody inhale, stretch. So they'll inhale, go against gravity. And then exhale, fold, reach for your toes, right? So as you go towards gravity, you fold. And now when they're holding, sorry, as you go towards gravity, you exhale. And now as they hold the pose, they will breathe in and out. It's normal breathing. Your mind is always on your breath.
Okay.
That's how I like to teach it, because
so you need to really be concentrating on even how you breathe. Don't just be doing the poses.
Exactly. So this is why it's a different practice, because you're very aware of your body, your breath, and your mental state.
Okay. Yes. Meaning you need to again be very much alert as you're doing these poses.
Yes.
What about weight? I mean, you look at good number of people when they are exercising, good number of times is because they want to lose weight in different areas, and even particularly for ladies is the tummy weight. You want to lose the tummy weight, you want to have the lean toned muscle, you want to have broadened hips a bit. So is weight a factor when you're doing yoga? Is it something to consider?
In my experience, people have come to a healthy weight. They've not become anorexic, or you know, the picture they sell us that you have to be very skinny, size 0. That's not where you get with yoga. You get to a healthy, reasonable weight, right? But like any school of movement, every school of movement has its own goal. With yoga, that's not the goal. With yoga, the goal is to be fit, have your organs functioning well, have a more aware mind, be aware of your breathing, be aware of your emotional state. Be aware of just your surroundings. That's the goal with yoga, one of the goals with yoga. But it's not, the goal is not weight loss. For that, go to the gym.
The goal is not weight loss. Now, on the flip side, for someone who's perhaps, if I could say, obese, is this one thing that that would hinder them? Or when it comes to yoga, any person can do it, whatever kind of weight?
Yes. Whatever kind of weight.
So this one does not have an impact to your health?
Not at all. If anything, it improves your health. So somebody who's obese, they already probably have high cholesterol, they probably already have diabetes or hypertension. So yoga will help you reduce, it will help you manage your sugars better, because we work on pancreas. Also manage your cholesterol better. But what it also does is it helps you, for someone who's obese and never moved, you're doing exercises very gently. So you're opening and training your body very safely. So you'll prevent injury in the long run.
Okay, so now, what exactly are they doing?
So now, between poses, we like to rest. So this
is just resting.
This is rest. You take a few breaths before you go into the next pose. Yeah. So Daktari will tell us.
So next is the gentleman pose. Your left foot.
That's another thing, to cross your legs.
And hold your feet. Your back should be stretched. Inhale and look in front. And try to bring your knees closer to mat.
So when you're focusing now, you see in this pose, you're trying to, your attention's on your knees. You're trying to bring your knees.
Just before we get there, Asim, even before the attention being on the knees, I mean, as it is, just crossing your legs like that.
Yes.
Looks like it's not one of those easy things for everyone to do.
Yes. And
this actually falls under the beginner's exercise.
Yes.
Even in your own practice, because you're also an instructor, have you had issues with those who are beginning and they just can't be able to, fold their legs like that? Is there an alternative for that?
Yes.
Because again, also for most of the yoga classes that I've watched, this exercise does not miss.
Yes, because it's a very important exercise just to help you open the hips, right? So especially because we are never sitting like this in our daily lives.
On a normal time, you would be sitting this way.
So if you were, for example, a beginner, what I will do, let's say if Dr. Seema is the beginner, I would tell her to push her feet away from her.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that way.
No. So just bring your feet here. No. Wait. Go back. Do the pose again. Yeah. And bring your feet here. So if she's a beginner, she doesn't have to come all the way close. However far she can reach. So you see, so that's how you work with a beginner. Yes.
So then what is the benefit of this kind of pose? Because like I said, it never misses on the classes that I've watched.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What is the health benefit, particularly for this one?
So very good for opening the hips, very good for the mobility, very good for stretching your groin, right? And most importantly, it's a very good pose for both men and women in terms of the reproductive health.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Very good for avoiding any prostrate issues as well. So that is the main, those are the main benefits of this pose. Yes.
Also in your line of practice, now that you've talked about good for men and women, particularly on this one, I mean, which kind of gender have you really seen most in yoga classes? Is it a balance? Is it only a preserve for women in terms of poses and exercises?
Yeah, I think I have had both clients, male and female. But yes, female, I do have a higher female clientele. And I think they're just more receptive, more open, and more aware of their health. Like they're more conscious about looking after themselves, I think. Right?
And looking good and feeling nice.
Yes.
So then after how long do you actually now start seeing results? Because whatever form of exercise anyone does, could be the intense physical fitness, could be yoga, any form, people always want to see results.
Yes.
And I think the downside is always that if I begin today, being on a Tuesday, I'm expecting next Tuesday to start seeing something.
Yeah.
So for yoga, how long does it take with all these benefits in the different poses that you've described for us?
Right. You see, in terms of flexibility and mobility, again, like I said, if you are practicing 5 times a week, 30 to 40 minutes minimum, right?
This is daily?
Daily. 5 times a week, you can skip a day or 2, but make sure you're trying to do 5 times a week. You will see some change in your physical mobility and yourself as well, in your energy levels, in your sleep, in your appetite, and your metabolism from a month to 6 weeks. You will see a change, right? And obviously then you begin seeing different benefits as you keep progressing after a year or 2. If you stay with the practice, then they're completely different benefits. But in terms of your mobility and your body, you start seeing changes within a month to 6 weeks.
Within a month to 6 weeks.
Yes.
So that means it does not take really long. So people can engage in this kind of exercise.
Yes.
It's easy to do.
Yes. The pose that you found very difficult on the first day is going to be like walk in the park maybe in the 2nd or 3rd week.
All right. So it gets better day by day.
Yes.
So right now they're just again resting and relaxing before they continue.
Yes.
I see mom smile with the various poses.
Yes.
So again, where do we go next? Because like we said, this is basically also for beginners. So it means you haven't really gone intense. This is just for beginners.
Yeah. So,
as we said.
Yes. So we are, for example, the same pose that they just did, we could have done it very differently for an advanced person. But again, they're different levels of the same pose. So now they're going to do a spinal twist.
This is now the spinal twist.
Yes, very good for the back, and very good to do it towards the end of the practice of your session, because in case you overused your back, or your back is a bit stiff, or you're just somebody who gets a really stiff back out of sitting on a chair all day, it's a very good pose for you.
So this is also good for those that usually have the 8 to 5, 9 to 5 job, always sitting on your computer, on your laptop. This helps at least with the back.
Yeah, and if you're a senior citizen and you're sitting all day too, you could be with like me on the chair, and you can just do this. You can just twist. It's the same thing.
That is part of yoga.
Yeah, that is part of yoga.
Okay.
You just breathe out and you twist, and you do that. You go to the opposite side and you twist. Right. So it has the same benefits. Again, very beneficial for your liver and pancreas. Yes.
Beneficial for the liver and the pancreas. All right, then, do we have specific form of poses or exercises altogether for particularly pregnant women? Because you've talked about the beginners, the kids, the senior citizens, those that are just seated also on their chair, cannot move particularly. So what about pregnant women?
Yes, we do have something called prenatal yoga. Again, very popular. And this helps to develop the baby well and look after the mother during the prenatal phase. And yes, we have specific poses, again, to prepare the mother for birthing of the child. And yes, so you can start after the first trimester.
Okay.
We do not recommend doing any kind of yoga poses or exercises during the first trimester, but second and third, you can come to us, and we can guide you how to work on yourself. Yes.
So it means that when you look at yoga as a form of exercise, it actually cuts across different demographics.
Yes.
Doesn't really matter. Different age groups. Whatever even health condition you might be having, it cuts across. So then, do you really look at a medical report, particularly of a client, before you begin on the various forms of poses, or anything just goes?
Yes, I do. So because the practice also works on organs, we cannot do everything for everyone. So for example, if you have hypertension, there are poses I would not do with you.
Okay.
Right? And if you're asthmatic, there are different poses I wouldn't work on either. So most clients, I check with them. All clients, in fact. The first time I meet them, I do a proper consult, and I figure out what conditions they may have, and I work accordingly. And then we track the progress every 3 months, 6 months to a year. We keep going for those blood test results, and we see the progress. And in most cases, I've seen progress. I've seen clients heal from conditions like Graves' disease.
Just from doing yoga?
Yes, the yoga and nutrition.
Okay.
So this particular client of mine that I'm referring to has autoimmune condition called Graves' disease, where the body tries to attack the thyroid. So your thyroid goes hyper and hypo, and due to that, your heart rate goes up and down.
Okay.
So she could be sleeping and her heart would just start pounding.
All right.
And her condition right now is in remission. Yeah.
Fine. Well said. Well said. Now, as we just bring this conversation to a close, Asim, what will be your call to action, particularly just for people to understand that this day exists and this kind of exercises and poses are good for their health?
My call to action to people would be, this is a very age-old, ancient practice, and it has stood the test of time over centuries. So I invite you to walk into a yoga class near you, go to a trained professional, address your issues, and try it out. Do not. It's not for just women. It's not for a particular religious sect. It's for everybody. If you have a body and you breathe, it is for you. So come for a yoga session and try it out for your own physical, mental, and emotional health.
Good place to end it.
Yes.
It is for everybody.
It is for
everybody. Everybody.
Yes.
All right, so I have been speaking to Asim Sharma, who is a yoga instructor. Yeah, there she is, together with Dr. Seema Sharma, who is also a yoga instructor as well as a trainer with over 25 years just training and instructing on yoga. And this is where we bring this conversation on matters to do with yoga and its benefit for our health to a close. And ultimately, good morning, Kenya. Thank you so much for watching. From me and on behalf of the entire team, Asante Sana. We do this again tomorrow. Have a beautiful Tuesday morning.
something fits that destroy where. Kama kwa tatizo oja, ngori na bala haziwezi kwa reality. Tide is high but I'm holding on. I'm gonna be your number one.
Whatever it is you want to discuss, tutaongea baadaye. Sasa hii akili yangu imechoka. I just want to clear.
Kwa wakati huu wa mankuli, mimi hasira zangu zote humzimalizia hapa kwa mankuli. Sitaki kukuona. Kama unaingia ndani, atajilaumu mwenyewe kwa sababu hayo alijitakia mwenyewe.
Haijalishi mtoto anaponyelea paja, huoshwa halikatwi.
Hii ni Mitikasi leo, makala kutoka BBC yaliyomo. Upi mustakabali wa masuala ya ajira barani Afrika? Tutakujuza. Baadaye serikali ya Rwanda yasema haijafurahishwa na ukosoaji wa kimataifa kuhusu swala lao la kuwapokea waomba hifadhi. Kisha tutapigia darubini ripoti inayoangazia mataifa yaliyo na furaha kote duniani. Mubashara kutoka Nairobi, Kenya, usibanduke. Karibu katika habari za biashara zinazokuhusu, uchambuzi wa kina na mahojiano. Jina langu mie ni Hamida Abubakar. Je, unadhani ungekuwa na motisha zaidi kazini kama ungepewa siku moja zaidi kwa wiki kuweza kupumzika au hata kufanya kazi nyumbani? Ikiwa fikra zako ni hizo, basi tambua kuwa hauko peke yako. Utafiti uliofanywa na kampuni ya IWG unaonyesha 81% ya wafanyikazi hutilia maanani aina hii ya kazi wanapotafuta ajira. Vile kufanya kazi siku chache kwa wiki kumepata maarufu duniani, huku wanaopigia debe wakidai kufanya kazi kwa siku 4 pekee kwa wiki kutaongeza motisha. Sasa uwezo wa kufanya kazi popote ni aina ya mpangilio ambapo wafanyikazi wanaweza kuchagua mahali wanapotaka kufanyia kazi. Mapema wiki hii nchi ya Sri Lanka iliweza kutangaza jaribio la kufanya kazi kwa siku 4 kwa wiki ili kuweza kupambana na hali ngumu ya uchumi. Sasa Australia na New Zealand pia wanajiandaa kwa jaribio hilo baada ya Uingereza kuanza jaribio sawa na hilo katika makampuni 70. Na barani Afrika pia vile kufanya kazi nyumbani kutokana na janga la COVID-19 kumeweza kuongezeka, ila bado kuna tashwishi nyingi. Je, unaona njia hizi zinaweza kuongeza motisha kazini? Basi hili ndilo swali nilomuuliza Nathaniel Omoma ambaye ni afisa wa nguvu kazi katika kampuni ya Petroleum Refineries. Tumsikilize.
Motisha ni jambo ambalo hivi majuzi limekuwa ni jambo ambalo pengine halina maana ya moja kwa moja kwa vile mambo yamebadilika. Ukitazama kwamba kizazi ambacho tuko nacho kwa sasa ambao ndio majority, ndio wengi katika baadhi ya wafanyakazi, namna ya kuwapa motisha imekuwa tofauti kabisa. Na sisi kama watu ambao wanashughulikia mambo ya masuala ya wafanyakazi tuna changamoto siaba. Lakini kwa ujumla tu siku zote mwajiri itakuwa vizuri kama angekuwa na uwajibikaji, ya kwamba awe na ile inaitwa honesty kwa Kiingereza, na kwamba umeahidi jambo moja na unalifanya.
Uchumi umedorora na pia malipo yameweza kidogo kupungua. Baadhi ya wafanyikazi wamekatwa malipo yao na kujimudu kimaisha inakuwa ni vigumu. Je, wafanyikazi wanawezaje kujisimamia katika hali hii?
Ni lazima tujichunguze, tuangalie hali yetu. Kwanza ni kukata yale ambayo tunaita ni luxury. Tujaribu kuchunguza kwamba katika maisha ni mambo gani ambayo ni muhimu zaidi tuyape kipaumbele. Pili ni kufanya kazi kwa bidii. Manake ahadi ambayo tulipatiwa hata kwenye Biblia kwa wale ambao ni Wakristo ya kwamba ni lazima, ni sharti tufanye kazi. Ile kazi tuifanye na tuifanye kwa bidii. Jambo jingine ni lazima tuzingatie teknolojia. Teknolojia imefanya kazi kawa kidogo rahisi kiasi cha kwamba nilipo hapa naweza kufanya biashara na mtu ambaye yuko Nairobi, ili kwamba kuongeza kipato ambacho tunapata kwa kazi ile ambayo tunafanya kwa kutumia teknolojia. Tatu, ni lazima pia tuwe na mafunzo katika ile training. Lazima tujaribu kila kuchao kuongeza knowledge yetu.
Katika kule kuwapa motisha ya kazi wafanyikazi, baadhi ya makampuni yameamua tutawapa siku 4 za kufanya kazi, ya 5 pumzikeni. Unaona hili litasaidia kuimarisha uchumi, Nathaniel?
Ni vizuri, ni jambo nzuri kwa mfanyikazi kufanya kazi siku chache na kupumzika siku nyingi, lakini tujiulize kwamba kwanza uchumi wetu kweli utaweza kudhibiti mambo yale. Wafanyi kazi ambao tuko nao hivi, shida ambazo tuko nazo katika nchi zinazoendelea ni kwamba ukosefu wa ajira. Sasa je, ikiwa tutaenda kupunguza ile kazi ambayo tunafanya, productivity, ule mtaji, kukuza productivity yetu itarudi chini bila shaka.
Naam, kwa sasa tutupie macho taarifa zingine za biashara kutoka barani Afrika na kimataifa. Afrika Kusini imesema inafikiria kuagiza mafuta kutoka Urusi ili kukabiliana na ongezeko la bei ya bidhaa hiyo iliyoongezeka tangu kuanza kwa vita vya Urusi na Ukraine. Awali rais wa nchi hiyo Cyril Ramaphosa alisema nchi ambazo hazihusiki na vita hivyo zinaathirika kufuatia vikwazo vilivyowekwa na mataifa ya Magharibi. Serikali ya Rwanda imesema ukosoaji wa kimataifa kuhusu mpango wa nchi hiyo kupokea waomba hifadhi kutoka Uingereza ni matusi. Safari ya kwanza kuelekea nchini humo iliweza kusitishwa Jumanne mapema wiki hii baada ya mahakama ya Ulaya ya haki za kibinadamu kuingilia kati. Baadhi ya mataifa wanachama wa shirika la biashara duniani WTO yameweza kukubaliana kuondoa hati miliki ya chanjo ya virusi vya COVID-19 itakayoruhusu mataifa yanayoendelea kutengeneza na kuuza chanjo. Hata hivyo, mpango huo utadumu kwa muda wa miaka 3. Hii ni mitekasi leo kutoka BBC, tutakayoangazia hivi punde ripoti ya mataifa yaliyo na furaha zaidi kote duniani. Karibu tena. Je, una furaha kiasi gani muda huu wa sasa na kwa nini? Ripoti ya kila mwaka inayoangazia furaha kote duniani imeorodhesha nchi 156 kulingana na viwango vya furaha. Inaangalia vigezo kadhaa vinavyoambatana na furaha kama vile afya ya akili, afya ya kimwili, mapato, ajira, usaidizi wa kijamii na kadhalika. Ripoti hiyo pia inaangalia jinsi watu walivyoendelea wakati wa janga la COVID-19 na changamoto zingine za ulimwengu kama vile mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, usawa wa kiuchumi na mgawanyiko wa kisiasa. Nchi nyingi za Kiafrika ni miongoni mwa nchi zilizo na huzuni mwingi duniani, huku nchi 9 tu za Kiafrika zikijumuishwa kwenye nchi 100 bora. Baadhi ya mataifa kote duniani yanakabiliana na wasiwasi mkubwa ulioongezeka kwa 8%. Mauritius, Libya na Ivory Coast ziliweza kuorodheshwa miongoni mwa nchi zenye furaha zaidi barani, huku Benin, Uganda na Nigeria zikiwa na furaha kiasi kidogo mno. Tumeuliza wataalamu wetu chini ya nembo ya 100 bora, je, pesa zinakupa furaha? Na walikuwa na maoni mseto, tusikilize.
Kibinafsi, pesa hunifurahisha. Hii furaha inaletwa na ulinzi na uwezo wa kurahisisha vitu maishani. Naamini nikiwa na pesa, nina uhuru ya kutekeleza mahitaji yangu ya kimsingi kama vile chakula, malazi na mavazi.
Pesa sio chanzo cha furaha, ila pesa ni kichocheo cha furaha, kwa sababu nimeshaona watu wengi wakipitia situations ngumu wakiwa na pesa, lakini zile pesa hazikuweza kuwaletea furaha. Lakini pia nimeshaona situation ambazo watu wana shida na wakapata pesa na wakawa na furaha. Lakini haimaanishi kwamba pesa ndio ilikuwa chanzo cha furaha, ila ilikuwa ni kichocheo tu cha ile furaha.
Naam, awali nimezungumza na Bridget Shigadi ambaye ni balozi wa kampuni ya teknolojia ya Wozi, na nilianza kumuuliza ikiwa mitandao ya kijamii inachangia furaha ama huzuni za watu. Tumsikilize.
Changia sana, manake sasa hivi tunaona what's the word, brands nyingi zinatumia mitandao ya jamii ku push kazi zao, unajua. So tunaona watu wengi wako kwa mitandao ya jamii kujaribu ku create content. So inachangia sana kutufurahisha, yeah.
Unawafikia vipi watu kupitia mitandao hii ya kijamii, na vile vile umeweza kujipatia malipo yako kivipi kupitia mtandao hii?
Tunafikia watu manake I think siku hizi kila mtu ako na simu ya mkono na inakuwa rahisi kuangalia news kwa simu, so hiyo ni njia ya kwanza tunafikia watu. Kila mtu sahi akitaka kujua kitu anaendea simu, alafu vitu kama bundles pia zimekuwa kidogo nafuu, kwa hivyo watu wanaangalia sana mitandao ya jamii, so hivyo ndo tunafikia watu. Na hiyo swali ya pili, mitandao ya jamii inalipa. Unajua watu kama brands wanafuatilia sana mitandao ya jamii compared to tuseme kama televisheni, vitu kama hivyo. So nowadays in terms of push kazi yako, especially kama msanii, kama wewe ni actor, kama wewe ni mwimbaji, it's very easy kuweka social media, so hiyo ni njia moja ya kipato. Hata mimi kama content creator always natafuta watu kama videographer wa kunifanyia kazi, so that's another way mtu anaweza jipatia kazi under social media. Unajua
ni vidokezo vipi ambavyo utapeana kwa mtu ambaye yupo pale nje na anataka kuingia kuanza kutumia mitandao ya kijamii ili kujinufaisha?
Kwanza naweza ambia mtu lazima ujitambue, ujue nini unataka, ni area gani unataka kuingia kwa social media. Manake kuna content creator, kuna msanii, kuna dancers, as in ni mahali kwingi unaweza ingia. Ukijielewa kama brand and what you want to do, hiyo inakuwa rahisi. Pili naweza sema pia kazi yenye unaweka nje lazima ikuwe kazi ya hali ya juu, lazima ikuwe na quality, you know. Manake hiyo kwanza ndio brands wanaangalia, lazima kazi yako iwe ya hali ya juu, ndio mtu akiona ajiulize, okay, mbona namchukua huyu, bora nimlipe huyu hiki kiasi. So lazima kazi yako iweze kujiongelea.
Naam, sasa zaidi ya watoto milioni 1 nchini Afghanistan wanakabiliwa na hali mbaya ya utapiamlo, huku nchi hiyo ikikabiliwa na mzozo wa kiuchumi na mapato ya wastani yakipungua kwa 1/3. Misaada ya kibinadamu inawasilishwa, lakini kuna tahadhari ya kwamba misaada zaidi itahitajika. Ambwene Mwamwaja ametuandalia ripoti ifuatayo.
Hili ni mojawapo ya masoko yenye shughuli nyingi zaidi Afghanistan. Vingi vinauzwa, lakini kwa familia nyingi pesa ni ngumu zaidi kuliko hapo awali. Duka hili linakuonyesha namna wengi wao wanavyojitahidi. Magunia haya yamejaa mabaki ya mikate iliyochakaa ambayo kwa kawaida hulishwa ng'ombe, lakini sasa watu wameanza kuila wenyewe.
Mikate mizuri ipo juu ya begi. Maskini wakija kununua wanakwangua hizi, kama huu hawezi kuliwa. Hapo awali watu 5 kwa siku walikuwa wakinunua mkate huu. Sasa ni zaidi ya watu 20.
Mkate ndio chakula kikuu hapa Afghanistan, lakini kuna mzozo mkubwa wa kiuchumi. Ufadhili wa maendeleo wa kimataifa ambao nchi hiyo ilitegemea umekatwa kwa kiasi kikubwa, huku nchi za magharibi zikiwa zimesitisha akiba ya benki kuu kutokana na wasiwasi kuhusu unyanyasaji wa Taliban dhidi ya wanawake.
Zamani nilikuwa nikipata $6 kwa siku, lakini sasa ninapata $1 na senti 20 tena kwa shida. Nimekuwa nifanya kazi tangu asubuhi na ninamudu kununua mkate huu tu.
Rushwa na vita vilimaanisha kuwa maisha yalikuwa magumu. Sasa vita inawezekana imemalizika, lakini mapambano yanazidi kuwa magumu.
Na iwapo ili kupita bilionea wa Marekani Elon Musk ameshtakiwa kwa tuhuma za utapeli uliofanyika kupitia sarafu ya kidijitali inayojulikana kama Dogecoin. Inasemekana Musk na makampuni yake wanadaiwa kuhusika katika kashfa hiyo ya udanganyifu. Mwisho wa mitikasi leo kutoka BBC. Jina langu ni Hamida Abubakar. Hadi wakati mwingine, kwa heri.
Kupata lazima nishike kama sikiza tune yako.
bonyeza *811 962 hash.
Lazima nishike mapema. Nisiposhika hii simu mapema utakasirika. Unajua mimi nikiwa mtu ya marathon najua niko na experience kabisa. Niko na experience. If you don't hurry, you will not break the record. Okay, wacha nishike hii simu.
Kupata lazima nishike, bonyeza *811 962 hash. *811 962 hash.
You just agreed with me. And now you do not?
I'm willing to die alongside her.
You'll be wed to Betsy of Green Hill. After Bulgar and I pick a date, you and Lady Betsy shall unite our two great families and the heavenly kingdom with Green Hill.
Whatever it is you want to discuss, tutaongea baadaye. Sasa hii akili yangu imechoka. I just want to clear.
Kwa wakati huu wa mankuli, mimi hasira zangu zote humzimalizia hapa kwa mankuli. Sitaki kukuona. Kama unaingia ndani, atajilaumu mwenyewe kwa sababu hayo alijitakia mwenyewe.
Haijalishi mtoto anaponyelea paja, huoshwa halikatwi.
As campaign intensified for the upcoming general election, what does all this mean for you, the voter? What do the candidates have to offer? How prepared are agencies charged with the election process? Join John Kuria and Safina Chieng on Kenya Decides. This and every Tuesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 as we unpack elections 2022 with a panel of various stakeholders. Make informed electoral decisions.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our church. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, statements.
Leader of majority.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in a normal sitting, this statement is made to appraise the House on the business for the coming week. However, as you're all aware, this is the last ordinary sitting day for the Senate in the term of the 12th Parliament. As such, therefore, it goes without saying that there will be no sittings next week until convening of the new House after the general elections that are achieved for the 9th August 2022. Speaker, at the start of the 12th Parliament in August 2017, we set out an ambitious legislative agenda with a primary focus on improving the lives of Kenyans, strengthening the devolved governance structure, and ensuring that devolution worked. Well, here we are at the last sitting of the Senate, and it's only fair that we undertake an assessment of the status of legislative business. The Senate was able to introduce a total of 75 bills. Of these bills, 17 were passed and assented to. The Mental Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2020, and the County Allocation Revenue Bill, Senate Bills number 1 of 2022, have been submitted to His Excellency the President for assent, which brings the total number of bills that have been assented to into law to 20. 26 bills were considered and referred to the National Assembly. These bills are still under consideration by the National Assembly and yet to be referred back to the Senate. With respect to bills that are under consideration by the Senate, there are 23 bills pending conclusion, 7 of which are at the second reading stage, while 15 are at the committee of the whole stage. Of these bills, 5 have been scheduled for division at the committee of the whole stage. I urge all honorable senators to take personal responsibility and ensure that you are in the chamber this afternoon to undertake these divisions alongside motions listed at numbers 18 and 19. And Mr. Speaker, that would be including this morning. Finally, on bills, there are 20 bills which are undergoing concurrence process pursuant to Article 110(3) of the Constitution. Looking at where we are today, it is unlikely that these bills will be considered by the Senate in the life of the 12th Parliament. The Speaker, Article 119 of the Constitution gives the right to every citizen to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, and repealing any legislation. The Senate has received 145 petitions, out of which 114 of them have been reported on so far. This represents a 78% completion. This indicates that there are 31 petitions that are yet to be finalized by the respective standing committees. Statements have been another avenue that the Senate has capitalized on to address concerns of citizens. There were 229 statements made pursuant to Standing Order 47-1, of which 67 were referred to respective standing committees for further consideration. 53 of these were concluded, and where necessary, reports thereon tabled. With respect to statements under Standing Order 48-1, 573 were sought, out of which 448 were concluded and reported on. This accounts for 78% of the total statements filed. We hope that when the time comes to assess the third Senate, it will be written that we held true to the aspirations of Kenyans, upheld the Constitution and constitutionalism, protected devolution, and ensured that it thrives. Above all, we made a positive impact in the lives of Kenyans. As an institution of governance, that is what was required of us. Mr. Speaker, sir, looking towards the future, I'd like to pose a challenge to the coming Senate. This challenge relates to a threat that we have faced from the time we began our legislative agenda, that of fighting for our legislative and oversight mandate under Article 96 of the Constitution. As a result of this threat, the Senate, by resolution, instituted legal proceedings to challenge the laws that have been enacted and procedurally in the 12th Parliament. This threat is still alive, and while the Senate is hoping for a favorable outcome in the Supreme Court, the next Senate will need to jealously guard its legislative authority to ensure that the mandate of the Senate is not eroded. I therefore urge the next Senate leadership to separate politics of the day from their constitutional and cardinal mandate of protecting devolution. There are a number of good legislative proposals which strengthen devolution and the place of the Senate, but will unfortunately lapse at the close of this Senate. The next Senate leadership may isolate these bills and consider republishing them as a matter of urgency so as to have them passed in the first few months. In so doing, the Senate will go a long way in entrenching constitutionalism, the rule of law, and protecting the integrity of its legislative process. Mr. Speaker, sir, before I conclude this statement, I'd like to acknowledge with much appreciation the support I, in my capacity as the Senate Majority Leader, have received from all senators, and particularly you, Mr. Speaker. I also acknowledge the members of the Senate Majority and Minority leadership, most of whom I have had the privilege to serve within the Senate Business Committee. I would like also to acknowledge the other members of the committee whom I have also had the privilege of serving. Mr. Speaker, I may want to single out the Senate Minority Leader, Honorable James Orengo. And Mr. Speaker, that together we have done this work together. We have worked to bring legislation to fruition in this Senate. I'd like to thank him and his team for the times that I have been given the support that was befitting. The Speaker, even at the Senate Business Committee, it has been a bipartisan effort, and we have worked very closely. And so I'd like to single out yourself, Mr. Speaker, and the clerk, and all those who have presided over the Senate Business Committee and made this a success. Mr. Speaker, if I may just say that you, and then I will have an opportunity to speak to the subject of the Senate, and we'll address more about how we have related and how successful we've been in this Senate. I'd like to thank my predecessors who have been ahead of me, and I want to also specifically single out the Senator for Elgeyo Marakwet, who was the majority leader before me, for the work that he had done and continues to do. And I wish everyone well. I want to wish all of us well in the next duty station, and I don't know where those duty stations are going to be. Finally, I wish all honorable senators well in their future endeavors, whether we meet here again in the House or otherwise. I pray that those vying for various leadership positions will continue to be defenders of the Constitution, devolution, and the rule of law. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hereby lay the statement on the table of the Senate. Thank you.
Senator James Orengo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not normal that a reaction be made to the statement made by the leader majority concerning the program for the House or the business of the House for the week or the coming week. But this is now a very unique moment in the life of this Senate. Most likely, this sitting and the afternoon sitting will be the last sittings of this Senate. And I wish to join him in thanking you, Mr. Speaker, particularly in holding the fort. You have been guided by the principle of trying to keep the House together and many times seeking bipartisan solutions to problems that may confront the House. And I think generally, I want to appreciate the House in the sense that most of the issues that have come before the House have not been determined or decided on the basis of majority or minority. On both sides of the House, we have found people supporting certain positions, while a number of both sides of the House would oppose, what was being canvassed before the House. And I'm talking about issues like, when we were discussing the issue of the formula, both sides of the House was not divided on the basis of parties or majority or minority. I think both sides of the House supported different positions. Members supported what they thought was in the interests of their counties and the country generally. I also want to thank the Senate Majority Leader, Senator Pogisio. He's a perfect gentleman. He's so easy to work with. And I think with the long history he has had in Parliament, you tend to hear people talking about Senator Pogisio being the Speaker the House has never had, both in the National Assembly and in the Senate. And I wish him well because he will continue to serve, hopefully, in the Senate. And I want to appreciate leadership, previous leadership in the House, Senator Murkomen has been mentioned by the majority leader. I must also mention the fact that I've enjoyed debating with Senator Murkomen, his clarity of thought, and I hope he continues to give that service to the nation. And I'll miss debating him in the House. And that goes to Senator Kithure Kindiki, who was there before him. And on my side, Senator Moses Wetangula, I think, is one of the most eloquent and skilled legislators that we have in the House. And thank the House generally and its leadership for the work we have done. But, Mr. Speaker, what I want to really point out is that, we should always support the judiciary. The judiciary is so important. We never know what is going to confront this nation ahead. And Mr. Speaker, there was a time when if you are arrested for any offense, your days were numbered. You would be taken to trial. Honorable Philomena Chelagat, within a month she had been tried, convicted on trumped-up charges. I know at this day and time, whatever the case was or the complaint was, at this day and time, somebody like Senator Murkomen, Honorable Philomena Chelagat would never have been tried and convicted. Nor would have been great legislators like Anyona, who again served long prison terms on matters that were just fabricated. People like Matiba, who would not have served those times in detention, or my party leader, Raila Odinga, would not have served those many years in detention if at that time we had an independent judiciary based on the constitution that we have today. So I hope that for now and in the future, we'll defend the judiciary. There should be no clawback on the judiciary. And I think there are ways of dealing with problems within the judiciary, be it corruption, but I think there should never be any situation where one would want to control the judiciary. And I hope that the next parliament will stand firm in defending an independent judiciary. Mr. Speaker, even the Senate, for one, would not be doing the work we're doing at the moment without that advisor opinion that was made by the Supreme Court. No business was coming to the House until the Supreme Court made that decision. And I hope that the National Assembly in the future will learn how to work with the Senate as an entity so that this sibling rivalry that has characterized this particular parliament, and even to some extent the previous parliament, would not continue. But I want to note that most of the laws that have been rendered unconstitutional by the courts have been bills which have gone through the National Assembly without coming to the Senate. Because I think the Senate, we have been a little bit more careful in trying to look into the kind of legislation that comes before the Senate. If you look at the many statutes or provisions of those statutes that have been rendered unconstitutional, is because most of the time the Senate was not allowed to have a second look at it by sheer neglect of not complying with Article 110, sub-Article 3 of the Constitution. So I hope that in future the National Assembly will want to work in tandem with the Senate and together as a parliament do oversight and legislation as one entity as opposed to continuous sibling rivalry. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that you're making an important plea to the Speaker of the National Assembly on certain legislation that was passed without it coming before the Senate. I also hope that the executive in the future will look at, before an assent is given to any bill, that they would look at the provisions of the Constitution properly and not just assent to bills where there's been no concurrence and there's been no participation by the Senate. And some of these things, they look all right when the going is good, but when they catch up with you one day, because unfortunately, conduct of public bodies and public officers and state officers don't die while they're in office. Even 10 years down the line, a lot of these things can be brought up again and questioned. So we hope that we are going to have an executive that applies the law in conformity with the Constitution. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we have done a good job, and I think the country is so much the better because of the positions we have taken, particularly in relation to devolution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Onesimus Murkomen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like Senator James Orengo, the minority leader, said, it's unusual to react to a statement of the majority leader on the business, but the uniqueness of this statement and being the last statement of the majority leader, thank you for, gives us an opportunity to say something, and I want to thank you for giving me that opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, time flies. It was just the other day when we came to this chamber, and Mr. Speaker, I will remember this term of the Senate to be one of the most unique ones, because I arrived here, Mr. Speaker, being the majority leader of the Senate, and with the responsibility that my successor, Senator Pogisho, has read about the successes and the challenges we've gone through. That responsibility was bestowed on me for half of the term, slightly more than half of the term, and he completed the remaining of the term. And so let me start by congratulating Senator Pogisho for the work he did from when the time he was made the majority leader. And Mr. Speaker, congratulate Senator Orengo for working together with Senator Pogisho and the rest of the Senate Business Committee chaired by yourself to steer this House to ensure that the business of this House, Mr. Speaker, continue, and that the business of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, is in an orderly manner. Second, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this House, this term, was one of the most consequential term in many ways. That, Mr. Speaker, we had the greatest opportunity, like Senator Orengo said, we had a great opportunity to debate on a matter that for the past two occasions, we danced around it. But in this term, we managed, Mr. Speaker, to have very robust and far-reaching discussion on the county allocation of revenue formula. And we will be remembered, Mr. Speaker, for the effort we put to ensure that we maintain the principle of equity and to ensure that those who have greater population get the resources they deserve without disenfranchising those, Mr. Speaker, who have greater landmass and lesser population. And so if this Senate, if I was to be asked the highlight of this Senate, Mr. Speaker, I would say it is the work we demonstrated, the efforts, the hard work of all the senators. And Mr. Speaker, because that is very tremendous progress that we made in this very term, I want to recognize the senators, Mr. Speaker, who sacrificed beyond the call of duty and suffered, Mr. Speaker, as a result. People like Senator Langat. Senator Langat of Bomet must be remembered, Mr. Speaker, that he was arrested for the sake of that formula, Mr. Speaker, to succeed. People like Senator Lelegwe, people like Senator Malala. Mr. Speaker, that was something. And I want to congratulate you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to say that's one of your also highlights of your farm stand, but it is indeed one of the two things that I'll remember you for. One is the decision you made that time when it was apparent that if we had proceeded, we would have really done injustice to the Senate and to our colleagues. And so, Mr. Speaker, you also deserve our congratulations for standing firm and contributing to the success of that formula. And those senators also, who though their counties initially was purported to benefit from this formula, like Senator Cheriot, Senator Malala, and a few, Senator Sakaja, myself, and among others, Mr. Speaker, and Senator Langat was part of that team. We ended up, Mr. Speaker, standing firm, and everybody benefited at the end. So I want to congratulate you for that. Number two, Mr. Speaker, is that this Senate will be remembered for defending its mandate. If there's a time, like Senator Orengo has said, we remained bipartisan and extremely committed to our cause, is when our mandate was threatened, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, in unison, this House, and I brought a motion to the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker, part of the things that accelerated my removal was to bring a motion in this House to seek an approval of the chamber to go to court to defend its mandate. And I'm glad, Mr. Speaker, you signed the necessary documents, the affidavit, and for that petition to succeed with Senator Orengo, with myself. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very, very happy that we succeeded in the National Assembly, in the High Court. And Mr. Speaker, Senator Orengo said something very profound. I wish the future presidents would, Mr. Speaker, not just sign laws for the sake of it, will exercise their mandate, Mr. Speaker, with certain level of responsibility and caution and interest of the public, and maintaining this Mr. Speaker, committee of the two houses. Sadly, even though you and your brother in the National Assembly came from the same party, or technically sponsored by the same party, it's very sad that in the two terms where one party has controlled both chambers, we've not been able to find unity in terms of decision-making and application of the Constitution insofar as movement of bills from So, Mr. Speaker, I hope this one is on record, not just for yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it's been then our privilege to ensure that we defend our mandate. And like Senator Orengo said, that is where now respect of the Constitution and our institutions comes in. We must continue respecting our courts, even when the decision is not favorable to us. It's unfortunate that the decision went the way it went in the Court of Appeal. And since we are in the Supreme Court, I believe that, Mr. Speaker, this matter will be settled once and for all to ensure that the two houses and the Senate itself will function the way it was intended by the framers of our Constitution and by the people of Kenya when they promulgated this Constitution on 27th of August 2010. Last, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues in the majority side who really supported me in my tenure as the majority leader. It wasn't an easy time. There were things that we didn't agree with the executive. I am very proud of my record of standing up to the president and the executive when the mandate of this house was threatened. In some of the meetings, you were there, Mr. Speaker. In some of the meetings, I was there with my colleagues in leadership. That's something I'm always proud of. And I believe that I have the benefit of time and history. And Mr. Speaker, in the fullness of time, history will prove me right that it was important to stand for the things I stood for, whether it was the mandate of this House and whether, Mr. Speaker, it was related to political management of the majority side. I will miss, Mr. Speaker, Senator Orengo. It is now very clear that he will not be in this House in the next term. It was my greatest pleasure to debate with him, Mr. Speaker. First of all, even to be in this chamber with him. And for the umpteenth time, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this, that it is people like Senator Orengo, Honorable Paul Mwite, and others who were in Parliament at the time, who are lawyers, who helped me make my mind that I was going to study law. So in many ways, Senator Orengo has been my great inspiration. And when the time I came to this chamber in 2013, I was overwhelmed, Mr. Speaker, by the fact that I was sitting here with Senator Orengo, Senator Wetangula, among other lawyers that I looked up to when I was studying law. And many other legislators, like Amos Wako, Senator Amos Wako, among others. It is now very clear that Senator Orengo has chosen a different path, Mr. Speaker. He is vying to be the governor of Mr. Speaker, Siaya. I don't think we have a candidate there, Mr. Speaker, so if I endorse Senator Orengo, I will not be in trouble when I'm on my side. I don't even know whether my vote will matter in the Siaya. But I believe that, Mr. Speaker, if Senator Orengo goes with the values and principles that he has expounded here, Mr. Speaker, and the beliefs he has had in this chamber, and the history he has, and the record he has established of integrity and hard work, and, Mr. Speaker, belief of institutions, including this House, I believe that he's going to do a good job for the people of Siaya. I would have really loved to see him back here, but I'll be seeing him in the Public Accounts Committee, Mr. Speaker, when he comes here for questioning, and I believe that he will not have it will not be adversely mentioned in any audit report for the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, the same goes for you. You've done your best, Mr. Speaker. You had situations that I know many Kenyans expect me to comment on, including the ruling related to my removal that have been difficult for you, but I've understood. I have personally understood the circumstances under which you are operating. And, Mr. Speaker, we will also miss your services in this chamber. You've been very extremely enthusiastic servant of this House. You have, Mr. Speaker, even when we have disagreed with you on your decisions, you have taken your time out of here to make personal explanation to individuals, including myself. And, Mr. Speaker, that shows that you are a leader with conscience. And as you go back to Bungoma, to be the governor of Bungoma, Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt in my mind you will be elected with over 70% of the votes of Bungoma County. We will expect you again when we call you here, Mr. Speaker, in the County Public Accounts Committee. You will appear. But that's not the only way we will be interacting. We will also interact insofar as in many other forums, Mr. Speaker, that are intergovernmental in nature. I hope and I believe that we should not do the kind of impeachments we did in this term, so that those of you who are going to be governors should go home knowing that those of us who will remain here, God willing, must exercise a higher level of caution when dealing with impeachments touching on governors. Our lowest moment was the removal of Governor Sonko and Governor Waititu, Mr. Speaker. That was deplorable because we messed up, Mr. Speaker, the lives of two gentlemen. And since I am there, let me just say this in 1 second, Mr. Speaker, in 1 minute so that I sit. I feel very sad that Governor Sonko is being taken for a ride and is not being given a chance to run. Mr. Speaker, him being barred from running, Mr. Speaker, should go down in history as one of the most, Mr. Speaker, ironic moments. you have colleagues, including colleagues in National Assembly, who are facing charges of corruption, Mr. Speaker, and whom, Mr. Speaker, some have been sentenced for over 70 years. And then, Mr. Speaker, they appeal. After they appeal, the Constitution says they have a right, the constitutional right, Mr. Speaker, of presumption of innocence. If I'm not wrong, that's Article 50 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, they are running and they are in the ballot. Now, Governor Sonko and Governor Waititu brought to this House, impeached Mr. Speaker without any standard being observed. The standard of proof, insofar as impeachment is concerned, is the conscience of every senator who votes. And so Governor Sonko was impeached by 24, if I'm not wrong, 24, 25 senators, against 22, 23. Then, Mr. Speaker, he has received his punishment for being removed from office in the term that was elected by the people of Nairobi. Then you go ahead, Mr. Speaker, and bar him from running from office. Now, this is a question I want to ask jurists who are here and who are watching this, my presentation. When the Constitution says when you are convicted for more than 6 months, Mr. Speaker, you are barred from being a member of Parliament or holding public office. But once you've served your sentence, even if it was manslaughter, Mr. Speaker, if it was theft, if it was corruption, once you've served for 5, 10 years, you have been atoned. You have and therefore, Mr. Speaker, you've been redeemed. You have atoned for your sins and you have been redeemed. Meaning, after that conviction of 5 years, 7 years, now you can run for office. Now, the question I want to ask Senator Orengo and lawyers who are here, Justice Matzayo, among others. Mr. Speaker, if a person has been impeached, for how long are they going to be barred from running? Someone is sentenced for 5 years, and after serving for the 5 years, he has a right to go back and run for office. But someone is impeached, and then indefinitely told he cannot run for office. Remember, in the first instance, there was a Speaker of County Assembly of Kirinyaga, Mr. Speaker, who was almost impeached by the County Assembly for chewing gum in the chambers, Mr. Speaker. The reasons for impeachment and the standard of impeachment, Mr. Speaker, standard of proof for impeachment is so low that it depends on the politics of the day, the feeling of the Senate at that time. Sometimes even that impeachment is procured by bribery, by your political opponents. And then, Mr. Speaker, after you've served that punishment, having been elected by 1 million people, then you are told you've served the term, you do not complete your term. Then after that, you want to run for a different office or the same office, you are told you cannot run for that office. Mr. Speaker, we are punishing people, Mr. Speaker, out of mob justice. It's an illegality that we must not allow it to succeed.
What's your point of order, Senator Orengo?
Yes, I'm willing to be informed. I'm willing to be informed, Mr. Speaker. I'm always willing to be informed by Senator Orengo.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to inform the Senator from Elgeyo Marakwet that he is making very fundamental statements, but you should bear in mind that generally impeachments are a political process, even in the United States of America. In relation to President Trump, it didn't really matter what he had done, so long as he had the right numbers in the Senate. But I think to inform him, the answer lies in the Constitution. If you read the Constitution, eligibility and all, with the Bill of Rights and the principles of double jeopardy, I think the answer is there. It's just because a lot of times when it comes to politics, we tend to make convenient judgments. But I think truly the Constitution addresses this point very clearly.
So, Senator Murkomen, keep it brief because we have Senator in the afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, Senator Orengo has said something very weighty without saying it. In the sense that, Mr. Speaker, he agrees with me without, Mr. Speaker, agreeing very loudly, because let's give room to the courts. The High Court is yet to pronounce itself on that very important matter of being barred from office. Mr. Speaker, the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court will have its time. But Senator Orengo, you'll also agree with me that I disagree a little bit with the Chief Justice when he went to a radio show and pronounced herself on this issue, when we know that this matter might come before her sometime later. And I think she should have exercised some level of restraint. But Mr. Speaker, when we come back, hopefully, those of us who are going to be back here, Senator Mogeni is lifting his hand that he's one of them, Mr. Speaker. Since we have a competitor there, I'm not going to say anything. But the point I'm saying is that when we come back, we must put in place a legislation that explains that issue. Divorcing Chapter 6 from the requirement of, Mr. Speaker, presumption of innocence, constitutional right on the presumption of innocence, and, Mr. Speaker, the exhaustion of process of appeal is, Mr. Speaker, a violation of the Constitution itself, because the Constitution says you must have purposive interpretation of the Constitution and holistic interpretation, not just cherry picking some sections of the law. And therefore, I feel very sad that a process of impeachment that went through this House is going to be used to bar people from running for office. And I think that is, Mr. Speaker, something that we must address. And the courts are now seized to some of those issues, including the one of the CC of Kiambu, who is our Senate candidate, Karungu Adhangwa. And I hope that this matter will be settled by the courts of law. So, Mr. Speaker, other than that, I want to say that since we have in the afternoon a motion of adjournment, I believe that history will judge us positively for the things that we did. And I believe that during the first session of the Senate of the 13th, in the 13th Parliament, yourself, Senator Orengo, among others who will have exited this House, Mr. Speaker, to serve in other capacities, will be invited, Mr. Speaker, during our first retreat to make sure that we look together on the issues that we dealt with that time, even as the new Senate will begin to plan for the future. And I hope that our working relationship will be improved. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, I want to ask those who are coming now to keep it brief, because we have a motion of adjournment and you'll have another opportunity to then say Senator Madzayo.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kwanza nataka ni kushukuru kwa kwamba ulikuwa spika wangu, umekuwa spika wangu kwa miaka 5 tukiwa ndani ya hili bunge la Senate. Bwana Spika, umekuwa mshupavu na umeweza kuangalia majadiliano ya pande zote mbili. Bwana Spika, nataka kuchukua nafasi hii niwashukuru pia wenzangu maseneta, manake katika muhula huu tulikuwa na pita nyingi ambazo zilijaribu kutuweka sisi katika mtihani mkubwa. Bwana Spika, nikikumbuka kulikuwa na ugavi wa pesa. Lakini ugavi wa pesa ule ya pesa zinazokwenda katika serikali zetu za ugatuzi, kulikuwa na sintofahamu nyingi sana, mpaka wakati huo tulikuwa tunafikiria ile bunge linaweza kupasuka katikati. Bwana Spika, na siasa ilikuwa imetanda sana, ikawa imefika kiwango ambacho ilikuwa ni kama ambao watu wanashurutishwa kufanya kitu fulani. Lakini Bwana Spika, ulionyesha umaarufu wako na ukaangalia debate vile ilikuwa inaendelea, majadiliano, na pia kuwashukuru wale maseneta, haswa zaidi wale maseneta ambao wanatoka katika maeneo yale ambao walikuwa wanapata pesa, wakaungana na wale wengine ambao walikuwa wanapoteza. Nataka kuwashukuru sana kwa sababu ni kwa sababu ya juhudi hizo iliwezesha sisi ambao tulikuwa tunaweza kupoteza pesa kupata mwelekeo.
Senator Nderitu, what is your point of, there's a point of intervention by Senator Nderitu?
Bwana Spika, nina hofu kidogo kwa sababu kisheria
na sheria zetu, taarifa kama hii ya kiongozi walio wengi, sidhani tunapaswa kuwa tukijadili. Sijui kama tunafuata sheria kihalali ama tayari tunaanza kulegeza. Bwana Speaker.
It's an exceptional day. We're closing, so I gave some leverage, but that's why I said let them keep them brief, because in the afternoon then we'll have more time when we adjourn. So please keep them short so that we are able to do the other business on the order paper.
Asante Bwana Speaker. Bwana Speaker, kwa hiyo nataka niwachukue nafasi hii niwashukuru masenators wote, wale waliokuwa wanapinga na wale waliokuwa wanakubaliana na mambo ya ugavi, lakini hatimaye mwisho tulikuwa kitu kimoja na tukapitisha, na nafikiria kukakuwa na afueni, sio kwa sisi peke yake ndani ya bunge la Senate, bali Kenya mzima, kwa sababu ilikuwa tumeweka mzigo sana wa kusimamisha ugavi wa senti ambao ulikuwa unaanza kuathiri wananchi katika serikali za ugatuzi zote 47. Bwana Speaker, pia vile vile nataka kukumbuka mwanzo tulipoanza hili bunge kulikuwa na sintofahamu nyingi, mpaka upande ule wanaoongoza walio wengi waliweza kupitisha miswada ambayo tulikuwa tunaona ya kwamba haiko sawa, lakini ikapitishwa, na ilichukua vile vile mwelekeo wa kwamba kiongozi wa walio wachache ndugu yetu Orengo akasema ya kwamba hufika wakati fulani serikali ikaregelea ikala watoto wake wenyewe, na ilibainika wazi kama vile alivyosema akitabiri, ilikuja ikarudi mpaka sasa. Naona dadangu Farhia yeye akawa kiranja, naibu wa kiranja, kwa sababu kulikuwa na wengine ambao walikuwa viranja. Kwa hiyo tunasema tu ya kwamba ikiwa upande wowote umeingia kwenye mamlaka, sio kwamba ianze kudharau upande ile ingine, manake tunaelewa hata mkiwa mko kwa upande ule wa walio wengi, saa ingine huja mambo yakabadilika kisiasa, na nafikiria hilo ndio funzo kubwa sana nimeweza kulipata nikiwa ndani ya hili bunge la Senate. Na tuliona vile faranga vilivyoliwa na vile ambavyo havikuliwa, na wale ambao walikuja wakachukua. Mpaka sasa tunaona aliye kiongozi wa walio wengi amekuwa ndugu yangu Samuel Pogisio. Kwa hiyo nataka kumpatia kongole ndugu yangu Samuel Pogisio kwa sababu ya utendakazi wake. Ameendesha, ni mtu ambaye ni mkarimu na mtu ambaye ana mwelekeo, na mimi napendelea vile anavyohandle. Unajua kama kitu kinaharibika, yeye huwa anaangalia kama ambaye hatasema, lakini mwisho akisema tunapata mwelekeo. Nataka kumshukuru yeye na kiongozi vile vile walio wachache ama wanaotoka kwa upande huu ambao mimi niko James Orengo, kwa sababu baadhi ya yale mambo ya masikizano wao wawili wakisikizana imekuwa tumeweza kupata mwelekeo. Kwa hiyo nataka kuwapatia kongole zaidi. La mwisho Bwana Speaker, najua wewe uko na mzigo mkubwa sana. Unaenda pande za Bungoma. Bungoma iliwaka moto katika mihula miaka 5 iliyokwisha. Lakini Bwana Speaker, nakutakia kila laheri. Ninajua safari hii kwa sababu unasikizana na yule mkubwa wa kile chama chako, ndugu yetu wakili mkubwa Moses Wetangula. Wakati ule ulikuwa husikizani naye, na akafanya vile alivyofanya mbinde zote, ukaja hapa. Japokuwa kule alikutoa, lakini ukaja hapa na ukawa mkubwa wake. Kwa hiyo ulimwengu uko namna hiyo. Leo uko mbele, kesho uko nyuma. Lakini wewe hata ulipokuwa kule ulikuwa mbele, na hata alipokutoa kule ukija hapa ukawa mbele vile vile. Kwa hiyo Mungu wako na wewe. Kwa hiyo sisi tunasema tu ya kwamba
point of intervention, Senator,
wakati ukirudi kwako
kuna
huko Bungoma, tukutakia kila laheri ili uweze.
Uko hoja nidhamu.
Pole nilikuwa sija kuona.
Mr. Speaker, I'm only doing what I think a good timekeeper could do. Mr. Speaker, there's a danger that we are going to be doing sine speeches through this statement and repeat them in the afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I think debating a statement which was based only on program, we are entering into an enclave of irrelevance, Mr. Speaker, and so I'd like as a request your indulgence.
Okay, Senator. Just like I said, jaribu umalizie kwa sababu tutakuwa na muda kuanzia saa 8:30 tukifunga bunge.
Ndio. Na Speaker asiongee double standards zingine. Bwana Speaker, la mwisho nilikuwa nataka kusema kuhusikana na ile mambo ya kwamba mtu akiwa amesimamishwa hususan akiwa yeye ni anafanya kazi na akija hapa kama gavana, tuko na muhula ni miaka 5. Bwana Speaker, nimeona ni ukweli kabisa ya kwamba sheria zinaangaliwa pande mbili. Ni kama panga ambayo inakata pande hii na inakata pande hii. Sisi kama bunge la Senate tumekuwa tukifanya kazi yetu kisawasawa, lakini napofika wakati wa kwamba mtu ameletwa hapa na hususan magavana, inaonekana tunakuwa na sheria za pande mbili. Na mimi nataka kusema hivi, kama upande wa mtu ameletwa na kuna miaka kama 3 ama 4 ama mwaka mmoja umebaki, lakini Senate imeona ya kwamba lazima uwe impeached ama uachishwe kazi, kuna umuhimu, Bwana Speaker, wa kutafakari ya kwamba hatuwezi kuchukua nafasi hii kuweza kumpatia adhabu mtu mara mbili. Ukiwa umetolewa alafu ukatoka nje ukawacha kile kiti, mimi naona hiyo ni punishment ama ni adhabu ya kutosha, na baadaye huo muhula wa miaka 5 ukiisha ichukuliwe kama ambao Senate imeshamaliza ile impeachment yake ama kumwachisha kazi, manake hiyo ni adhabu tayari. Alafu tukija upande wa kwamba ataendelea kufanya kazi ikifika wakati wa uchaguzi mwingine apewe nafasi ili aweze kuangalia kama anaweza kujitetea ama anaweza kujifufua katika maisha, isipokuwa isichukuliwe kama ambaye mtu anaweza kuharibiwa maisha ya kwamba alikuwa mwanasiasa na sasa asiwe mwanasiasa kabisa katika maisha yake. Ni jambo la kusikitika. Tunaona hivi sasa hivi ndugu yetu Sonko akiwa katika matatizo kama hayo, na ningependelea ya kwamba tusichukue mwelekeo kama huo sisi kama senator, wakati tukiwa tumefanya kitendo cha kile kumpatia adhabu kama ile, baada ya miaka 5 yakimalizika, basi iwe ashatumia muhula wake ule wa kwamba ameadhibiwa, ili wakati mwingine ukifika apewe nafasi ya kuweza kusimama. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Following your request, Senator Petronila, where I'll just give you 3 minutes so that we go to the next orders. Like I've said, the rest will have an opportunity in the afternoon, including Senior Counsel Mogeni.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence. Indeed, it is a trying moment for Parliament, now Senate, because we are the only ones still sitting. We are in a campaign period, and therefore we have several activities down at the counties. And so trying to balance our campaign plans and coming to the House is a challenge. So I thank you for the indulgence. Mr. Speaker, mine is to thank the House and thank the members of the Senate for having provided a conducive environment for us to work, especially for us nominated senators who we thought that coming to this House we shall just be there to be seen and not to be heard. But Mr. Speaker, we have seen that over the time the business of this House has mostly been handled by women senators, majority of whom are nominated. We want to thank our political parties that nominated us to this House, and we hope and pray, Mr. Speaker, that we did them proud. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the staff of Senate who are very malevolent in their work and their attitude towards us. They made some of us who had never stepped in this house look like we know what we were doing in this house. They provided guidance at every step of the way. Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleagues on the issue of impeachment. And we remember that what we have seen happening to Governor Waititu and Governor Sonko, that it may not happen again, that we take impeachment proceedings brought to this house with the seriousness that deserves, that even if it comes with the politics that usually accompany these impeachments, we remember that these are lives of people and that going ahead will create complications for them that are that seem quite unfair. And I know that these issues are in court, so we may not speak too much on them. But Mr. Speaker, I pray that those who will be coming back here, that those of us who are going elsewhere, those of you who will be coming back here, the impeachment motions brought to this house for governors and even for the president and the deputy president, because this is the final house on those impeachments, that will handle this professionally and will handle this with a humane heart. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I want to wish all my colleagues who are proceeding on to campaign for various seats, I want to wish them well, and those who will come back here, I pray that you continue to do what you are meant to do and continue to serve your people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 8, the Election Campaign Financing Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 37 of 2021. Second reading.
Leader of Majority.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Election Campaign Financing Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 37 of 2021, be now read a second time. The Speaker, this bill, just to mention a little bit of its journey, the bill was published on the 12th of August 2021, passed by the National Assembly and referred to the Senate on the 13th April 2022. The bill seeks to amend the Election Campaign Financing Act of 2013 in order to align it with the Elections Act of 2011 and also to enable its implementation, as the current law does not take cognizance of current socio-economic and political structures which has hindered its full implementation. Speaker, campaign finance issues have significant impact on the quality of elections. Notably, without adequate financing, candidates and parties have little chance of campaigning effectively or conveying their messages to the voters. At the same time, state authorities and citizens have a legitimate interest in ensuring that the campaign finance system is equitable, transparent, and limits the potential for corruption. For this reason, the importance of such a bill cannot be gainsaid. Speaker, specifically, what is at stake in this bill is that clause 2 of the bill proposes to amend Section 2 of the Act by deleting the definition of expenditure.
What's your point of order, Senator Ledama?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hate to interrupt the majority leader, but I'm just trying to be a little bit relevant here in the sense that I personally do have a similar bill, which is actually in the Committee of the Whole. This bill, which is coming from the National Assembly, is indeed the majority's leader's bill, but I'm just wondering if we start the process now on this bill, yet my bill is on the second, is actually in the Committee of the Whole, waiting to be passed. Wouldn't it not be easier if we pick what is here and include it in my bill, which is still the same? And if you look at my bill was introduced way much earlier than this bill. It's just been in the pipeline, and really it's a Senate bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to object to this bill and request that the majority leader stands down this bill at this stage, and then we'll look at our bill, the bill for this House, because we put in a lot of time in that bill. And I think it will be much more practical, and mine is in a far much ahead process. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to request the majority leader to stand down this bill and we proceed with the other bill. Otherwise, we'll just be picking-ponking here and not really moving.
There is another intervention from Masinza.
Thank you, Speaker. I just, on the same note, I don't think we were very fair when we are doing what the leader is doing, because most of us, even the way Senator Ledama is saying, we normally go with bureaucracy, we normally go with presidency here. But sometimes we find ourselves in a very weird situation whereby bills are thrown away, bills are not considered in this House, just because if the leader of majority has a bill that it needs to take priority over any other. Let all bills be considered. If it is not necessary, if there need to merge the bills, let them be merged. But this issue of giving priority to bills and leaving other bills, it has left me even on the platform. I've really felt so bad that my bill was there far beyond in last year up to this time. Nobody has ever considered. But when the bills come here, you see bills around, people coerce in a form of Senate Business Committee, and they decide on what to pick and what to leave.
What is your point of order?
Mine was on KEMSA bill, and I think...
I'm saying, what's your point of order now?
My point of order is that we collapse that thing, even if it comes from the leader of majority, and we see which way forward. Thank you.
Senator Mogeni, it is another intervention leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, last week on Thursday, you set a precedent by extending the life of Parliament by one more sitting, which is today. And Mr. Speaker, the reason why we adjourned is because we had a business proceeding all the way to about 9:30 in the evening. And the reason why we adjourned to today, Mr. Speaker, is because we wanted ample time to have a motion of adjournment moved and we get an opportunity to make our remarks with ample time, Mr. Speaker. That was the main reason why we adjourned to today. But looking at the order paper, Mr. Speaker, it has been packed with a lot of business, sending an indication that you want to take us through the same drill that we went through last week on Thursday. Mr. Speaker, we all watched on TV when the National Assembly did the adjournment. It was very orderly. They had very lean business that proceeded between 2:30 and 3:30. And at 3:30, the House adjourned and moved to the motion. And we had adequate time. Members of National Assembly had adequate time to make their remarks on the floor. The Speaker, if you take the order paper as it appears today and take us through this business, this morning and the afternoon, we'll be taken to the same scenario we were in last week on Thursday. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what wisdom is guiding majority leader to pack the order paper with all these bills, while the gentlemen and gentle ladies agreement was that we just come here and look at the debt ceiling and the adjournment motion. Also, Mr. Speaker, I want you to also rule. I was serving as the chair of Law Society of Kenya when a regular committee that was looking into the cause of the 2007 electoral violence went around the country and prepared a report. I sat in that committee, Mr. Speaker. And the regular committee made a recommendation that we should not entertain amendments to election laws later than 6 months to an election. Now the amendments that we have here dealing with the election campaign financing and the elections amendment bill that is dealing with the registration of candidates for positions of governor, senate nominations, all these have already been finalized.
So, Mr. Speaker, what is really the wisdom of us coming here to debate election amendment laws 47 days to the elections? What is the wisdom, Mr. Speaker? And I want you to rule, Mr. Speaker, whether, even if this bill is moved through second reading, will the Committee of Justice, Legal Affairs, Human Rights have time to retreat, carry out public participation and present a report to the floor? It's not possible, Mr. Speaker. So I want you to rule, Mr. Speaker, that we shouldn't spend a lot of time on these matters in vain, so that we can concentrate on the business that made us adjourn on Thursday, which is the motion of adjournment.
Senator Mazayo, there's another intervention. Leader.
Bwana Speaker, sioni kama kuna faida yoyote ama haja ya kuweza kuona kwamba hapa ndani ya hii Senate tayari tuko na bill kama hiyo ambayo iko na ndugu yetu Oledama hia, na akiangalia ile anayoleta ni ile kutoka katika bunge la kitaifa. Sasa tunauliza kitu muhimu ni sasa sisi tuangalie ile bill ambayo imeletwa na huyu Oledama hapa ndani, ama tuangalie ile bill ambayo inaletwa na huyu kiongozi walio wengi. Bwana Speaker, nataka nikiongea unisikize, manake naona yeye anaingilia sasa katikati. Kaa chini kidogo kama mtu mwingine anaongea. Zilizo sheria za bunge. Sasa mimi
Leader of majority, take your seat.
Yes, take your seat. Si heshima hata kidogo. Kama mwingine anaongea mwingine akae. Kwa hivyo Bwana Speaker, nilikuwa nasema tu ya kwamba hakuna faida yoyote itaongezeka katika yale mageuzi ambayo nataka sisi tujadiliane hapa yanayoletwa na kiongozi walio wengi. Tunasema tu ya kwamba tuliahirisha tukiwa na nia moja ya kuja hapa leo, kuja kuongea yale yote tuliofanya katika muhula huu wa miaka 5 ndani ya bunge la Senate. Kwa hiyo hii hoja anayoileta hivi sasa ikae kwanza, usiruhusu, na hivyo ndio tunakuomba ukate hii kesi. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Senator Mwaure, Leader, you'll still have to continue waiting. Senator Mwaure.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker. Mheshimiwa Speaker, tumetoka kuwa na hoja ambayo kiongozi walio wengi ameweza kuorodhesha ile miswada ambayo tayari tumeweza kupasisha, na hii ndio ripoti. Sasa hivi Mheshimiwa Speaker, kuna miswada tofauti ambayo ipo kwenye ratiba yetu sasa hivi ya shughuli za bunge, na uratibu huo ndio mara nyingi ambao unatumiwa kupasisha sheria ambazo sio nzuri kwa demokrasia na nchi. Na naunga mkono kwamba tumeshapatiwa wosia na tume huru kwamba miezi 6 kabla ya uchaguzi tusiweze kubadilisha zile kanuni za mchezo wa uchaguzi, niseme hivi. Huwezi ukabadilisha kanuni sasa hivi, sababu sasa tayari watu wameshaorodheshwa. Hata leo saa 6 ndo majina yanaweza kuchapishwa katika jarida la serikali wale ambao ni wagombea. Sasa itakuwaje sasa hivi tunaanza kuzungumza kuwa kuna sheria ya vile ambavyo tutatumia fedha za campaign, na pia kuna miswada miwili. Hata mimi mwenyewe kuna mswada wa watu wenye ulemavu umepita katika kiwango cha pili, na pia nyingine imetoka kwenye bunge la kitaifa. Sasa Mheshimiwa Speaker, nafikiri tumalizie leo ni kama kufunga shule, ni kumaliza muhula wa bunge ndipo tusonge mbele. Hayo mengine tayari ripoti imeshachapishwa, kiongozi walio wengi ameshaongea, tusonge mbele, wengine watakuja kuendelea kwa pale ambapo tumefikisha.
Senator Agnes Zani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to put things into context. And I think what we're trying to do now is to try to move these bills at least to the point that they've been voted for and finished within the Senate, before Senate die. We're looking at 1 day today. That will happen if we have the numbers. If we don't, then it will not happen. We have heard from National Assembly that initiative is being put into place to ensure that most of this legislation in the next session doesn't have to start from the beginning. If that is true, of course, we cannot foretell what the future holds, but we need to also see what is coming. If that is true, it means if we push these bills to as much a point as possible, then the point of being able to put them into place later on becomes easier. So that means I have my right, Mr. Speaker, to speak. Please allow me to speak. I hear some of the senators, Senator Isaac Mwaure, say, no, I have my opinion and not his. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, the only logistics I see is the logistics of numbers. I think what we are doing holds merit. Only I wish we would have been able to do it earlier. To the point of Senator Omugeni, and that we cannot make laws at least 60 days before election, that is right. But some of these laws that we make are for posterity. So it's only that we don't know what the future holds in store for us. It is true that we say today is the day to prepare for Sindai and talk about that, but we also have an order paper in front of us. So for me, I think the technicality is that we might not have the numbers. If we do have the numbers, it would be good. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you look at all these laws that are on the order paper, all the bills on the order paper, they're bills that members have spent a lot of time in constructing. We have the lifestyle audit bill, for example, that is on the order paper from Senator Faria, that is just waiting to be voted on. Let us all take also into consideration the effort that members have made. We have almost, I think, 16 bills that members have put enormous effort. They've worked at committee level, they've worked at individual level, they've been able to present at various committees and various sessions these bills that are prosperity. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with what one senator said before, that we really hope that at one point or another that these bills will come into fruition. Because most of these bills are for and pro devolution, at least the ones we've come with in Senate, and most of the issues that are being addressed in these bills are issues that need to be addressed within the counties. So I hope that the team will be here, will be pushing, one, so that these bills don't die. For those that have progressed to National Assembly, for those that are within Senate, it would have been a nice, tidy finish if we were able to vote for them. If we're not able to vote them, we pray that they do not fall off completely, they don't die at Sindai, and that they can progress in the other session if the two speakers agree, as I had the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Muturi, suggest, or Primet, he said something like that. Then we come to the situation that we have now, that even these bills, when those who come to this Senate come back, can they push for them? Can they push for them either by picking some of these? I know we have the social and humanity bill that was introduced by Senator in the last session, 2013, from Mombasa. And it came again, I think it was Senator Abshiro who tried to push it. It didn't see through the light of day. Sometimes maybe it's impossible to have them see through. So let us balance all these things, Mr. Speaker. Even as we talk about, yes, the importance of discussing and us being given an opportunity of Sindai, that is true, that you said that we meet so that we do that. But if we can do both, if we can kill two birds with one stone, then that would be the best way to go. That is going to be based on the technicality of numbers. If we have the numbers and we're able to, I think we have both the morning session and afternoon session, I think we can do quite a lot. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, let me give guidance on this. I do agree with the contributions that I've made, that actually we did adjourn the Senate last Thursday because we wanted to give members ample time to say bye-bye, those who are leaving the Senate and going to other stations, and therefore it's important that we have time for that. So I want to rule that we make sure we conclude everything else by 3, so that from 3 onwards, members have then an opportunity to make a contribution as we adjourn Senate. It is so directed. Okay, Leader of Majority.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the order paper is a product of the Senate Business Committee. It's not the Leader Majority. I think that needs to be made very clear. Mr. Speaker, this motion is here courtesy of Senator Lekina himself. And so, Mr. Speaker, this kind of, I don't expect Olekina to come back here and say that we should. But secondly, Mr. Speaker, just...
what's your point of order? We have to move.
And it had better be a point of order, because I know sometimes where that...
No. It's not that you know sometimes. Mr. Speaker, I think you gave a ruling on this matter. I think it's a little bit hypocritical for the majority leader to go back again and reinvent the wheel, because we've agreed. I objected to this bill on the basis that there is a bill which has already progressed. And my argument was actually enhanced further by the argument of Senator Mogeni and the other senators. So I think coming back after you've given a direction is really taking us back. So I have no problem if your direction is for us to continue and to finish this business. And I know, yes, I sit in the House business and we agreed to have these things here. But that doesn't mean that my mind is static. The more I think about it, I felt that it was worthless for it to continue being on the paper, yet we have another bill. But since you've given a direction, I think the majority leader should, and I hope, Mr. Speaker, you could listen to me. What I was saying is that you've given a direction that we move forward. Why then should the majority leader go back again and point a finger and say that I shouldn't be raising these concerns? My mind is not static. It grows, and the more I think about it, I think it's irrelevant for it to continue staying there. So, Mr. Speaker, I think you should repeat your directive so that we don't go back and forth.
I think it's so clear, Senator Ledama.
No, it's not clear.
Proceed.
It's not clear to the majority leader.
Proceed, leader.
Mr. Speaker, just look who is coming back. It's not me. I've come on my time. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity also to inform members that the reason why we are using this moment in the morning is that, as you have ruled, Mr. Speaker, the Synodai is in the afternoon, so we will use the opportunity in the afternoon for the Synodai, or Synodie. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate as what I was doing before, to continue from where I had reached, Mr. Speaker, which was to explain what is going on in the bill. And the bill, Mr. Speaker, specifically in Clause 2, proposes to amend Section 2 of the Act by deleting the definition of expenditure committee, which has been defined as follows. In the old Act, Mr. Speaker, expenditure committee means a committee established by a candidate, a political party or a referendum committee to regulate spending by a candidate, a political party or referendum committee during an election or referendum campaign period, as the case may be. Clause 3 of the bill proposes to repeal Section 7 of the Act, which provides for establishment of a party expenditure committee and its functions. Clause 4 of the bill proposes to repeal Section 8 of the Act, which provides for establishment of an independent candidate expenditure committee and its functions. Clause 5 of the bill proposes to repeal Section 9 of the Act, which provides for establishment of the referendum committee, expenditure committee, and its functions. Clause 6 of the bill proposes to repeal Section 10 of the Act, which provides for submission of expenditure reports to a political party and the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, by a candidate. So, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, this is making amends to make sure that we smoothen the path for financing of elections. Clause 7 of the bill proposes to amend Section 16 of the Act, which provides for the disclosure of funds by deleting the requirement to issue receipts for any contribution exceeding 20,000 shillings, keeping of records of harambes, and disclosure of funds. The Speaker, Clause 8 of the bill proposes repealing Section 17 of the Act, which provides for surplus campaign funds. Section 17 requires a candidate, political party, or referendum committee to notify IEBC of any surplus funds which within 3 months after an election or a referendum. It also specifies where such surplus will be channeled to. In the case of a political party campaign finance committee and a party candidate, to the political party, and in the case of an independent candidate or a referendum committee, to a charitable organization. Clause 9 of the bill proposes to repeal Section 21 of the Act, which provides for dispute resolution. The section provides that any person may lodge a complaint with the IBC alleging a violation of the Act, and that IBC may on its own investigate a violation of the Act. Clause 10 of the bill proposes to repeal Section 25 of the Act, which provides for registration and dissolution of expenditure committees. The section provides that IBC shall prescribe the procedures for registration and dissolution of expenditure committees. Clause 12 of the bill proposes to repeal Section 27 of the Act, which provides for audit of accounts relating to campaign expenses. Such accounts may be audited by the Auditor General on request by the IEBC. Clause 13 of the bill proposes to repeal Section 28 of the Act, which provides for claims and objections to any other related to campaign financing expenditures submitted by a candidate, political party, or referendum committee. Clause 14 of the bill proposes to amend Section 29 of the Act to empower IBC to make regulations on auditing of accounts relating to campaign financing and the procedure for making claims, objecting to any matter relating to campaign finance expenditures. The Speaker, as we had agreed in the House Business Committee, we are trying to bring both bills, Mr. Speaker, to the level of division or third reading, and then we can now bring them together to final division. And Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to support this bill, Mr. Speaker, as we go into campaigning. It's important that we remove those unnecessary conditions for a candidate that make them difficult. And some of these things, Mr. Speaker, may not be even possible. But for the future, we are not legislating for ourselves, Mr. Speaker. We are legislating also for the next House and for posterity. And so with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and request Senator Farhia to second. I thank you. Senator Farhia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, regardless of what time we bring a bill, you know, our bills have to go back to National Assembly before they become a bill. And since this one has already gone through the National Assembly and it's just here on its final stages, I think if we want the bill to go through, I think we need to support. And Mr. Speaker, I beg to second.
I propose the question. Order, Senator Mwaure. Take your seat, or you want to freeze? I propose the question, which is that the Election Campaign Financing Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 37 of 2021, be read a second time. Senator, you know the names have been, so I don't know whether they want to contribute. Now, Cherargei, or this was before? Now, okay.
Sorry. I think there is a problem with that mic at dispatch. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to oppose this motion or this amendment act, the Election Campaign Finance Amendment Bill, National Assembly number 37 of 2021. Mr. Speaker, and I need your protection from the senators who are consulting. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to oppose this amendment, Elections Campaign Finance Amendment Bill, National Assembly number 37 of 2021. On one issue, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that under the Kriegler report, when they did after 2007, 2008, we were advised that some of the election laws and even replacement of commissioners in IBC should be done at a certain period, even 6 months before the general election. The fact that this amendment comes at this time is a bad timing, and it comes at a day that the Senate is supposed to have seen a die. So some of us who are keen is that sometimes, Mr. Speaker, this opportunity can be used to pass the laws that contravenes or in a way doesn't go well with the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this Campaign Finance Amendment Bill 2021 from the National Assembly, we had an opportunity to do so before. I think Senator Ledama's bill is on the Committee of the Whole. And Mr. Speaker, it doesn't make sense at all. This is the wrong timing. IEBC is now already preparing itself for the general election, possibly on 9th August 2022. And therefore, it is not in good faith that we are discussing this bill at the stage. Even look at Mr. Speaker, the time that we'll need to allocate to ensure that this bill goes through comp and tooth of the colleagues and senators, because most of our colleagues, Mr. Speaker, are either in the villages or in towns campaigning, Mr. Speaker. Secondly is that I want to make an observation that Senator Naomi Shionga said about us, and I hope this will be the tradition in the next Senate, for us who will remain here, that we normally give priority to the National Assembly bills. Yet our bills, whenever they go there are two things. Either they stole our bill, alleging that it's money bill, or they plagiarize our bills, or, Mr. Speaker, the third, in courts, they steal our bills, and that is why you see them reproducing our bills. And I hope the next Speaker and the next Senate shall ensure these things does not happen. Mr. Speaker, the final issue I wanted to make, I have seen the amendment on the Principal Act, but deleting Section 16, and therefore, a candidate, political party, and a referendum committee shall disclose the amount and source of contribution received for a campaign for a nomination, an election, or referendum, as the case may be. A candidate or a political party referendum committee which fails to disclose funds or donations are required under this act commits an offense, Mr. Speaker. I hope the promoters of BBI, Mr. Speaker, are listening to this, because up to date, Mr. Speaker, no one has told us how many funding was being used, Mr. Speaker, for the BBI charade that we saw across the country. It is allegedly that more than 10 billion was used through BBI that ended up being declared null and void and unconstitutional by the Supreme Court of Kenya. All courts across the country did declare, Mr. Speaker. So I think even if this bill was to pass in the next house, it is very important that in future we shall not be treated to suckers, Mr. Speaker, where a few people use state resources, use government resources to push for a referendum. Even what we are seeing across the country, Mr. Speaker, some of the people are using government resources and vehicles, Mr. Speaker, to do campaigns, which is illegal, Mr. Speaker, because now this bill or this law will allow, Mr. Speaker, a proper accountability mechanism, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, so that when people fundraise or do donations to the campaign, Mr. Speaker, they must be disclosed who they are. Because sometimes, Mr. Speaker, even at the county level and the national level, some of these people who fund, Mr. Speaker, some of the campaigns of our colleagues, of people who want to run government, Mr. Speaker, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, these are people who want to promote what we call state capture and push for business interests, Mr. Speaker. So this one, the Section 16 should have also this amount of source and contribution of donations, Mr. Speaker, is very important, so that our people know that if Senator Ngugi Isaac receives donation, we need to know it is from the state coffers, who gave it, from which source, what was the intention, what was the purpose. I think accountability, and therefore will be complying with leadership and integrity, Mr. Speaker. And therefore I've seen people complaining that some individuals who are running for highest offices, others are running for county offices, are in a way misusing or abusing the state resources, Mr. Speaker. I think when this campaigning finance amendment bill, this deletion of Section 16 or Clause 16, if it comes to law in the next Parliament, Mr. Speaker, it will give opportunity. But I think as a matter of moral authority, even without passing this law and in the spirit of leadership and integrity, for us who have access to public resources or state resources or facilities that have been assigned, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I saw some article, I don't know whether this law has captured, that presidential candidates are being given special utility vehicles, Mr. Speaker, SUVs, a number of them, and I don't know whether in future we need to capture that in the law, so that when presidential candidates, they are provided round-the-clock security services, they are given SUVs, number of vehicles, they are given funding, Mr. Speaker, Therefore, we must be told how they get that access to SUVs and other state facilities and resources to use for campaigns, because we don't want to blur the line between the campaign for individuals and where state resources and issues are being used. Mr. Speaker, and therefore, I think this coming of Clause 16 is very important, but I wish it would have come early when the BBI promoters were working around the country using state resources, campaigning up to more than 10 billion, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on Section 14, where Section 29 of the Principal Act is amended in subsection, the new paragraphs prescribe the manner of audit of accounts. So I don't know, Mr. Speaker, this is interesting in Kenya, because when you attend a fundraiser, you take tea with your supporters in the village, Mr. Speaker, and all of us are actively campaigning. I don't know how the Auditor General will come and audit. And you know, Mr. Speaker, with the issue of spraying the ground, ama kuchunga ground, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how that audit will be done by the Auditor General or which office, Mr. Speaker, because whenever you are campaigning, Mr. Speaker, this aspect must be practical. Because whenever you go to a fundraising as a candidate, you host people in your home, Mr. Speaker, maybe for consultative meeting, and they end up taking chai and mandazi. They end up hiring tents, hiring public address system, Mr. Speaker. We need to be certain how those issues are audited. Does it mean whenever you want to give handouts, Mr. Speaker, or to give something, or to give a stipend to the people who came, or to provide them with transport and food, Mr. Speaker, does it mean that you must provide those receipts to the Auditor General? And I think that is the elephant in the room, Mr. Speaker, because we have disclosed the source of where you're getting your funding. But how do you spend and how much do you give it? Because sometimes we give it, and therefore there's sometimes how do you audit, where maybe in a number of occasions, Mr. Speaker. So I think and another issue, Mr. Speaker, is on the where, like my party, the former party that we used to love so much before it died a death that we can't explain, Mr. Speaker, on the floor of the House. And I know my brother, Senator Ngugi Isaac, is alleging that he's alive, but some of us cremated that party, Mr. Speaker. For example, Mr. Speaker, ODM and Jubilee, they have been funded for the last 10 years or 5 years through the Political Parties Fund. Where does that fund go? For example, like a Jubilee party which is collapsing, how do we audit so that the money that we give political parties fund, Mr. Speaker, does not end up being used for the campaign the way we are seeing, Mr. Speaker? So the law should have included, and that is why this bill should collapse the way it is today, because we need to fine-tune so that if a party is funded, where do they put those funds? In any case, where they are using those funds to campaign, is it allowed by the law? Is it audited, Mr. Speaker? And I think that is where we must agree on the placement, Mr. Speaker. And then finally, prescribe the procedure for claims objecting to any matter related to campaign finance expenditure submitted by a candidate, political party, or referendum committee. And therefore, even during BBI, Mr. Speaker, the committee that was concerned, the promoters, should have given the Auditor General the receipts and the expenses to show that where did they get the funds, how it was used, how it was audited, Mr. Speaker, and therefore, as I conclude and reject this bill, call upon the IBC to continue being vigilant to ensure people who hold offices, people who have access and disposal to state resources, Mr. Speaker, do not end up using those state resources to unduly and unfairly campaign over the others, including, Mr. Speaker, the security agencies. You saw the other day, even in Jacaranda grounds, when the Kenya Kwanza, Mr. Speaker, were holding their rally, Mr. Speaker, the police, out of complacency, ensure that the violence thrive, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we must agree,
Senator
Mr. Speaker.
You know, you are talking about very many things.
I was just concluding, Mr. Speaker.
No, but you are concluding on a wrong note. You know, how does Jakarta
I was just urging IPC, Mr. Speaker, since you had said today, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, you had said there was leverage today, so I don't know, was it applying to specific members or all of us?
No, leverage does not mean we suspend the standing orders. It's just you need to be relevant. You know, you're bringing Jacaranda.
But I was just concluding, Mr. Speaker, by saying,
conclude, yes.
Since we are in campaign period and these election laws, in a way, should assist our smooth running of election. And I think part of the security and provision is I'm calling IBC to be vigilant, especially during electioneering period, Mr. Speaker. But I think this election campaign act should collapse today. Let's wait for the next parliament, Mr. Speaker, so that when we come and fine-tune one of those issues, and I can see Senator Omogeni smiling, because allegedly some of his party members and some of party leaders of ODM were allegedly involved in such situations. So, Mr. Speaker, I oppose this bill, and therefore call upon the National Assembly to, Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly.
There's a point of order. Although you have concluded that you are the next, do you want to make the point of order or you want to wait? And
I was just making the final
Mr. Speaker,
sentence.
Mr. Speaker,
Senator Mogeni.
Yeah, Mr.
Okay,
Speaker,
take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, Senator Cherargei is a lawyer, and there's a way that the lawyers. Senator Faki tells me he's a junior lawyer, admitted 1 year ago. So, you know, there are some dropping of names that happens on the floor that can send the wrong message, especially when my name is being cited by Senator Cherargei. Mr. Speaker, you heard him cite the name Senator Omogeni and some ODM leaders in the mix. Then he mentions something about Jacaranda. And if you read the answer, you cannot pick what he's saying. I don't know what Senator Cherargei took this morning, but if he wanted to make a point about Senator Omogeni and any leader, can he be specific so that I can respond to him? Otherwise, he seems to be really mixed up this morning. I don't know what he took this morning.
Senator Ledama.
Mr. Speaker, you know, I was trying to follow Senator Cherargei, and I was getting high. You know, I was wondering whether he smoked some good marijuana in the morning or what, because he was not really making sense. He was completely incoherent. I didn't know what he was talking about. You know, he says Senator Omogeni, he says Jacaranda, he says everything. Seriously, can we just remain relevant? Mr. Speaker, I think this leeway you're giving us, sometimes it's messing everything up. So really, I don't have a problem legalizing marijuana. I think it's a good thing, but appearing that you're smoking it, maybe we should give you a bottle of Glenfiddich. Might put your head pepper.
Senator Cherargei, I want to agree with what members are saying. You be clear in what you want to say, and please conclude so that we make progress.
No, Mr. Speaker, it is dangerous that you are likely agreeing with them that I'm smoking marijuana. I don't know whether you are agreeing on that part, because I don't smoke anything. Mr. Speaker, the only smoke I smoke was cooking in the village kitchen. So, Mr. Speaker, what I was just saying, I just said allegedly, and I think members should listen keenly and carefully. Finally, Mr. Speaker, because I don't want to drag and we have a heavy agenda ahead of us, is that I oppose this amendment. It is wrong timing. It is not made in good faith. Let us collapse this bill until the next session of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Then we can have an opportunity of going through it. And I know Majority Leader, God willing, will be around, so he can remain as an institutional memory and representative of West Pokot and ensure that this issue is put to conclusion in the next session of Parliament. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Senator Mogeni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sympathize with the position that Majority Leader is this morning. Ordinarily, Mr. Speaker, this is something that we should applaud and say this is a bill and we support. The only problem, Mr. Speaker, is the timing. The timing at which this bill is coming before us. Really, going through it, especially the one dealing with the election campaign financing bill, there's nothing really big one can say about it. It's amending principally two sections of the Act, 16 and 14. I mean, Section 29 and I believe Section 16 of the Act. But, Mr. Speaker, the problem is, as I said, the problem is the timing, Mr. Speaker. We are in the middle of a fairly heated campaign period between two very strong contestants for the seat of presidency. And we don't want to send the wrong signals, Mr. Speaker, that we are trying to bring laws that could send wrong signals to the public, that we are trying to change the rules of the game midway. I think that's the major problem, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I did say earlier that regular committee that was here in 2007, when I was serving as president of the Law Society of Kenya, he did, if you read through the report, he did warn us, Mr. Speaker, that we should be very cautious and even reluctant to amend any election laws 6 months to the elections. And the reason was, Mr. Speaker, that anytime you try to amend any sections of the election laws, your opponents think you are being mischievous. They read mischief, even if there is nothing. And Mr. Speaker, speaking from this side, in Azimio, Mr. Speaker, on a period that the whole country is almost, making a conclusion that Raila will be our next president, the 5th. Why do you want to amend these laws to give credit to our opponents who may say that we want to change the election laws to frustrate them? There isn't really need. And then, Mr. Speaker, the point number 2, and I hope the next leadership will treat senators differently. This is a bill that came from National Assembly, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know why we want to be treated like people who are here to sanitize and push forward and process anything that comes from the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, anytime we send a bill from here, Senate, to the National Assembly, they take time to go through it. They don't rush it. It will be sent to committee, the relevant committee, and a report will be tabled on the floor before that bill is considered. This particular bill, Mr. Speaker, we want to process it on the floor of the House, even before the relevant committee has taken views from the public, Mr. Speaker, and complied with the constitutional imperatives of public participation and presented a report before the floor for consideration. That, Mr. Speaker, opens up these amendments to a challenge from our courts of law, Mr. Speaker. And you know what the courts have said over and over again, that you cannot ignore the concept of public participation in legislation. Mr. Speaker, I would have wished that those who will be lucky to be back to this House will have more caucuses from either the majority side and the minority side. Because some of the things we are saying on the floor, Mr. Speaker, would have been dealt with at a caucus. If we had a caucus of the minority side and a caucus of the majority side, some of these things could have been discussed and a way forward agreed on. The risk we are in is that if we proceed with this bill, Mr. Speaker, this morning, the only option we have is to tick the box and say that a bill came from National Assembly, it was read before us, and we voted on it. But we have not had in-depth consideration of the bill. We haven't had public participation on the bill. We have not received and considered public views. And that's not the way we should conduct our business. Mr. Speaker, we should send a very strong signal to the National Assembly that we are not paper pushers. We are not paper pushers here. Any bill that comes from the National Assembly must also get the input of senators. We must go through it, to comb through it, and improve it where we can. In fact, there are some clauses maybe which we can even reject as Senate. So I will plead with majority to consider dropping this amendment for now. The proposals are good, but this can be done in the next term. You don't want to introduce obligations for candidates 46 days to the elections. Really? I mean, you're trying to place obligations on candidates to disclose how they raised money for nomination. Nominations are already done. Nominations are done, Mr. Speaker. So what's the purpose of bringing a law when even the purpose is intended? That we are trying to change the rules of the game midway.
Good morning, Your Excellency, sir. Welcome to the Nationwide Airborne Geophysical Survey booth. Sir, our mandate was to update information on geology and mineral resource potential of our country towards the realization of the Big Four agenda and the Vision 2030. Sir, previously, 3 companies had done geophysical survey in our country. If I may draw your attention, sir, to the legacy geophysics map. Sir, the areas that are colored are areas that survey had been done on. You'll realize, sir, that we have a lot of area in our country that has not been covered. Yes, sir. Now, sir, to deliver on our mandate, our team came up with 22 survey blocks, as indicated in this map. If you look closely, sir, you'll realize that the lines have different directions. That indicates the directions of flight in those particular survey blocks. In total, sir, we had 3.289 million kilometers. To put it in context, this is equivalent to flying around the Earth about 82 times along the equator at an altitude of 80 meters. Sir, to complete this task, we used 6 caravans. It took us a total of 18,630 hours. I'm pleased to inform you, sir, that data acquisition by fixed-wing platforms is complete, and the results or the sample products will be showcased by my colleagues. Karibu, Your Excellency.
Hello. Hello. Welcome, Your Excellency, sir. My name is Karen Masila, and I'd like to take you through some of our sample products. In front of you here is a total magnetic intensity map. This is a map that highlights the magnetic factors of the rocks, and it helps us give different or update our geological database in Kenya, giving different rocks in the country. And our second map here is our ternary map. It's a ratio map between our radioactive elements, potassium, uranium, and thorium. What this map does is it also highlights structures, like you see this long structure here. This is a famous shear zone in Kenya that is associated with gemstones. Yes, and on top of that, this type of data highlights our drainage systems. And all these data sets would help us understand not only our geological data, our mineral resources, but also our water potential in Kenya. Yes. A third map here is Kenya sedimentary basins. These are the sedimentary basins we have in Kenya. And I'm proud to tell you, Your Excellency, sir, that the products that we've collected so far in this survey will enable us to update our sedimentary basin boundaries on top of the geological information that we've mentioned, the water resources in the country, and our mineral resource potential. Yes. Yes. Yeah. So with that, thank you so much. I'll hand you over to my colleague.
Welcome, Your Excellency, sir. My name is Margaret Njoroge, and I'll take you through a few of the samples that we've produced from the Nationwide Airborne Geophysical Survey. Your Excellency, sir, this map here is a product from the data we have collected. It's a high-resolution terrain data. This data, Your Excellency, forms a basis to be used in the future development of our country. It can be used in mapping road networks, telecommunication layouts, and also zoning out areas prone to landslides. Your Excellency, sir, it is also significant to note that this data is of a high resolution and superior to all existing data sets, as we collected data to as low as 7 meters. Your Excellency, sir, I would like to draw your attention to this map here. It has 2 images. To your left, sir, is a map showing, to your left, is a map showing geology. This map was done and produced in the 1960s. It shows little information. As you can see, we only have few colors on this map. These are what we call geological units, and they are few. To your right, sir, is the data we have collected and interpreted in this project. We have collected data for the subsurface, and we were able to delineate more units. As you can see, we have different colors. Those are the different units we were able to delineate. As my colleague has told you about boundaries, we were able to delineate boundaries of these rock units as well. Your Excellency, sir, in addition, the combination of all these data sets will form a basis to be used again in the future. Just to mention but a few, for example, in road, pipeline, and driveway, we are in a position to advise sectional areas to be avoided if the line passes through unstable grounds, yes, which are prone to sinking. If the line passes along a fault line, if the line is going to pass along an area with radioactive potential, and if the line is also going to pass through a mineral potential area. In conclusion, Your Excellency, sir, with further processing of this data, we will also be able to advise and map out our target mineral potential areas. Thank you, Your Excellency, sir. I would like to hand you over to my next colleague.
Good morning, Your Excellency, sir. My name is Thomas Mchichi, and my colleague is Ahmad Fuad. Welcome to Kenya Online Mining Cadastre. Your Excellency, sir, the mining industry over some time in our country has been dormant. And we needed 3 things as a country so that we can spur the mining industry. The first thing we needed was the policy. The second thing we needed was the data. And the third thing was the system to complement those 2. Your Excellency, sir, the Minister of Mining and Petroleum in 2016 did a policy. Then I'm proud to say, being part of JNAM, that we completed geophysical mapping data. Now, to wrap up all that so that we can spur our mining industry, now this is the system. Your Excellency, sir, this system now will be able now to attract the investors, and as a government will be able now to manage different mining rights. Yes. And with your permission, Your Excellency, sir, allow me just to show you a sneak preview. But the system is in a piloting stage. We are just looking forward for it now to be fully implemented. Yes. Your Excellency, sir, what you are seeing on the screen is where different stakeholders from mining industry will be able now to come and access different services, whereby they can have mineral rights, mineral dealings, and mineral support service. This is where now they will be able to have different permits and licenses to operate in different areas in our country. Your Excellency, sir, as I've mentioned earlier, since now we have completed geophysical mapping data, now we have integrated it with the system. Now even the government is able to know the reserved areas for strategic purposes. And then we have also taken advantage of other products that the JNAP team has developed, and now this data is being served by our data warehouse called KNSDI, that as you're going through, you'll be able now to be taken through. And Your Excellency, sir, thank you very much for visiting Kenya Online Mining Cadastre booth. Let me hand you over to my colleague. Thank you.
My name is Maina Mashari. Some of the benefits and achievements in the mining section has been able to do. Your Excellency, sir, the JNAM team with the mining collect high resolution regional, magnetic and terrain data that has enabled us to consolidate and secure a national geological database. This database has been used to map out the resource potential, the mineral resources potential of the country. Your Excellency, sir, Kenya now is in a position to conduct informed mineral exploration. Your Excellency, sir, having collected the data and also developed mining cadastre, the mining industry sharing industry is now, they have laid the foundation for those two industries now to be able to take off economically. We have been able to develop local professionals in the field of geoscience, survey pilots, sensor operators, that now Kenya has the local capacity to conduct large-scale geophysical operations. Your Excellency, sir, I must say, been part of Africa's first nationwide airborne geophysics survey. At this junction, welcome you to our next section on land mapping. Thanks.
Your Excellency, sir, welcome to the land mapping section. My name is Ogla Chepkemoi, and Your Excellency, sir, in this section we have 4 presentations. This includes the cadastre development. The next one is the public lands. The third, Your Excellency, is the National Addressing System. And the final one, Your Excellency, is the National Land Information Management System, that is dubbed the Ardasa. Your Excellency, sir, the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning, together with JNAM team, they have developed these products. And allow me, Your Excellency, to welcome you to the first presentation. Welcome, sir.
Your Excellency, sir, welcome to Cadastre Development. My name is Peterson Chepkilot, and my colleague is Francis Kandani. Your Excellency, sir, a cadastre is a parcel-based and up-to-date land information database which contains a record of interest in land. Your Excellency, sir, our cadastre also contains parcel historical data. Your Excellency, sir, may I draw your attention to the banner here. This banner shows an overview of Nairobi cadastre. The Nairobi City County has been subdivided into 241 registration blocks. These blocks has helped in the conversion of land registration numbers from the previous regimes to the now current Land Registration Act, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, sir, some of the benefits of the cadastre includes, for the first time in our nation, we have been able to delineate between public land and private land, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, also, we are in a good position to manage this land record data since they are in digital format, Your Excellency, which can be accessed easily and retrieved, Your Excellency. The cadastre, Your Excellency, guarantees security of data in that these issues of missing plans, missing survey records, and also tampering of survey records is an issue of the past, since it eradicates all this. Your Excellency, through the historical data which the cadastre holds, we are able to eliminate fraudulent land transactions, Your Excellency. Last but not least, Your Excellency, the cadastre acts as a base spatial data for several other systems. Yes, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, sir, may I now welcome my colleague to take you through some of the cadastre products and do a demonstration thereafter.
Your Excellency, the cadastre has resulted into several products. Among them are public land, parcel historical data, and sectional properties. Your Excellency, sir, if I may draw your attention to this banner. On the banner is a representation of the sectional properties and an extract of the same from the cadastre. Your Excellency, the digitization of the sectional properties involve a georeferencing of the sectional plans in order for us to link the individual sectional units to their actual ground position. Your Excellency, this has helped the unit owners to be able to be issued with certificates of title for the case of freehold property and certificates of lease for the case of the leasehold property. Your Excellency, this has been done in accordance with the Sectional Properties Act of 2020. Your Excellency, sir, as we conclude, may I draw your attention to the screen where we'll have a quick demonstration of the Nairobi cadastre. Your Excellency, on the screen is the Nairobi cadastre, and we have the 241 blocks of the Nairobi County. Your Excellency, the red line symbolizes the block boundary, and we have the green lines representing the parcel boundaries. Your Excellency, I am happy to inform you that the digitization of the Nairobi County has been completed with over 240,000 parcels in both fixed and general boundaries. Your Excellency, with a click of a button, one is able to access the attributes of a particular parcel. Your Excellency, on our attributes, we've captured both the land reference number and the parcel number. The land reference number is the registration number that was before in the that was used to register parcels in land for the previous registration regimes. The parcel number is the result of the conversion, which aligns with the current registration regime. Your Excellency, in our attributes, we've also captured the acre range, which is the spatial extent of the parcels on the ground, and also we have captured the historical data captured under the original number, and also in our attributes we are able to capture the transaction that has resulted to the current status of the parcel. Your Excellency, as mentioned, we've also captured the sectional properties on the screen where we have the orange, sir, that is Nairobi Block 140, Nyayo Estate in Embakasi. Your Excellency, what we have in orange color, that is our sectional property, and Nairobi Block 140 is one of the blocks with the most registered sectional units. Your Excellency, this marks the end of our demonstration. Yes, sir. Your Excellency, yeah, we've captured the unit number, the block number, and also we have the parcel number, which is the parcel where that unit lies. Your Excellency, this marks the end of our demonstration, and the cadastre takes its pride as the backbone of several other projects, as you shall witness in your next presentation. Your Excellency, at this point, I welcome you to public lands, a product of the cadastre. Thank you.
Welcome, sir. This is the public lands booth. My name is Geoffrey Mutai, and my colleague is Grace Wangaredongo. Your Excellency, this booth is a product of both the cadastre and the National Land Information Management System, also known as Ardasa. Your Excellency, these two systems manage to separate public lands from private parcels. The objective of this team, Your Excellency, was to be able to understand the level of encroachment on these particular parcels for purposes of recommending ways of recovery. Yes, sir. Your Excellency, the team has so far been able to delineate all these public parcels, and since we are having a problem, Your Excellency, let me show you from this small screen, Your Excellency. Sir, from this screen, you will be able to see the parcels in brown. Those are all public parcels. Brown, sir, this one. Yes, sir. So on this one, you are able to see the Nairobi National Park, We have Ngong Forest over here, and we have the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, Karura Forest, Kenyatta University, the Ruai Sewerage Plant, and there are many others which are smaller because probably they are schools, health centers, but all are captured, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the team has been able to capture all this, and now we can be able to show the different areas where these parcels are located. Having done this, Your Excellency, the team will show you a brief view of what we have been able to discover. On the green spaces, since we categorize these parcels into three, we have green spaces, transport hubs, and we also have public utilities. But of interest, Your Excellency, is that on the green spaces, we have been able to identify 2,099 parcels, which are domiciled within the public parcels. These parcels, Your Excellency, cover a total area of 4,000 acres. On the transport hubs, that is under airports, railways, reserves, and roads, Your Excellency, we have identified 220 parcels. These parcels cover a total area of 983. Your Excellency, having done this, there are recommendations that we gave to the various government stakeholders, and these, I'm happy to report to you that most of them are being implemented. We proposed that cancellation of surveys, irregular surveys within the public parcels. Your Excellency, I'm happy to report that the Ministry of Lands is already undertaking the cancellation of these surveys. And we also proposed placement of restrictions on the registered parcels that are within the public parcels. I'm happy to report to you that this is also ongoing, being undertaken by the Ministry of Lands in conjunction with various state agencies. Your Excellency, we also proposed revocation of these parcels. Your Excellency, the various state agencies are working with the National Land Commission to be able to revoke these parcels. Finally, Your Excellency, we recommended for resurvey of all public lands. I'm happy to report to you that one of the state agencies, that is the Kenya Forest Service, has already begun resurveying its forests within Nairobi. We thank you, Your Excellency, for giving us this chance to protect public land for our future generations. I wish to hand you over to the next booth, sir. Well done. Thank you, sir.
Welcome, Your Excellency, sir, to the National Addressing System of Kenya. My name is Owen Luchu. Your Excellency, sir, National Addressing System is a product of the digital cadastre, and this is a system that assigns unique addresses to each and every parcel of land. So, Your Excellency, in the past, Kenyans have been using landmarks to give directions. We always say next to the M-Pesa shop, after the right turn, next to the green gate. So this is a system that uniquely identifies each and every parcel of land, and with that specific address, it becomes very easy to find those individual properties. Your Excellency, sir, National Addressing System also will form a standard way in which addresses will be assigned and also maintained in Kenya. And because it is connected with the digital cadastre, it means when an update is done for the digital cadastre, the same update is transferred to the addresses and new addresses are generated, and therefore up-to-date addressing system for the country. Your Excellency, sir, now I want to draw your attention to the screen. Here we have the National Addressing System of Kenya portal, and this is a portal that will be accessed by Kenyans. And here I can turn to an and it's number 3, processional way, which is in address will quick is the landmarks to directly go to that specific location. Yes, Your Excellency. So now I'll take you to a demo of how quickly it will be for us to search for an address and find exactly where that location is. So on this platform, what I'll do is I'll just type a few key address. So for example, 13 Kilimani. So we have 13 Kilimani Road. So when you search for that, this will direct you where that parcel of land is. So I can zoom in further, and we can also change what we call the base map so that we see exactly what property is in that particular location. So I'll click on a new address, and that is where 13 Kilimani Road resides. So Excellency, another application that we can do with National Addressing System is to navigate from one address to another. Do a brief demonstration. And we are moving from one address. For example, if I click on this point here, so that's an address, it will give that particular parcel of land, which is 4, and it is Nairobi Central Ward. Then if we are to move from that address to our destination, let's say our destination is along Haile Selassie Avenue, 20 Haile Selassie Avenue, addressing system will give us turn-by-turn direction from our start point to the destination, and we have take you to get there, considering the current traffic situation on the ground. Also, Your Excellency, we can change driving modes or mode of transport. So if you are doing a walking distance from point A to B, on the screen. Your Excellency, National Addressing System is going to be a game changer, and it has various benefits, one of which is to unlock the e-commerce, because with this system we'll be in a position to have goods and services delivered to our doorsteps. And again, when you talk about emergency events, we are not going to give wrong, erroneous turn-by-turn direction. We'll get specific directions from point A to B. So in case of fires, in case of emergency routes or ambulance directions, we'll have to use this system to quickly ensure that we get efficient services. Yeah, so efficient services will be delivered to the people of Kenya. So that is National Addressing System. And now, Your Excellency, I hand you to the next presenter.
Your Excellency, sir, welcome to the Ardasa stand. My name is Sarah Masiva. I'm assisted by my colleague, Mary. Ardasa is a platform that makes use of the products of the cadastre and the National Land System. This is a digital platform which we launched last year on 27th of April for services that are offered by the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning and the National Lands Commissions to be available on a digital platform. This makes service delivery much more easier and more efficient. Your Excellency, sir, this is a system that allows, as I have mentioned, for services offered by the Ministry and the Commission on a digital platform. Since you launched this product last year, we've had, let me start from the users, 50,713 individual users who have registered on the platform. We've been able to verify their identities through integration with the Integrated Population Registration Service. We've also had 2,796 companies that have registered and are able to transact on this system. This system also is very key on ensuring that professionals are kept accountable, and we verified the identity and the validity of professionals through integrating with the different registration bodies. So this is the Law Society of Kenya, the Institution of Surveyors, and the Physical Planners Registration Board, among others. So up to date, we have 1,383 professionals who are making transactions on Ardasa. Your Excellency, sir, one of the wins of the Ardasa system is a very robust customer care department. We have a very huge team of agents who work 24/7 to ensure that our users have their issues handled as they are raised. And in that view, we've had, since the launch, we've had 4,771,000 507 page visits. This means that almost 5 million users have visited the Ardasa site. So these are people that are aware that Ardasa is live and have gotten to the site. Out of those, 737,434 have interacted with our customer care team. They have asked their questions and they've been directed appropriately. Your Excellency, sir, in addition to the customer care, we've gone a step further in conjunction with the Ministry of Lands to go to our users and our stakeholders. So we have had upwards of 50 meetings with our users and stakeholders, yes, to ensure that we demystify this system, we train them on how to use it, and ensure that it is serving them and solving their issues. Your Excellency, sir, as has been mentioned, Ardasa is built to be compliant with the current legislation. That means Ardasa is built to consume data from the Land Registration Act of 2012. So this has brought to light the need for conversion, and in light of this, we've had 84,033 parcels that have been published for conversion in conjunction with the cadastre team. Out of those ones, more than 64,000 are ready for issuance of block titles and have already begun issuing the block titles on the Ardasa system. Your Excellency, sir, we have to date 126,639 transactable properties. So this means all these landowners can initiate applications on the system today. Their data has been cleaned and they're ready for transaction. We've had land rent payment, a number of 53,662 users have been able to pay land rent on Ardasa. We've also processed 32,942 such requests that have been completed on the system. We also have 27,667 lease documents that have
Excellency, sir, the process of topographical mapping entails 4 major steps. The first step is collection of high-resolution data. The second step is collection of ground control points that are used to georeference the resolution data. The third step is feature extraction from the high-resolution satellite imagery. And the last step is map design and production. Your Excellency, sir, the objectives of topographical mapping were to update the already existing topographical maps. The second objective was to provide data that will go to the development of the Kenya National Spatial Data Infrastructure. And the last objective was to capture vector data sets that cover the entire country. Your Excellency, sir, just to give you a brief history into topographical mapping, the colonial government had done surveys in Kenya and already mapped some sections of Kenya. These areas that are in a faint color are the sections that were done by the colonial government. Your Excellency, sir, they did maps in two major scales. The first scale was 1 to 50,000, where they did 469 maps, an equivalent of 55% of Kenya. And in the second scale, it was 1 to 100,000, and they did 135 maps, an equivalent of 57% of Kenya. Your Excellency, sir, I'm proud to say that the JNAM team met the objectives that we were supposed to meet and went beyond. Your Excellency, sir, the JNAM team was able to update the maps that were already done by the colonial government and did an addition of 441 maps, giving a total of 910 maps in the category of 1 to 50,000. In the second category of 1 to 100,000, the JNAM team was able to update the 135 maps that had previously been done. They did an extra 99 maps, giving a total of 234 maps. Your Excellency, sir, in the third category of 1 to 250,000, represented by the large blocks of red, the JNAM team was able to do 31 maps covering the entire country, including the Ilemi Triangle. Your Excellency, sir, the JNAM team was also able to do a new series of maps called the county maps, which are 47 in total, one for every county in Kenya. Your Excellency, sir, the last product of the mapping team was a Kenya route map that shows all the major routes in Kenya. Your Excellency, sir, the benefits of topographical mapping are vast, but to just highlight the important ones, Your Excellency, sir, we were able to update all the maps of Kenya and have a total of 1,175 maps. Your Excellency, sir, we have vector data sets that cover the entire country that can be used in various sectors of the government, such as security, tourism, environment, education, and even in land management. Your Excellency, sir, topographical maps also represent the current ongoing features of the country and show the country as it is. Your Excellency, sir, just to highlight this point, on display we have two maps, one for Olenguruoni, done in 1972 by the colonial government, and one done in 2019 by the JNAM team. Your Excellency, sir, I would like to draw your attention to this area shaded in a faint green color. Your Excellency, sir, this area represents the Mau Forest as it was in 1972. Your Excellency, sir, in a period of 47 years, this is what is left of the Mau Forest. Your Excellency, sir, the Mau Forest acreage in 1972 was 273,000 hectares, and it has depleted by 107,000 hectares to 166,000 hectares. This is as of 2019. Your Excellency, sir, this is due to the encroachment and urbanization of the area. The southwestern Mau Forest region of the Mau Forest has suffered the most. Yes, it does not exist anymore. Your Excellency, sir, initially we were using this map to make decisions of an area that now looks like this. Yes, this goes to show the importance of having up-to-date topographical maps in Kenya. Your Excellency, sir, we would like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to show Kenyans what Kenya really looks like in the moment. Without much ado, Your Excellency, sir, allow me to hand you over to the next presenter.
Your Excellency, sir, welcome to the facilities mapping presentation. My name is Hezekiel Dumbi. I'll be taking you through the presentation. Your Excellency, sir, a team of young geospatial professionals drawn from the Joint National Mapping Project in collaboration with the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, the Ministry of ICT and Communication, and the Ministry of Education, went to all the 47 counties of Kenya and collected the geospatial locations and the status of 6 main entities. Your Excellency, sir, these 6 main entities are the national government administrative offices, the schools, the health facilities, the police installations, the roads, and the post offices. Your Excellency, sir, all levels of these 6 entities were covered. For instance, Your Excellency, for schools, all schools beginning from the early childhood learning institutions up to the tertiary institutions were covered and photos were taken as well. Your Excellency, sir, the main aim of this project was to enhance the government's capacity to deliver quality services to the citizens. Another aim of this project, Your Excellency, was to enrich the topographical data that was just presented to you by my colleague. Now, Your Excellency, I draw your attention to the screen in front of us, where we have web databases for some of the facilities that were collected by the JNM team. On the first tab is the web database for schools, where you can search for any school and using its name. For example, we have Kakamega School that we are searching from the web database. Once you click and search on it, it will take you to the actual location of Kakamega School. So on the second tab, Your Excellency, we have the web database for the health facilities, and I have one example in Mandera. For Mandera County Beyond Zero, that's Mandera Nursing Home, found in Mandera Town. Your Excellency, the third tab shows the distribution of post offices in the country, in all counties of Kenya. Your Excellency, sir, the fourth tab shows the distribution of Huduma centers in the country. Your Excellency, sir, this project has a lot of the benefits to the economy. Just to highlight, the first benefit is that this project is going to contribute a lot to planning and analysis. I'll give an example for schools. The information collected for schools included the population in the schools, and also we have the proximity of primary schools to secondary schools. And Your Excellency, I'm happy to report that this is going to assist, and the process has started, in the 100% realization of the competency-based curriculum, popularly known as CBC. Your Excellency, sir, the second benefit it will help, of this project is that it will help in effective assets management. And I'll give an example. For the post offices, now with the current locations of the post offices in the entire country, the government can be able to properly use the assets owned by the Postal Corporation of Kenya to bring more development to Kenyans. Your Excellency, sir, the third benefit of this project is that it will help in effective resource mobilization. And I'll give an example for resources to be distributed to schools. All locations and the distribution of those schools in the country will assist a lot as extracted from this facilities mapping. Your Excellency, sir, thank you so much. I'll now hand you over. Yes. Yes, yes, Your Excellency. Yes. Not yet linked, but it can be linked. Yes. Thank you so much. I now hand over to my colleague, Richard, who will take you to forestry mapping. Thank you.
Your Excellency, sir, welcome to National Forest Resource Assessment stand. My name is Richard Odhiambo. In this stand, we will be showcasing the work done by Joint National Mapping and Kenya Forest Service. Sir, National Forest Assessment is a mapping exercise that is aimed at assessing the quantitative and qualitative characteristics of tree and forest resources in the country. To do this, sir, we had three major objectives. The first one being national tree cover mapping, national forest cover mapping, and national land use land cover mapping. To achieve the said objectives, sir, we used a methodology that utilized the high-resolution satellite images that were provided to us by your government, and sir, we are grateful for that. We also used the GIS and remote sensing softwares to extract the tree covers, forest covers, and the other land use land cover classes. For quality control, sir, we had a team of Kenya Forest Service officers who ensured that the resultant product meet the standards required for both local and international reporting. Sir, on the findings of this exercise, allow me to draw your attention to my first graph. Sir, as you can see, the constitutional requirement is 10%. Yeah, we have, I'm happy to report that for the first time in this country, we were able to carry out national tree cover assessment, and it stands at 12.13%. That's above the constitutional requirement. We have 10 counties that still fall below that, but we believe with more national tree planting campaigns, we should be able to achieve the 10%. So, next is the forest cover, sir. On forest cover, the forest cover stands at 8.83%, and this is above the previously reported figure. And this can be attributed to the national tree planting exercises and the crackdown on illegal logging. So as you can see from the graph, we have Nyeri leading, and this is because of the Mount Kenya forest and the Aberdares. We also have the counties of Busia, Migori, and Siaya at the tail end, but this is due to the fact that a huge part of the counties is taken by the lake. Yeah, so whatever they do, that cannot change. So we also did 47 on land use land cover. So we did 47 county maps, and these maps will be very critical in spatial planning, both at county and national levels. So allow me now to talk about the benefits of this exercise. So there are numerous benefits as highlighted on the banner. The first being it provides a basis for proper forest resource management and conservation. Yeah, the data from this assessment will highlight potential areas that can be considered during national tree planting campaigns. Yes, local communities living around the forest areas can be guided on how best to utilize the forest resource without interfering with the critical ecosystem. And finally, sir, this assessment will form a basis of future assessments and academic research work, sir. So that's the end of my presentation.
Well done.
And over to the next floor. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency, my name is Benson Joroge. Welcome to the Integrated Systems section. After the wonderful work that the mapping team has done, the team went overboard and established opportunities to develop systems for government. Teams, while using the special teams, have been developed service delivery. One of a kind of this system is Taifa Pay. These are locally developed government universal payment gateway that offers government payment gateway services through bank, mobile, and card channels. Your Excellency, sir, this system has been active since the year 2020, August, and has transacted over 3 billion transactions worth 3.6 billion Kenya shillings. Your Excellency, this system has integrated to happy customers, that is the Ministry of Lands and the Nairobi County. These institutions have integrated the payment gateway to their systems, and this has greatly improved their service delivery and convenience to their customers. Your Excellency, I'd like to show you a sneak preview of the system. From what you can see on the screen, we have a portal where we are able to see the number of registered customers, the total transaction amount of the day, and the transaction count of the day. We have more customers than I mentioned because we are also doing some tests on some other customers. From this portal, you can be able to see the performance in graphs and also in pie chart. And down here, I can be able to see the performance on the minute by minute as the transactions are flowing in. Your Excellency, you can be able to see the integration you have done. You can see money coming through M-Pesa, Coop Bank, and Equity. And Your Excellency, you can see the first Kenyan to transact was around 1 a.m. Kenyans are really peculiar. Your Excellency, on this portal, you can be able to manage customers, manage our clients, view the transactions, do some analysis, and also download reports. This means the system is very transparent to our customers, and they can be able to access the portal, be able to log in, view the transactions, and be able to run them for their own internal reconciliations. Your Excellency, we are also able to see the transactions as they are streaming in. From the screen there, you can be able to see each and every individual transaction, from where it is coming from, if it's a bank or from M-Pesa, the amount, the client, the person who is paying for that, as well as for that payment, Your Excellency. We can also be able to do more drill down, and on this dashboard, Your Excellency, you can be able to see the total cumulative amount, which is 3.7 billion that has been transacted through this gateway. We can be able to see that on this year, we have been able to transact 1.9 billion. We can be able to see the transaction of the month, of the week, of the day, of the minute, and even of the second, Your Excellency. In addition to that, We are also able to do further these transactions down. Below here, you can be able to see the transaction types, whether they are coming from the bank and which bank, from M-Pesa. Your Excellency, see the transaction each year, the type of clients, and the type of integrated channels integrated to. Your Excellency, this is secure, very transparent, and it's universal, meaning it's available to all levels of government. Before Taifa Pay, the government used to rely on third parties, some of which are outside this country. With Taifa Pay, the government is able to manage its own digital payment transactions internally. Your Excellency, this is a new dawn to the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency, with your permission, I'd like to hand over to the next presenter, who is one of my happy customers, Nairobi Revenue Services. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, sir.
Welcome, Your Excellency. Welcome, Your Excellency. My name is Patrick Okello. My colleague is John Jao, and together we'll take you through the Nairobi Revenue System. Nairobi Revenue System is a GIS-based universal county government revenue system that empowers county governments to enhance revenue collection and operation. This system was developed out of a need to have a single revenue system for all county governments that is integrated to other government systems and also leverages on the data that has been developed by the GENAM team. Your Excellency, sir, this system went live in August 2020, and up to date it has transacted over 3 billion Kenya shillings. Your Excellency, for the first time, allow me to report to you that we've mapped a total of 128 business processes for the Nairobi City County, documented and developed them into this system. Your Excellency, sir, this has brought about corporate clarity in how processes are run at the county, eliminated redundancies, and also brought in efficiency in compliance monitoring and also in employee training. Your Excellency, sir, this system is currently being used jointly by NCCG, the NMS, and KRA for service delivery to the county. Your Excellency, allow me to draw your attention to the screen and demonstrate how the systems function. We have a URL, and this is the homepage. When somebody goes to this homepage, each a citizen, they are able now to interact with our services, and these services are down here, Your Excellency, and we also have the shortcut above here. These services have been mapped in the 128 revenue streams. Sir, these are just revenue streams, but they are a total of 4,566 revenue items that are captured in all the finance acts from 2013 up to date. Your Excellency, sir, allow me to show you how this system has revolutionized how the county operates. First, this system has what we call a customer-centric approach, which gives a very robust way and dynamic of citizen accessing their own account and being able to manage. In this system, we have two types of customers. We have the individual customers and we have the non-individual customers. The individual customers must use their ID numbers, and these IDs have been integrated by APRS. The non-individual customers, which are the corporate, must use the KRA PIN, and this KRA we've integrated with the KRA. We've also done integrations with the BRS, among other systems, to be able to validate from the source of truth. Your Excellency, from the dashboard you can be able to see Mr. Patrick has an outstanding 3 shillings. This one must be displayed conspicuously so that he can be able to pay this money that he owes to the county. Through our able Taifa Pay, we are able to use various types of channels to be able to make these payments, Your Excellency. And this has brought about convenience, making payment of taxes and levies fun to the system. Your Excellency, from here somebody can be able to see the transaction history, services that he has applied for, and track all the way. This system is sending notifications via email, via SMS, and that also as reminders that you owe us this much and you need to. For example, in parking, we send you an SMS as an alert that please pay before we do something. Your Excellency, sir, you are able also to see your obligations, and obligations come here in form of your land rate, your business permits, and you are able to download. Allow me to show you a sample single business permit. This is for Kenya Ventures Limited, and this permit, sir, is secure. You can see it has security features, and above all, it has a QR code that can only be scanned by the compliance devices for NRS, not any other compliance device. So that one makes this thing very secure. Sir, this system, for you to be able to make a decision about issues finance, you must have a report. And we are talking of 1,000,001 administrative reports that are in this system and are easily customizable in a way that you feel you want. This is a dashboard showing how much you've been able to transfer today. As at now, we are at 3 million. Sir. This month, we've done 245 million. This year, we've done 1.6 billion, and cumulatively, we've done 1.17 billion. 3.17 billion, sir. Sir, underneath, we can be able to see how transactions are coming in per hour, and these are revenue streams that have been integrated. So, for decision making, somebody can be able now to filter out which one they want, and they'll be able to now make that particular decision that they want to do. Sir, this system, as I had mentioned earlier, it has customers, and allow me to show you a brief about the customers. Currently, we have 95,000 customers that have been able to account, of which 74,305 are individual, 20,000 are corporates. The classifications are based on the validations from the source of truth. Now, an individual from KRA, individual from IPRS. Your Excellency, sir, when you look at the daily analysis, you can be able now to see each revenue stream, the way they've been able to perform, from each business stream, all the way up to how we are reaching the 1.6 billion. We can be able to filter based on the year that you want and get that specific report, because for you to make a conclusive decision, it depends on that information that you have at that particular point. Sir, I want to conclude by showing you the most important part of this system. It's called the forecasting. And we are using the most scientific way of doing the forecast. Sir, we have two types of forecast. For us, we are using seasonality, and we also have the value base. If you look at the color in red, is what is the forecast. If you look at the color in blue, is what we've received. That shows that we are hitting the targets and surpassing those targets, and this is at 75% confidence level. As we continue having more processes being rolled out, sir, this system is going to be the thing of the day. Your Excellency, this system is ready for rollout in all the counties. Thank you, sir. Allow me to hand you over to the next guy.
Your Excellency, sir, my name is David Mwaure. I'll be taking you through the Nairobi Planning and Development Management System. The Nairobi Planning and Development Management System, baptized NPDMS, is a GIS-based planning and development control system that enhances service delivery and citizen engagement. Your Excellency, sir, the NPDMS system has taken full advantage of the geospatial data developed by JNOM. It's through those efforts that it has achieved proper city planning, development control, and urban design. In addition to that, the NPDMS platform has improved in revenue collection through its integration with the TIFAP system. Additionally, the NPDMS platform has promoted environmental conservation through various checks and balances that prohibit private development on public land, public open spaces, parks, and forests. Your Excellency, sir, the NPDMS system has been active since March 2022 and has realized over the relatively short period 150 million Kenya shillings. In the same breath, we processed over 1,000 applications and issued county approvals in the form of PPA2 permits to the tune of 73 permits. Your Excellency, sir, I just want to take you through a sneak preview of the system. So this is the homepage where the professionals are the architects, physical planners, engineers, and the surveyors who will interact with the system. This is after they've engaged with the developers who want to maybe construct a building on their property. So once they do that, they will come to the platform, and from the NPDMS portal, they're able to initiate an application and submit to the county. They do that by, first of all, entering the ID or the KRA PIN of the developer. And this system is also integrated with NRS. Then after that, the developer is able to get notifications from the account. They also get SMS notifications, email notifications, and they can be able to track the status of the applications from the account. They can be able to see aspects of when, if they have a pending payment, or when the permit will be available, and when will be the first inspection, when they begin constructing after they get the permit. So, and also after they've submitted to NMS for review, it goes through a process for vetting and approvals by the various committees within NMS. And after the approvals, then they can go ahead and construct. And within also the NMS, there is also a dashboard. This is a live dashboard of the applications that exist at the current moment. The top deck shows the various sections within Urban Planning Department, which sits within lands, urban planning, urban renewal, project and housing at the county. As you can see, PIS is the section that deals with planning. They handle applications like land subdivision, land amalgamation, and change of use. So you can see the applications so far that they have received. Development control is the section that deals with applications like building permits, and also renovation and repairs and boundary wall. For building permits, it's a bit more elaborate. As you can see, they have the majority of applications because they are renewals. They are also new applications. There are people who are doing regularization. There are also people who are doing alteration. Maybe somebody wants to add another floor, or they want to extend the building, a garage or a balcony. So they do the applications, and they're handled by DC or development control. Then urban design is the section that deals with advertisement. There's two categories: large format are the billboards, the sky signs, the wall wraps, and the LEDs. Then the small signage are like the vehicle branding. So all these applications have been tracked here, and it's an intuitive platform that has drill downs and filters. For instance, if you've clicked on the building permits, you're able to even to track on the middle tier. You can see the application stages. You can be able to see at what level the application is. They're also being tracked at the county. So, Your Excellency, sir, this is just a sneak preview of the system. It's organized into three. We have the developer view, the professional view, and the view at NMS and other key stakeholders who can go to track the applications. Your Excellency, sir, some of the key takeaways of the system is that there are many key benefits, but the first is that it has integrated with the Ministry of Lands through NLIMS. We are able to verify and validate land records. For instance, we can know which LR numbers have been superseded or which LR numbers have been converted. The other key benefit is that it promotes transparency and visibility, since the developer can get information and can also be able to track the status of the applications, and even the professionals. And even the visibility in the NMS, able to get, and the county able to get insights of how they are performing. Then the other key benefit is that it has enabled online application initiation, processing, and issuance of permits. This has been because we've automated all the business processes within the county. We've enhanced them, and we've engineered them. The other key benefit is that it has also enabled integration with the professional accounts management with other bodies like Kenya Institute of Planners. We're able to manage the professionals through the system, like the planners. Your Excellency, sir, the last benefit is that it has enabled comprehensive compliance and enforcement, module within the system. So those are the key benefits, and that's an overview of the NPDM system. Your Excellency, sir, I would like to invite you to the next presentation on Kenya National Spatial Data Infrastructure. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency, sir, welcome to the Kenya National Spatial Data Infrastructure. My name is David Mwaure. Your Excellency, this is the platform that is going to make all the data that has been created by the different teams at JNAM available to other users within public service and also in the general public, and it's available online. Your Excellency, the different teams have documented all the data that they have created and published the data on an online catalog. And the online catalog is available through the KNSGI portal. Your Excellency, this is the catalog that is available online, And within the catalog, you are able to browse all the data sets that are available, and you can access more details about the specific data set. Your Excellency, when you click on any specific data set, you're able to interrogate it further. Your Excellency, this is an example of health facilities data that was collected by the facilities mapping team, and you can browse the data set on a live map. You are able to see more details about the specific data set, when it was published, what type of data it is, and also more details on how you can integrate this data into any platform that you are developing. Your Excellency, sir, allow me to show another example of the National Police Service stations. This was mapped for the whole country, and all the different types of police facilities have been mapped and classified. And the data is also available online. It's published in a way that you can interrogate the data. Yes. You can see more details. You can see if there are any restrictions to accessing, sharing, or use of the data. You can see the frequency of maintenance frequency, how long it should be implemented. And you can also get more details about how to integrate this data set into any digital platform you are using. You're also able to see who is the point of contact for this data set. So if you have any question or you want to seek clarification from this portal, you can click this link and you're able to contact the administrator. Yes. Your Excellency, the topographical maps, the county maps, the land use maps have also been documented and published on an online catalog as well. All the 810 topographical map at 1 in 50,000, a total of 1,166 maps have been published online. You are able to browse all the data sets. You are able to search if you wanted to search, say, Kisumu, and see what maps are available for Kisumu. You are able to search, and the platform will filter all the data sets that are available for Kisumu. So you can browse and see which data set is of interest to you. Yes. So you can look at this. This is the 1 in 250,000 scale topographical map. So once you click on the link, you're able to see more details about the specific data set. You're able to see the coverage of the data set. You're able to see an overview of the same. There are more details that you can see once you click the link to be able to preview the data set. Your Excellency, sir, there is one map that is already open. This is available online in digital form. There is no more going to Keyword Survey of Kenya to buy a simple topographical map. It's available online for any public institution or private citizen who has interest in viewing the data of our country. Your Excellency, this is a game changer. Public officers are now able to access the data they need to make decisions to implement their mandate. It's available online exactly when you need it. Your Excellency, sir, all this digital data is what powers these systems that you've seen. All the systems have been integrated with data, and they are now driven by data. The officers are able to see the data through the systems. If they need more information, they are able to come to the catalog and preview more details about the specific data set. Your Excellency, this portal is available for any public institution to publish data that they need to share with the public or with other public institutions. Your Excellency, this marks the end of our presentation.
Hongera sana.
I will hand over to Head of Operations.
Hivi sasa ninawaomba tusimame sote tumkaribishe Mheshimiwa Rais kwenye jukwaa kuu. Welcome, Your Excellency. We give him another round of applause as he proceeds to the main dais. May I request that as we take our positions, we remain standing we take our positions, we remain standing as the Kenya national anthem and the East African anthem shall be played. As we remain standing, we shall begin our session with a word of prayer. The first one will be a Muslim prayer brought to us by Said Omar, and thereafter Christian prayer by Samuel Kanyiri.
Kindly take off your hats for a word of prayer. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يعوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Thank you.
Let us pray. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty Father, we thank you for this day and this great nation, Kenya. We praise you for its diversity in people, cultures, traditions, religion, and resources. Father, we thank you for our leadership that has brought change, peace, and tranquility amidst of the challenges of the pandemic and economic strains. Today, we dedicate all leaders across this land, from our President, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, to all leaders of our country, that they may always use their authority which you have given them for the peace, the benefit, honor, and development of our nation. We ask for your wisdom, and will to guide them in all their undertakings as they continue to steer this country forward. We also thank you for the men and women in uniform who sacrifice a lot to secure our borders and maintain law and order in this country. May you continue to protect and guard them as they dispense their duties to the nation. God, we thank you for these young, brilliant, innovative minds who have worked hard to help our great nation achieve its digital milestones under the JNAM umbrella. We are grateful that you accorded us this opportunity to serve our country and serve in this capacity. Father, we are gathered here today to celebrate the journey and achievements of digitalization of different sectors in our country, which are transforming service delivery to Kenyans by bringing efficiency and transparency to government services. It is our prayer that the great initiatives and innovations that are being celebrated will be pillars of the continuous and sustainable growth of our country's economy. We pray for your presence throughout this day, that it may be successful and bring honor to your name. This I pray, believing and trusting in Jesus' holy name.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, allow me at this moment to invite comments by the project representatives, the first one being Laura Akini, to make a presentation.
It's been a great honor and privilege for me and the many other youths to have served our nation under the GENAM umbrella in the many projects that have been spearheaded by your able leadership. A number of these projects have been targeted at transforming the land sector. The digitization of land management has been made possible by having a digital cadastre for the first time in the history of Kenya. This digital mapping platform is the backbone holding in place projects such as the Ardasa platform. Ardasa has allowed the different departments within the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning to seamlessly talk to each other. The result of this is an improved turnover time on transactions. Your Excellency, sir, a majority of the young, vibrant Kenyans who are engaged in these projects were only fresh university graduates when he started out this journey. This created employment among the youth in our country, and we are grateful, Your Excellency, truly grateful to have benefited from it. We acknowledge with great gratitude the holistic growth gained along the journey. Given the multi-agency approach applied in these projects, we have had to cultivate important life skills that have helped us to flourish in the workplace. Due to the sensitive nature of the data and information handled in our line of work, it has been compounded in us to be trustworthy and accountable in all our dealings. In addition to being given a chance to apply our professional skill sets, the interdisciplinary concept of these projects has given us room for growth beyond the scope of our educational backgrounds. We have integrated technical and soft skills such as system development, stakeholder engagement, data analysis, customer service, and leadership. Your Excellency, sir, working in these projects is a pool of dazzling individuals who are the top tier of their professional fields. It has been amazing working with these brilliant thinkers, and we have gained such unquantifiable social capital. If we were to measure our net worth by our network, we would say that we are at an excellent standing. This opportunity has given us ample room to challenge the limits of our minds and innovate 21st century solutions for our country. We have witnessed and been part of the great and transformative shift in the different sectors in our economy. It is our hope that such opportunities to keep impacting the future generations will continue to be made available in the years to come. Thank you, Your Excellency, for having walked this journey with us. You have held our hands and helped us appreciate the enormity of our contribution to our nation's history. Your words of encouragement your commitment was continuously evident in the words of encouragement that you shared with us. This gave us the zeal and the passion to ensure the achievement of the project's goals. Your Excellency, sir, the digital revolution is indeed a change whose time has come. It has created a change in mindsets and ideologies. It has created an ease to business that could only have been dreamt of. Technology, Your Excellency, is the future, and the future is here. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the second one will be Ferdinand Masika giving us his testimonial.
Your Excellency, sir, my name is Ferdinand Masika, a member of the Joint National Mapping Project. It is my pleasure, sir, to make the following few remarks. Your Excellency, sir, a few years ago, we embarked on a journey that was unimaginable in our minds at that point in time. We could imagine because there were a few existing circumstances that could not be comprehended at that specific time. One of them being that, at that time, it was our first major task to be assigned as new employees in various ministries, departments, private sector, and agencies. Secondly, the knowledge about the scientific know-how that we're going to apply in the implementation of the project was very limited. Thirdly, the opportunity of flying as low as 80 kilometers terrain clearance for most of our pilots was almost unrealistic. Your Excellency, sir, through the leadership of the project management, we were informed that you believe that this has to be done by the Kenyan people. The zeal and passion of the entire multi-agents team was enshrined in our slogan, for Kenyans by Kenyans. Thank you, Your Excellency, for believing and trusting in us. Indeed, we have done it for the Kenyan people. Your Excellency, sir, the multi-agency model worked very well with us, that within a very short time we had achieved a lot. Constant meetings, presentations, sharing of knowledge across all stakeholders was our major backbone towards our success. Your Excellency, sir, we first embarked on our training block for the purposes of testing our acquisition system, ability to perform the expected maneuvers, and ability to carry out quality control and assurance on the acquired data. Your Excellency, sir, in order to hasten the process, the project management thought it wise to expand the expansion of the project to a second operational base, which I'm happy to inform I was also involved. And at this point, I want to say a big thank you to you, Mr. President, because you spared time amidst your busy schedule and joined us in both bases on ground. Thank you very much for believing us again, sir. Your visits, sir, really energized us and showed us your committed efforts towards this cause. As young professionals in the scientific field, we have acquired skills that have a wide scope of knowledge. These skills have rarely been taught in colleges and universities on this continent. Your Excellency, sir, this team is capable of performing duties not limited to project planning, designing of aircraft navigation files and maps, acquiring data that meets acceptable standards, conducting calibrations and all corrections, perform quality control and assurance, process, interpret, and give final outputs as per client's requirements. Your Excellency, sir, the outputs of this project will go a long way in revising the geology and the geological boundaries of our country, revising the mining sector in terms of mineral exploration, aiding in scientific research, help in bridging the gap of scientific data inadequacy, and opening up new mining frontiers, among others. I cannot, in this limited time, Your Excellency, sir, exhaust all the intricacies and experiences that I've learned within working within the project. Your Excellency, sir, on behalf of my colleagues, we give a sincere gratitude to the government of Kenya led by you, sir, for giving us this wonderful opportunity. We recognize that we are among the millions of Kenyans who will deliver the same. Finally, Your Excellency, sir, the team has enough experience and capability to execute on any other tasks whenever called upon. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Masika Ferdinand. Your Excellency, with that, now it is my pleasure and great honor to invite the Cabinet Secretary for ICT, Honorable Joe Musheru, to take over the program.
Thank you. Your Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, my fellow Cabinet Secretaries, project members, members of the Fourth Estate, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Your Excellency, today I am a grateful man. Grateful to have served under your leadership and grateful to have seen you live for Kenya and in particular the youth of our great country. Your Excellency, these skilled, disciplined, tough young Kenyans are proud citizens to have been given a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to serve their country in ways only a father can trust their child with a family treasure or a family business. And even though I'll be breaking protocol, please also allow me to recognize the DG and CDF for embracing your call to unreservedly to lead and work with these young men and women who today I recognize as heroes. Your Excellency. They have done us proud and delivered to you and the Kenyan people beyond our expectation. These energetic, sleepless young Kenyans have delivered to you and to Kenyans assets that will last lifetimes. And they did so in record time without compromising or complaining. They never squandered their opportunity or let you down. They have demonstrated real skills. Your Excellency, sir, their qualifications are in no doubt. They are valid. What they have delivered and you are launching today, Your Excellency, is nothing short of world class. And these are our world class projects, Your Excellency. They can be proud as Kenyans to know we have conquered and carved out our own space and place in the family of nations. We have demonstrated to ourselves and to the world that it can be done. It is possible to build our own with our own. Inawezekana. Today, Your Excellency, I once again want to thank you for loving this country and for driving a youth agenda and trusting Kenyans wholeheartedly. I thank you for the front row seat, allowing me to see and participate in transformation of our country's DNA. And despite the oppositions that came, you stood firm, and you have shown us all it is possible and that it can be done. May I take this opportunity to congratulate these young Kenyans for having successfully completed these tasks. Your Excellency, you have walked this journey with these young people, and as you've heard from them, they are ready and willing to serve Kenyans in developing innovative solutions and to improve service delivery. The kind of innovations that we have seen here today is a clear demonstration that Kenya is a leader when it comes to technology. The digitization of government services, Your Excellency, has placed Kenya on a global map in ease of doing business and access to government services. Your Excellency, the applications that have been developed, which include the Universal Payment Gateway, the Nairobi Revenue Services, the online mining cadastre, amongst others, all of which have done away with a lot of bureaucracy and corruption in government departments, are here to stay. The joint national mapping has built capacity for our youths across various disciplines. These skills will enable them to venture into self-employment and create employment for others. The future is here, Your Excellency. With these few remarks, Your Excellency, may I request all of you to be upstanding? And it is now my humble duty and singular honor to invite you to make your remarks and officially commission these projects, Your Excellency. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everybody. We are gathered today to celebrate the completion of 8 projects which I believe will change the course of our national development landscape, and projects of which I am most proud of. Indeed, for all of you as stewards entrusted with our natural resources, we have for the very first time in our nation's history painstakingly pieced together an inventory of Kenya's natural resources. So today, it is my distinct honor and pride to lead the nation in unveiling the airborne geospatial survey of the plenty that exists within our borders as recorded in the National Geological Database, and also inaugurate the 7 other groundbreaking projects. Today's event, I would call a double celebration, as these projects that we are inaugurating are very, very proudly made in Kenya. These having been developed under the Joint National Resource Mapping Team, a team comprising of young Kenyan professionals some of whom you see in this room today. So to all of you, on behalf of a very grateful nation, I thank the dedicated, very talented sons and daughters of this Republic of Kenya for the achievements that you have made that has turned dreams into a reality. Your efforts have made Kenya the first African country to conduct such an extensive survey without tapping into any foreign expertise. Hongera sana kwenu nyinyi nyote. Pongezi sana. Very proud of you. As some of you will recall, in 2018, we established the JNAM team as a multi-agency project born out of the compelling need to have current, comprehensive geospatial data covering our entire country. The first part of the project, the team has been able to map out a wide range of resources, including base metals, coal, gemstones, geothermal spots, forest cover, water bodies, precious metals and rare earth elements. And with an inventory of what we hold, state actions, as well as investment, can now guide informed and sustainable exploitation of our natural resources, particularly through manufacturing and industrialization, both of which are a key plank of our Vision 2030. This will not only spur economic growth and create more job opportunities for our young people, but it will also bring about transparency. For we know for a very long time, our country has been exploited. We know not what they remove from our land. They tell us they're taking them to foreign labs to test. 90% of what they're taking is materials and wealth that we never see back. Sasa hiyo yote ni history. Mtu akikuja kuchimba kwetu, tunajua ni nini, and we are able to retain the wealth that we have for the development of our country. The output maps have already been an aid to very many ministries, the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Education in mapping out schools countrywide. They have helped us remove widespread corruption that used to exist. We now know where the schools are, how many students in each school, are able to give capitation on the basis of facts, not stories by principles. We're also able to identify road reserves, preventing illegal structures that then make it very expensive once road construction begins, because land that had been set aside as road reserve has been grabbed. This helped us map our various electricity meters and transformers, and that has also resulted in many people who had illegal connections or were not paying for electricity, and we have seen an increase also in revenues at Kenya Power and Lighting as a result now of the transparency created by the system and the maps that you have done for us. The Kenya Forestry Service has also benefited out of the mapping of our forest cover, our tree cover, being able to identify encroached areas and take early enough action. The team has also successfully developed a current cadastre for Nairobi County, which has subsequently led to vital identification of public lands, such as green spaces, health facilities, schools, roads, road reserves, airport facilities, and areas earmarked for social amenities, thus helping us secure them from encroachment and grabbing. And overall, with the updated data sets generated as part of this survey, the national and county governments, as well as our private sectors, our learning institutions, and all stakeholders are now better positioned to plan and implement their development programs. So, ladies and gentlemen, the remarkable nature of this survey I also believe is further exemplified by the production of our new topographical maps for the whole country, and this done at minimal cost. The fourth limb, which was also eloquently demonstrated in some of the booths that we went around, the team has also developed several online applications. We saw Taifa Pay, which is used to collect government revenues, especially here in Nairobi. And what has this done? It has increased transparency, accountability in government, and also in private dealings. The Nairobi revenue system has also greatly supported the Nairobi Metropolitan Services, the Kenya Revenue Authority, in aligning their revenue collection systems. For the first time, we have a system fully owned by Kenya, and there is no need for all these private systems that are out there that have a back door, nasikia inaitwa mulango ya nyuma, pahali ambapo wengine wako na funguo, sijui hii funguo inafungua namna gani, and stealing half the money. And this now is something that will be a thing of the past, and I really hope and pray that all government institutions, all government bodies, national and county, will use this system and ensure that we secure our resources once again for the development of this land. We've also seen the land management system under Ardasa. This is something that we launched a few months back. And today we can see that whereas in the past it took almost 6 months to do a single land transaction, this has now been reduced to 48 hours using a system developed by you, developed by Kenyans, and this is something we're very proud of. Similarly, instead of taking 1 to 3 months to do a land search, the system now gives you a land search result in 3 to 5 minutes. This will go a long way towards improving the ease of doing business in our country, making ourselves a that much more attractive destination for business, and thereby creating opportunity for more young people to get decent jobs in our country. It is my hope that this will move to cover all counties to ensure that all records related to land can be accessible by all landowners. To date so far, here in Nairobi, we have managed to fully digitize 232,000 land parcels in Nairobi that have over 32 million documents across 9 registration regimes, with the oldest document dating back to 1905. So today I urge all Kenyans to embrace Ardasa that has established a very clear, transparent, very affordable and efficient land information management system. We have also seen that you have gone a step further and developed more vibrant applications like the National Addressing System of Kenya, a homegrown door-to-door address and reference system that will vastly improve e-commerce as well as the availability of emergency services across the city of Nairobi. And this, I hope, is something that will be transplanted in all counties of our republic. We have also developed the Kenya National Spatial Data Infrastructure for spatial discovery, elevation applications within all levels of government, commercial sectors, non-profitable sectors, academia, and citizens in general. But also the online mining cadastre that has been developed to improve mining, dealerships, and right processes will also greatly boost revenue collection within the mining sector and also improve investments in that sector. These are some of the transformations that will be occasioned by the works that you have done, helping us to realize a much better, faster way of not only delivering public services, but of making it easier for people to do business. A decade ago, it was not possible to initiate any government services by digital means. But today, for many government services, these are only a click away. And what does this prove? It proves that if we have trust and confidence in our young people as drivers of the transformation and innovation, we can make Kenya great. I want to thank you all once again for leading this process and showing that indeed it is possible. Today, we show the potential and excellence of our young people, as well as underscoring the need to sustain the momentum of competency-based curriculum and other enablers of greater youth participation in our national way of life. So kwenu nyote, sisi tunasema asante sana. Asante sana. Kwa wote ambao wamehusika, haswa wenzetu wa jeshi na NIS na wale wengine, tunasema asante, kwa sababu kama sio juhudi yenu hatungeweza kufika hapa. Kama tungeendelea na makelele yale mnasikia sisi wanasiasa tunapiga huku, kuna kitu ingefanyika. But as that young man said here, while people were making noise at 50,000 feet, you were cruising at was it 80 feet? Hapo ndio maneno inafanyika. Tuendelee namna hiyo. Yangu ni kuwapongeza, and I am sure that you will continue to put your great efforts, your great capacities into further endeavors that will transform our country, change our country, improve transparency, eliminate corruption, and really make Kenya that much more inclusive and a much happier and better place to do business. Kwa hivyo, kwenu nyote, hongera tena. On behalf of a grateful nation, we say thank you and we wish you every success in your future endeavors. Mungu awabariki. Asanteni sana.
Naomba tusimame wote kwa wimbo wa taifa la Kenya. With that, we come to the end of this program. Your Excellency, we now welcome you for a photo session. Let us proceed to the photo session area. Tuelekezwe wakati Mheshimiwa Rais anajiunga pamoja.
There we are coming from State House, live pictures there, the State House Gardens, where President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was commissioning a number of projects at the launch of the joint national mapping projects. And it has just ended. It is time now for lunchtime news, but we will take a break and then we will update you on stories making headlines in this country at this hour. Do stay with us.
Kupata Yes My Love kama sikiza tune yako, dial *811 *816#.
Mutiso, wewe nafanya nini hiyo? Wacha nieleza, panataka hiyo kitu. Panataka Mutiso.
Mbo sasa hiyo tu unakuja unaanza kunizuzia kwa nini hata sijafanya kitu?
Wewe nieleza Mutiso, hapana leta hiyo kitu. Taka. Ngoja nachukua simu. Hello? Yes my lovely. Yes, I did the dishes.
Kupata Yes My Love, bonyeza *811 *816#. *811 *816#.
Every day, over 15 million members are transforming Africa. 15 million members, empowered to learn, to create, to grow, to harvest, to lead, to dream. Equity. Karibu member.
All right, it is the 21st of June, 2022. I am Nisi Imano. This is Lunchtime News, and Byron Abuli is our sign language interpreter. Many thanks for joining us. Now we begin on the political front, where a section of elders from Kikuyu and Luo communities are optimistic the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition party will form the next government. The elders, who met in Kiambu to discuss how to promote peace during the election period, called on the youth to resist incitement by politicians. Elsewhere, a section of Embu business community have welcomed the move by former government chief whip Norman Nyaga to shift his support from the United Democratic Alliance to Azimio la Umoja coalition.
The Kikuyu Council of Elders, Kiama, and Luo elders are reaching out to other communities to support the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition party's agenda of fostering unity, peace and stability. The elders met in Kiambu to engage on how to safeguard the unity of Kenyans during the transition period.
Ile kitu ya muhimu ni kueleza hata wale wengine, kabila zingine, tuje tushikane, hii nchi ni yetu, na tuendeleshe amani wakati wa election. Kila mtu Kenya itabaki, tutabaki, kwa hivyo lazima tutake nchi iko na amani.
Hiyo porojo yote ilikuwa imewekwa juu ya Raila. Wa Kikuyu Council of Elders walijitolea mhanga kuisafisha. Na wamejaribu sana, mimi naona wanafaulu.
The elders from the Kikuyu and Luo communities have for the last 4 years been building relations to unite the two communities that have for long differed politically. The elders expressing confidence their meetings have now bore fruits.
Mimi nataka kusihi wa Kikuyu wenzangu, vijana, mama, mtu ambaye ako na kura yake, weka kura yako mahali ambaye inahitajika. Mahali itakusaidia kesho.
Hawa wazee wamejawa na hekima nyingi, na vile wanataka nchi yetu iendelee ndio njia vile Mungu pia anahitaji. Kwa hivyo tuwaunge mkono.
Meanwhile, Kakamega Governor Wycliffe Oparanya has launched campaigns for Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga in Western Region. Governor Oparanya launched the campaigns at his Mabole backyard, where he rallied the Kakamega voters to turn out in numbers on August 9th to vote.
Ndio nilisema nije leo tuanzie hapa. And Waluya hatutaki turudi nyuma. Tuwe karibu na serikali. Na serikali ni wasi, hiyo serikali ni ya Raila Amolo Odinga.
Elsewhere, a section of Embu business community have welcomed the move by former government chief whip Norman Nyaga to shift his support from UDA to Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition party. Nyaga is vying for Embu senatorial seat as an independent candidate.
Ya kwanza ni furaha sana sababu ya Norman Nyaga, ambaye pia ni rafiki yetu na ni mzee amekomaa katika siasa ya Kenya. Kuona mwangaza na kurudi nyumbani. Tumemkaribisha sababu alitoka kwa UDA, anajua yale alifanywa katika UDA, na akaona ni vizuri arudi kwa baba.
Gishoki Washira, Lunchtime News.
Elsewhere, Westlands Member of Parliament Team Wanyonyi has urged politicians and their supporters to embrace political tolerance and shun away from any form of violence. Speaking after meeting 400 religious and community leaders at Kabete who endorsed his re-election bid, Wanyonyi warned that all the gains the country has made might go down the drain due to political instability. The legislator, who is seeking re-election for a third time on an ODM ticket, cautioned his opponents against engaging in dirty political tricks, but rather sell their agenda to their electorates.
We are not enemies, we are just opponents. We are vying and contesting for positions. So anybody who is doing anything that does not conform the code of conduct, we condemn, and the IBC and the police should be alert. Because some of these people who are causing mayhem are just criminals. They are not that they have been sent by anybody. And on my own, I want everybody vying for any position in the Westlands to conduct his campaigns in a peaceful environment. Nobody will interfere. I'm appealing to anybody in the Westlands. If you don't like so and so, leave him alone. Wacha yeye atafute kura yake, sisi tutatafuta yetu kwa njia yetu.
The Narok Peace Association held a peace rally at the William Olentimama Stadium where they urged residents to maintain peace during this electioneering period. The Narok Peace Association chairman Joshua Kaputa urging youth to be instruments of peace and shun politicians who incite violence.
Speaking during the peace rally at the William Olentimama Stadium, Joshua Kaputa asked residents to elect leaders who promote peace, saying the electorate should not tolerate any leaders who do not conduct progressive politics that unite the cosmopolitan residents of the county.
And you know, peace is about development. Peace is about helping the needy. Peace is about supporting the less fortunate in the society. And peace is about uniting the communities that are within our counties. And therefore, if you are not doing any of those things that I have mentioned, then you are not going to be in any position.
Also in attendance was the televangelist Lucy Natasha, who brought together hundreds of Narok residents to pray and seek God's direction as the country heads for the election.
You know, let's be leaders that think about the next generation and not just the next election. Let's compete not with insults but with ideas. So let's promote peace. Let's also have peace in action, as the ambassador has said, Joshua Lekaputa. We don't just want peace, we want peace in action.
Reverend Natasha asked the residents to stand up against divisive politics to ensure the country does not have a repeat of the 2007-2008 post-election violence. Edwin Austin for Lunchtime News.
And in Nakuru County, 150 youths from 5 wards in Nakuru town are set to participate in a 2-week football tournament aimed to sensitize them on the need for peaceful elections. The tournament, dubbed Tunza Amani Election Huisha, under the Nakuru County Commissioner Office, seeks to woo participants from criminal activities in the informal settlements and turn them into advocates of peace.
Why tumeorganize hii tournament yenye inaitwa Tunza Amani Elections Huisha is because tumeona yale mambo yamekuwa kihappen for the kutoka 2007, and the reason why we came and decided kutumia youths is because vijana ndio wanatumika sana pale kukos easy rabsha and all that. So tukaamua let us tuifanye in a sports way, kwa sababu sports ina bring so many people together. So tukaamua let us get teams, they play, then each and every team that ina participate kwa hii competition lazima wa sign a petition. In the petition they're supposed to say that hawatahusika kwa election violence, that is before, during and after election.
Mimi ni captain wa Ngishia team experience. Lengo la hii tournament ni ya peace. Tunajua kuwa kumekuwa na vurugu wakati wa siasa, na siasa huwa inakuja kila baada ya mwaka tano. So kila wakati kumekuwa na vurugu, sana sana ni youth wanatumika tumika kuleta vurugu. So tunasema kuwa uchaguzi itaisha na tutabaki kama ndugu. So tunahimiza mavijana kuwa election haitakuwa ya kwanza na si ya mwisho.
Over 600 pupils at Gituamba Primary School in Nairobi's Ruai area have been forced to study in the open after their classrooms were pronounced unfit for use. The one-story building that housed the classes has experienced widening cracks on its walls.
Gituamba Primary School head teacher Joseph Njoroge said he was forced to declare the building unfit after it developed the cracks last week. Local residents condemned the contractor over the shoddy work that they claim had put their children in danger.
I was in a meeting and I was told there were one of the blocks holding 8 classrooms was developing some cracks, and they had started a bit earlier. But because of the high population, it has put a lot of pressure on the buildings. So far, that building was holding 604 students. And right now, I had to think of a solution. And the first thing was to get out the pupils on Friday and relocate them to other safer places.
The residents are appealing for a quick intervention and provide new classrooms.
Ingilia hii kati kwa sababu tunaona katika hii karne ni vigumu sana tuone kuwa na madarasa kama hiyo na inabomoka. Inahatarisha maisha ya wanafunzi wetu.
Parents and some area leaders who saw the plight of the children donated tents to the school to help the learners as they wait for a solution in regards to the matter.
Halafu wazazi na viongozi wameweza kuleta hizi tent ndio watoto waweze kusoma.
Shule gani?
And in business, data collectors and processors will from mid next month require a data protection certificate to be licensed to operate in Kenya. ICT Cabinet Secretary Joe Musheru says the government has engaged experts who will help targeted companies comply and understand the country's data protection laws.
In March this year, Parliament approved a set of data regulations aimed at safeguarding personal data in the country. The policies passed included the Data Protection Regulations 2021, Data Protection, Complaints Handling and Enforcement Procedures Regulations 2021, and the Data Protection, Registration of Data Controllers and Data Processors Regulations 2021. The government says the new policies are aimed at protecting public data against abuse.
As a country, we now have not only a data protection law, we have regulations, and these are coming into force next month. People are going to begin to be told, where are you picking data, how are you storing the data, how are you processing it, how is it being used?
To enhance compliance with the new data laws, the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner earlier in the year pushed for amendments to some sector regulations like the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Act 2021, which saw mobile money lenders fall under CBK oversight and compelled them to have a certificate in compliance with the Data Protection Act.
You might be a Kenyan company, you have a global client, the possibility of breach could affect your company significantly, your reputation, your revenue. So there is need to ensure that you're actually complying with data protection. And thus the registration process as just one aspect of registration.
Speaking at the launch of the Data Protection and Privacy Conference convened by data consultants Johan Consults in Nairobi, stakeholders emphasized on the importance of data protection, adding that it begins with an individual.
Data breaches, people need to be able to identify and report that their data has been stolen or has been used.
The advantages and the benefits to Africa actually, apart from having personal identifiable information secure, it's also good for us internationally because a lot of international organizations will know that their data is safe with us.
The ODPC says so far, companies have shown interest in complying with the new data laws, hence the need for a data compliance consultant. ODPC will also list companies that have complied on their website. Alanauko, Lunchtime News.
And the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, KALRO, has unveiled a new variety of cassava resistant to mosaic and brown streak disease. KALRO has set up seed units to help in the distribution of the same to farmers. Cassava is now Africa's 5th biotech crop approved for open cultivation, and players in the industry are assuring farmers that the new variety will improve production.
Last year, Kenya became the first country globally to approve national performance trials of genetically modified cassava in yet another big win for its smallholder farmers. The improved crop, which was genetically modified to provide resistance to the destructive cassava brown streak disease, was developed by the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization. Cassava has now become Africa's 5th biotech crop approved for open cultivation after cotton, maize, soybean and cowpea. The Kenya National Biosafety Authority approved the application for environmental release on June 15th following a comprehensive safety assessment that showed cassava varieties are unlikely to pose any risk to human and animal health or to the environment when consumed as food or feed or when cultivated in open fields. Now, the new cassava variety resistant to the mosaic and brown streak disease has been unveiled by the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization. The two diseases are for many seasons attributed to losses and decreased production of the starch plant. KALRO says the lack of a stable variety of cassava has been a major challenge to farmers and producers. KALRO has come up with seeds units that can produce viral disease-resistant seeds.
The problem has been lack of enough clean planting materials of cassava. But with the help of this project under KSAP, we have come up with a lot of seed units that are producing good seeds that are free from these viral diseases. And we have even gone far to take these seeds to the farmers around here.
The authority is now sensitizing farmers on how to market their produce.
Hii tumekuja kujifunza mbinu tofauti na zile geni za upanzi za mihogo. Tuko na pia mbegu zile ambazo ni za kisasa ambayo inatusaidia pia kukuza mihogo, na pia tumepata elimu kuhusu kuongeza udhamana katika upanzi wa mihogo.
KALRO has said farmers will be educated on better production measures to boost food security in the country. Reporting for Lunchtime News, I am Teresa Mutai.
We're now switching gears to sports, where Brighton's Jody Barrage and Harriet Dutt came back to win their first round matches in 3 sets at Eastbourne, but Heather Watson went out. In the men's draw, Jack Draper recorded a straight set victory over American Jensen Brooksby.
The 23-year-old Burag beat Petramatic 3-6, 7-5, 6-3 in the first, second and third set respectively to set up a meeting with Spanish top seed Paula Badosa. British number 2 Harriet Dutt won 3-6, 6-1, 6-4 in the first, second and third sets respectively against American Madison Bringle and will face Swiss player Jill Tishman. However, Watson fell to a 7-6, 7-1, 6-4 defeat by Canadians Rebecca Marino, who will play Italian Camilla Giorgi next. Eastbourne is the final WTA event in the UK before Wimbledon begins on the 27th June. In the men's draw, Jack Draper recorded a straight set victory over American Jenson Brooksby. 20-year-old Jack Draper claimed a 6-2, 6-2 win and did not face a single break point against 21-year-old world number 34 as he coolly served out both sets to love. He will now face 4th seed Argentina Diego Schwartzman in the last 16.
And Manchester United hope to persuade Denmark midfielder Christian Eriksen to join them before the new season. It was thought the 30-year-old would prefer to remain in London after making a successful comeback with Brentford in the second half of last season. Brentford hoped Eriksen would stay on, while it was thought Tottenham Hotspur were also keen to re-sign him. However, a deal has not been agreed with either club, giving United the chance to make an offer for the free agent. And that's all the time we had for KBC Lunchtime News, but more news on our website at www.kbc.co.ke. Also interact with us and follow us on Twitter at KBC Channel 1. I am Nisi Imano. Byron Abuli has been our sign language interpreter. Good afternoon and enjoy the rest of your viewing.
As campaign intensified for the upcoming general election, what does all this mean for you, the voter? What do the candidates have to offer? How prepared are agencies charged with the election process? Join John Kuria and Safina Chieng on Kenya Decides. This and every Tuesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 as we unpack elections 2022 with a panel of various stakeholders. Make informed electoral decisions.
Whatever it is you want to discuss, tutaongea baadaye. Sasa akili yangu imechoka. I just want to clear.
Kwa wakati huu wa mankuli, mimi hasira zangu zote umezimalizia hapa kwa mankuli. Sitaki kukuona. Kama unaingia ndani, atajilaumu mwenyewe kwa sababu hayo alijitakia mwenyewe.
Haijalishi mtoto anaponyelea paja, huoshwa halikatwi.
You just agreed with me, and now you do not.
I'm willing to die alongside her.
Yeah! Yeah! You'll be wed to Betsy of Green Hill. After Bulgar and I pick a date, you and Lady Betsy shall unite our two great families and the heavenly kingdom with Green Hill.
Let's get loud.
yeah, good people at the 254 and beyond. It is yet another Monday, and as is our usual, we are here to bring you nothing but good vibes and some mad-lit entertainment.
Miss V, what do you do? Ati hey, niko club nimekaa bila tabu na jamana kati ya demu yangu kwa sababu napenda ngama silver badala ya dhahabu. Ubaya muanga na jam kama Arabu na mic na inatoka tu vitamu.
Hii basi ni story ya demu yangu, staki magazeti ziharibu game yangu. Tumesema hakuna
kumbe uko poa throwback. Hey,
I
Miss
am
V.
a throwback girl, you
big
know?
shout out to Bamboo on this, manze.
Yeah.
Excuse Bamboo
aliokoka.
But manze, music live forever. Maniache.
His music lives forever as he is still living, and he is living a good one because he is in Christ.
Absolutely, man. Tonight, man, I feel tunico. Are you ready to party tonight?
I am ready to party.
Are you ready?
And you guys, I hope you are ready because we have a fantastic, amazing, beautiful show lined up for you. My name is Vivian Dago. You can simply just call me Miss V.
Jack Muller, the party daddy, or you can call me Papi, aka your girlfriend. Go my number, man.
And you know what this right here is?
Grapevine, baby. Pa!
What you gotta do? Now let's kickstart the show with a magical performance from one Delvin Mudigi. You know him as Savara, and he held his first solo show at the Nairobi Street Kitchen. Trust me when I tell you guys that this was a show and a half. Check it out for yourselves.
Africa's most sought-after music group Sauti Sol have been working together and giving us hits as well as timeless music since 2005. Each member of the group put out their individual body of work, from Bien's Bald Men Love Better, Polycup's Father Studies, Shimano's Heavy is the Crown, and Savara's Savage Level. Well, Bien and Polycup each respectively held their solo shows, and over the weekend it was Savara's turn. Nairobi Street Kitchen is where the action went down. Dubbed Drip Fest Goes Savage, Savara held his first solo show, which also doubled as the launch of his album Savage Level. The sold-out show was nothing but great vibes, starting with the disc jockeys present, as well as the fans who had their dancing shoes on from the beginning of the show. Time for the main man of the night came, and Savara stepped on stage amidst chants of his name from the revelers present. The screams from his fans were well deserved as Savara made sure to give a show and a half. The talented artist showed us a side of him that many did not know, as he diligently played the drums in between his performance. From Kill 'Em Every Day, Balance, More Than a Friend featuring Yashinsky, and Anxiety, which he wrote after losing a friend to suicide, the show kept getting better and better. There was an oh moment on stage when Savara invited his mom and sang her Fashion Killer.